Chapter 4605. Ancestor Red Cloud appeared in the hall once again. It turned out that he had brought Lin Ling into the 7 stars exquisite formation and left after opening the 1-star gate. Fellow Taoist Lin was able to see through things that we couldn't, which means that he isn't simple at all. Although he didn't tell us where he came from, his familiarity with the will of the world and the primordial giant gods shows that his past life must not have been simple. Ancestor Red Cloud looked at the crowd and said, "Previously, when all of you were looking at the cosmic map of the universe and saw the ancient giant gods in the painting, all of your expressions were filled with respect and yearning. However, I saw that his reaction was calm, as if the ancient giant gods in the painting were not the ancient giant gods." Then, what did he see? Zhong Shaoxian and the rest exclaimed. They didn't notice this. He saw them as paintings. Ancestor Red Cloud paused for a while and said seriously. Paintings. Zhong Shaoxian and the rest shuddered. They thought about it carefully and suddenly, they understood. They saw the ancient gods in the painting as ancient gods. This was putting the cart before the horse. They had completely forgotten that these were just paintings. No matter how powerful the ancient gods were, as long as they appeared in the painting, they were just paintings. The onlooker sees more clearly than the person involved. After being pointed out by Ancestor Red Cloud, they finally understood the logic behind it. In fact, even I was almost lost in it. If I didn't look at Brother Lin unintentionally, I wouldn't have realized it. Ancestor Red Cloud suddenly sighed and said, "There are only 2 possibilities for this. Firstly, Brother Lin has already seen the ancient gods. Secondly, he has seen the most mysterious will of the world. That's why he didn't lose himself in it. Lei Gong Lin Ling, is his background that powerful?" Zhong Shaoxian and the rest were shocked. It was as if there was another layer of fog around Lin Ling. Ancestor Red Cloud could only shake his head helplessly. This was because he couldn't see through Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged in a corner of the courtyard. He was in a vast white space. Above the sky, a star was twinkling slightly, and an endless amount of spirit chi rolled down and enveloped him. This was the center of the exquisite 7 stars formation. This formation could be used for both offense and defense. It was incomparably powerful. It was just that the formation hadn't been activated yet. What a dense spiritual chi, and the star in the sky gives me the feeling that it's like the void of the universe. Lin Ling raised his head to look at the sky, his heart trembling. Even though this array had not been activated to attack, he still had a strange feeling, as if he was facing some kind of powerful ancient taboo. And this taboo was the primordial chi. Rainbow Cloud Ancestor, I've already entered the exquisite 7 stars formation. How do I activate all 7 stars? Lin Ling quickly said to Ancestor Hong Yun. Sir, I'll teach you the method to open it. However, you must be careful. This formation is extremely profound and can provide feedback to its owner. If you don't have complete control over it, you must remember not to open too many starry doors. Old Ancestor Hong Yun's voice rang out. Then, in the prison, Old Ancestor Hong Yun continuously drew out array formations. Lin Ling's soul power entered the prison and observed. Then, he was shocked. This level of array formations was too terrifying. Lin Ling's great Tao of array formations was already powerful, but when compared to these ancient arrays, he still felt that it was very strenuous. Exchange for Tao Realm Fruit, Cosmic Torrent, Heavenly Breathing Technique, Divine Transformation Ancestral Grass. While Lin Ling was comprehending the array formations, he was also exchanging for the treasures he needed to break through to the next realm. These treasures had tens of millions of years of history. Some of them had even existed since the beginning of the world. If they were placed in the void of the 9 prefectures, even the appearance of any one of them would cause the world to collapse. Moreover, in the void of the 9 prefectures, such treasures would never appear. This was also the reason why the four great gods had been in the void of the 9 prefectures for so many years but still couldn't break through. Now, Lin Ling had a lot of Tao realm fragments. He immediately exchanged them for a large amount of ancient treasures to break through to the next realm. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. In his mind, he was even more familiar with the exquisite 7 stars formation. 1 star transformation. Lin Ling took a deep breath. He knew that the most crucial moment had arrived. Therefore, he had to seal this formation and not allow anyone to disturb him, including ancestor Hong Yun. The difference between a lower god and a middle god was like the difference between heaven and earth. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to break through to the next realm. Any loophole would cause all the previous efforts to be wasted. Begin. Lin Ling adjusted himself to the best state and finally shouted. Behind him, a figure walked out silently. This person looked exactly like Lin Ling. However, his body was pitch black and he had a ferocious aura. This was the chaotic body. My friend, I'm counting on you. Lin Ling cupped his fists towards this person. Don't worry. That person suddenly raised his head and looked at the brightest star in the sky. Then, he shot towards it. After this person disappeared, another figure walked out from behind Lin Ling. This person was covered in lightning and he had wings behind his back. There was a piece of cloth tied around his eyes. He was very mysterious. This was the real body of Luai's. My friend, I'm counting on you. Lin Ling said calmly to this person. I'll try my best. This person also nodded towards Lin Ling. 2-star gate, open. Lin Ling formed a complicated seal with both his hands, causing the entire formation to operate rapidly. After a while, he pointed towards the sky. Rumble. In the sky, a second star appeared and shone down a ray of divine light. This caused the entire exquisite 7 stars formation to become violent. At this moment, in the main hall, ancestor Hong Yun was still talking to Zhong Shaoxian and the rest. Suddenly, the main hall shook and an ancient and domineering aura filled the air. What? The formation has been activated. Ancestor Hong Yun was stunned and his expression changed drastically. Master, this is bad. I'm afraid that Brother Lin is in danger. Why did the exquisite 7 stars formation suddenly activate? Mother Lin pondered for a while and her expression changed drastically. Obviously, they thought that the formation had been activated to kill Lei Gong Lin Ling. Quick! They rushed out of the main hall. Zhong Shaoxian and the rest knew that things were getting troublesome and immediately followed after them. After they rushed out of the main hall, they saw 2 rays of starlight lingering in the sky outside the courtyard. A mysterious ray of light shone on the ground. 2-star gate, the exquisite 7 stars formation has indeed been activated. Mother Lin, stop the formation immediately. Ancestor Hong Yun said anxiously as he scanned the area. However, before he could do anything, the 3rd star rose into the sky. A domineering and majestic aura spread out from the ground and stopped ancestor Hong Yun and the rest from getting close to it. Soon after, the 4th, 5th, and 6th stars also rose into the sky. Chapter 4606. Boom! Looking at the ground in front of them, they could hear continuous rumbling sounds. It was as if an ancient giant beast was slowly crawling out from the depths of the ground. The courtyard was instantly flattened, and the endless green hills were shattered like fine powder. Even the strong Zhong Shaoxian and the rest were intimidated by the domineering aura and were forced to retreat. The array was so strong that even ancestor Red Cloud could not withstand it and was forced to retreat. Buzz! However, when he looked into the distance, he noticed that there were 7 stars shining in the sky, and they formed the shape of a spoon. Endless starlight poured down like snow, and the ground that was enveloped by starlight had become a forbidden area for the formation. 7 stars open, exquisite formation. Lin Yang's face was filled with wrinkles. She grabbed her master and shook him continuously. This was because even her master could not fully activate the exquisite 7 stars array. In this world, only Ancestor Red Cloud's master could. However, now that the array had been activated to its strongest state, any middle god who entered the array would not be able to control their own life and death. The scariest thing was that the reason for the activation of the array was a lower god. Oh my god! What kind of lower god could be so powerful? Lin Yang, stop shaking me. My beard is falling off because of you. I saw it, I saw it. Ancestor Red Cloud could not help but scold. However, his eyes were still trembling as he looked into the distance. Opening of the 7 stars. How many years has it been since something like this happened? This reminded him of his master whom he had not seen for many years. His heart was filled with endless nostalgia. Master, the array you left behind has finally been activated. But, where are you? Ancestor Red Cloud knelt down and shouted with tears in his eyes. It was as if he had resolved a burden in his heart. Ancestor Red Cloud, what happened? At this moment, the ancient great gods nearby had all arrived. Looking at the terrifying starlight array, their faces were all solemn. However, when they saw Ancestor Red Cloud's expression, they knew that they would not be able to get anything out of him. Amazing! Someone actually activated the exquisite 7 stars array. Back then, Ancestor Red Cloud relied on this array to avoid the twilight of the gods. This is the famous exquisite 7 stars array during the Age of the Gods. It is indeed extraordinary. The ancient great gods were all secretly shocked. At this moment, no one saw Lin Ling sitting cross-legged beneath the 7 stars. His long hair danced incessantly under the starlight. And from his body, a terrifying strength surged into the sky, disappearing into the 7 stars. The 7 stars represented Lin Ling's 7 great talents. He had sealed all 7 of them in the 7 stars and had broken through them one by one. After he had broken through, he would return them all. Then, he would be able to step into the ranks of mid-gods. Of course, even so, the breakthrough this time was still very difficult. Even Lin Ling only had 60% confidence. Fortunately, he had done a lot of preparation for this breakthrough, so he could prevent any failures from happening again and again. Beside him, countless treasures seemed to have been eroded by the wind and disappeared quietly. Then, they merged into the starlight and floated towards the 7 stars in the sky. Fellow Taoists, is there anything wrong? After a long while, Lin Ling opened his eyes and looked indifferently at the sky. Fellow Taoist, you're fine. Fellow Taoist, I've already begun to break through. Fellow Taoist, you can leave. Once you've broken through, we'll definitely return. The 7 stars in the sky also transmitted their majestic voices. These voices were the external bodies of Lin Ling. They carried each of Lin Ling's talents and entered the 7 stars to break through. I'll help you one more time. Lin Ling nodded his head. His enormous soul power spread out and shrouded the 7 stars, helping them break through. Rumble. After the soul power surged in, it enveloped the 7 stars, causing the originally turbulent 7 stars to gradually calm down. Regardless of whether it was from afar or close up, one could only see the 7 stars in the sky. Everything seemed real. How magical. Outside the huge array, the people also witnessed the changes in the array. Some ancient great gods were curious and quietly approached the array. However, just as they entered the array, they were shrouded by the starlight and immediately turned into nothingness. Ancestor Hongyun, save me. He had just entered the boundary of the array, but he was already in a life-threatening situation. This showed how powerful the array was. Fusang Juanzi, who allowed you to enter the array? Even I don't dare to enter this array. Now, you should leave with the help of the Tao state. When Ancestor Hongyun saw this, he was angry at first, but then he shook his head helplessly. With that, the ancient great god was taken away by the light of the Tao state. One could imagine that without the help of the Tao state, he would definitely die. Furthermore, he died in the array. Therefore, when he returned, he would also die in the array. This would cause him to die continuously and disappear completely from the world. Of course, this ancient great god was not a fool. At least, before the array disappeared, he would not be able to return. What happened in the 7 stars exquisite array? Where's Daoist Lin? Ancestor Hongyun looked at the starlight world in front of him and the doubts in his heart grew stronger. However, there was nothing he could do. Now, he could only wait. Master, I'm afraid that fellow Daoist Lin came prepared. Regardless of whether he was the one who opened the 7-star exquisite formation or not, from the moment he started comprehending the painting, I think everything was a trap. Mother Lin suddenly said. Hearing this, Ancestor Hongyun could not help but laugh bitterly. Even if that's the case, so what? To be able to open the 7 stars door, Daoist Lin's background must not be simple. As they were talking, Lin Ling stood up under the endless starlight. His eyes were still looking at the sky as he sensed the changes in the 7 stars. This was the first time he experienced the process of breaking through. He broke through on his own, but he did not have to face any danger. Everything was handled by his avatar and the 7 stars. Although the 7 stars looked peaceful on the surface, he had a feeling that within the 7 stars, there must be an earth-shattering battle. If I wait here and let a more powerful god discover me, he will definitely be curious about me. To avoid unnecessary trouble and since I can't help much now, I might as well leave this place first. After observing for a long time and seeing that nothing strange happened, Lin Ling decided to leave. This time, he could not leave the 7 stars exquisite array. Therefore, he thought of returning to the 9 continents void to take a look. Daoist Lin, if there are any changes, inform me immediately. After saying this to the sky, Lin Ling's heaven-returning Tao tablet appeared in his hand. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the spot. In fact, after he disappeared for an hour, a powerful divine power swept past the place where he was. However, it did not find anything strange and eventually went to other places to search. This powerful force obviously came from an elite ancient great god. He was also attracted by the 7 stars exquisite array and came to observe with curiosity. Chapter 4607. The power of the Tao realm is indeed powerful. It could even ignore the starlight of the exquisite 7 stars formation and bring me out of the Tao realm. On the other side, Lin Ling appeared in the void of the 9 states unscathed. This was still the sky of the spirit state, and it was also the place where Lin Ling entered the Tao realm. Looking at this ancient land, Lin Ling could not help but smile. Although he had not entered the Tao realm for long, because of his cultivation, he felt as if hundreds of years had passed. Master and the others should be fine, right? With a step, Lin Ling instantly appeared in a hall. At this moment, there were many experts in the hall discussing matters. Lin Ling's sudden appearance undoubtedly gave them a fright. Who are you? Then, someone shouted angrily. This was an important place of their sect. Someone had come uninvited. This was completely disregarding them. Moreover, they saw that Lin Ling was smiling and staring at an elder instead. He was ignoring them, which made them furious. Swoosh! Swoosh! They all attacked Lin Ling. However, when their powerful attacks landed on Lin Ling's body, Lin Ling did not move at all. Instead, a wave of aura was released, causing all of them to fall to the ground. What a powerful technique! What kind of power is this? Everyone was shocked. No one knew that Lin Ling's energy center had entered the 7 stars realm. He did not have divine origin, but his physical strength was very strong. He had 7 million points of strength and the power of 10,000 realms. However, how could they fight against such power? Don't be rash. He's Lei Gong Lin Ling. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard. It was Xing Xian. At this moment, he finally recognized Lin Ling and was very shocked. He remembered that Lin Ling had entered the Tao realm a long time ago. How did he return so quickly? Lei Gong Lin Ling. In the hall, whether it was the sect leader or the elders, they were so scared that their faces turned pale. They did not dare to say a word. The current 4 great gods, no, the number 1 god of the void in the 9 prefectures, was not someone they could afford to provoke. Back then, when Lin Ling entered the Tao realm, he led the 4 gods to fight against the other gods. This matter had already spread throughout the 9 prefectures. Master, it's good that you're all right. Lin Ling ignored everyone's shock. Instead, he walked towards the constellation cloud and bowed slightly. Last time, Xing Xian was almost killed by the underworld's demon sealer, so Lin Ling wanted to see if his master was all right. What could possibly happen to me? Why would those gods care about a small fry like me? Seeing that Lin Ling had personally come to visit him, Xing Xian was undoubtedly very touched. After all, with Lin Ling's current strength and status, for a mere cultivator like him to be acquainted with Lin Ling, he was definitely climbing up the social ladder. All those years ago, he'd acted recklessly and forcefully taken Lin Ling as his disciple, yet he'd never imagined that this disciple had already become the proudest existence in his entire life. Master, come. Lin Ling ignored the people around him and left with Xing Xian. To him, apart from Xing Xian, everyone else was like an ant, a floating cloud of bones. Of course, if it were other gods, they'd think the same. In the world of gods, all cultivators were ants. This was because as time passed, cultivators would die, but gods would not, and their lifespans would be longer. Lord Lei Gong Lin Ling is indeed Xing Xian's disciple. I'm so envious of Xing Xian. After so many years, Lei Gong Lin Ling still hasn't forgotten about him. Sigh, he's so lucky. After Lin Ling and the others left, envious voices could be heard from the main hall. Meanwhile, Lin Ling left with Xing Xian, then took out a large number of treasures and designated Xing Xian to cultivate. This made Xing Xian feel both grateful and helpless. He was grateful that Lin Ling still cared about him, but helpless because wasn't he his master? Now, the disciple was teaching his master. How embarrassing. The two chatted for a long time. Finally, Lin Ling bid farewell and left. Next, he went to Qing province to visit the 3rd princess and the others. At the same time, he took out treasures to help them improve their strength. After greeting many acquaintances, Lin Ling finally returned to Lei Gong's main hall. Father. Ling, When Lin Ling appeared, Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others were overjoyed and came to welcome him. They all knew that Lin Ling had gone to the Tao realm, and they also knew about the recent war of the gods. At that time, Lin Ling was the leader of the 4 gods, and he led the 9 states to fight against the other gods. Whenever they thought of this, even though Lin Ling's achievements were already extraordinary, they still felt proud of Lin Ling. Perhaps Ancestor Extreme Flame didn't expect that the youth from the Fire Ancient clan would reach such heights. Is everyone alright? Lin Ling smiled and walked towards everyone. He bowed slightly to Ancestor Extreme Flame and his mother, Mo Nianchen. Then, he looked at his son Lin Yi with admiration. Lin Yi's strength had increased by quite a lot, and he could be considered a big shot. After a short conversation, Lin Ling asked Emperor God Zhang Gang how they were doing. They came back to take a look. Later, they heard that something happened at the Path of Domination, so they immediately rushed over. Ancestor Extreme Flame said. Path of Domination? Lin Ling frowned. He had heard of this place before. It was one of the 9 states' 7 great forbidden grounds, but he had never been there. Yes, I heard that experts of the Tao realm came back and were chasing after a few people. Emperor God Zhang Gang and the others immediately went to help. Ancestor Extreme Flame nodded. This made Lin Ling fall into deep thought. Experts of the Tao realm came back. Of course, it could be Chang Liang or the Ox Demon clan. But who could they be chasing? These gods had gone to the Tao realm, so why did they suddenly come back? Could it be? Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Could it be that they were chasing after the host of the world will? For so many gods to come out and chase after the path of domination, the person being chased must have a big background. So, it was very likely that it was the host of the world will. And Lin Ling knew that the host of the world will, other than the one sealed in the Dragon Clan, the rest were the gods of the Spirit Nation, Taoist Master of Many Treasures, and the others. They were too strong, so who would dare to chase after them? As for Lei Gong, it was unlikely. Not many people knew that he was still alive. Could it be Xiaoluan? Right, and Longyang? It seems that these gods in the Tao realm were entrusted by someone. Since the ancient gods of the Tao realm couldn't enter the 9 states void, they relied on them. Emperor God Zhang Gang and the others received the news, so they immediately went to help. Lin Ling didn't hesitate. He asked about the location of the Path of Domination and quickly left Lei Gong's hall. The Path of Domination was somewhere in the void. It was said that this path led to the ancient era. There were countless treasures inside. Although it was famous in the 9 states, not many people had been there. Only the Taoist Master of Many Treasures knew about it, and the latter was searching for treasures in the Path of Domination. Then, he came to auction it. Chapter 4608. He possessed the power of 7 million worlds. Generally speaking, he was invincible among the low-level gods. However, if he encountered a top-notch low-level god, Lin Ling might not be able to win by relying on his physical strength. Currently, he had 3 methods available to him. First, he could use his external avatar, but his strength would obviously be greatly reduced. Second, he could use Pangu to attack. Third, he could use Little Kunlun. However, with Little Kunlun's current strength, it could not fight against a god. However, he could not afford to wait any longer. He could not let anything happen to Xiaoluan. After a long time, a dazzling ray of light appeared in front of him. It was like a blazing sun, sucking in everything that passed by. That ray of light was like the mouth of an ancient beast. As expected of one of the 9 prefectures' 7 great forbidden lands. Even though Lin Ling had been to the Tao realm and was more knowledgeable, he could not help but be amazed when he saw the road of domination. It was said that the road of domination was left behind by the god realm. Back then, it was the battlefield of the gods. Countless gods had fallen there, resulting in countless treasures. According to the rumors in the 9 prefectures, this battlefield was not from the age of the gods, but from the ancient era. This caused very few people to enter the road of domination. No one had ever reached the end, not even Taoist Master of Many Treasures. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling shot into the ray of light. He guessed that Xiaoluan could enter the road of domination because he wanted to use the mysteries of the road of domination to block the pursuers. It was not difficult for Lin Ling to guess who wanted to capture Xiaoluan. It was most likely related to Bai Shan, Burning Heart, and Deng Xian. Whoosh! After entering the ray of light, an ancient wind attacked and tore at Lin Ling's body. However, although Lin Ling's talent was not there, after many years of tempering, his physical body had already reached a terrifying level. The divine wind could not tear Lin Ling to shreds. Even if it injured him, Lin Ling recovered in the blink of an eye with his powerful recovery ability. Looking around, he saw countless rays of light flickering like starlight. These rays of light seemed to be engraved in the surroundings. They flickered and emitted a desolate aura. It was as if there was an ancient beast hidden in each ray of starlight. The light was like a white horse flashing by. It seemed slow, but in the blink of an eye, Lin Ling had stabilized his body. He was currently on a heaven's path. The heaven's path was vast like the Milky Way, and it reached deep into the void. And on this Milky Way like heaven's path, all sorts of ancient objects were floating there. There were rocks, divine weapons, and even many heavenly treasures. I've heard that the path of the Sovereign Lord is filled with countless treasures. Now that I've seen it for myself, it seems to be true. Lin Ling waved his right hand, and a small cauldron flew toward him. The surface of the cauldron was carved with the head of an unknown beast. It looked very ferocious. After Lin Ling grabbed it, he exerted a bit of force. Pa! The small cauldron immediately turned into fine powder. As expected, although there are many treasures, most of them are useless. Lin Ling nodded and waved his right hand again. A piece of black rock shot towards him. Lin Ling caught it in his hand and threw it to the left. The rock shot to the left like a meteor. It turned out that Lin Ling wanted to see what would happen if he walked out of the path of sovereigns. The left seemed empty, but after the rock shot in, it seemed to enter water and quietly disappeared. Something's wrong. Lin Ling was shocked. The rock had disappeared. If he didn't follow the path of sovereigns and left the main road, he would disappear. As for where it went, Lin Ling didn't know. But he guessed that it was definitely somewhere bad. But fortunately, the path of sovereigns was vast, and there were many floating objects. If he met a top expert, he could use the floating objects to hide himself. Without divine energy, I can't even use the Kwa Fu Sun chasing boots. Otherwise, I could find Xiaoluan and the others quickly. Also, I don't know where Emperor Zhang Gang is. Time was precious. Lin Ling once again followed the path of sovereigns and shot forward. In front of him, there were many floating objects. There were rocks, treasures, and even ancient trees. These ancient trees were slowly growing in the huge soil. There were also some broken temples. Of course, there were also some bones left behind by gods. However, when Lin Ling passed by these bones, the wind immediately shattered them. It seemed like the gods' bones had lost their divine power and were useless. Xiao. At this time, there was a change. It happened very quickly. Danger. Although Lin Ling didn't have soul force, his many years of life and death experience were still there. He stopped abruptly. He saw a firefly fly past him and land on the broken temple in the distance. The temple emitted a dazzling light, then quietly turned transparent and finally disappeared. What is this? Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. That firefly didn't do anything and directly turned the temple into nothingness. Lin Ling had never seen such a method before. Most importantly, he couldn't sense what method the firefly used. Then, Lin Ling realized that the firefly was staring at him as if it had a spirit. Lin Ling even had an illusion that the firefly was staring at him and smiling. Suddenly, a soundless cry came from the firefly. The firefly didn't make a sound, but Lin Ling could still hear an ancient cry. Ka ka ka. The floating objects in the surroundings all floated toward the firefly and continuously condensed, as if they were about to become a giant. However, this giant was very strange because there were trees, temples, and even rocks on its body. It didn't look like anything at all. And on top of the giant's head, a lamp quietly condensed. It looked like a soul lamp. After the soul lamp lit up, the giant also erupted with a towering aura. When it was fully formed, it held a huge ancient tree in its hand and rushed toward Lin Ling. It looked huge, but its speed was incomparably fast. It was the speed of 1,000,000 worlds. This speed was comparable to Lin Ling's basic speed. Lin Ling didn't have the innate talent fusion, so he couldn't outrun this giant. Whoosh! The huge ancient tree in the giant's hand fiercely swept over. Lin Ling immediately punched out, the power of 7,000,000 worlds erupting. With a boom, Lin Ling didn't gain any advantage. His body flew backward, and he almost rushed out of the road of sovereigns and turned into nothingness. What kind of monster is this? Lin Ling was tongue-tied. It was clearly the condensation of scattered objects, but how could it be so powerful? No wonder so few people came to the road of sovereigns. It was because it was too dangerous. That soul lamp is probably the giant's weakness. But the giant is too fast, and its attacks are fierce. I can't get close. Lin Ling frowned. Just as he was thinking, an ancient gale swept over. The giant attacked again. Boom! Lin Ling reached out with both hands and grabbed the ancient tree that was sweeping towards him. This time, the ancient tree was unable to move an inch. Ah! Chapter 4609. However, the soul lamp above the giant's head gradually became brighter, as if it was about to use some technique. Kunlun. However, at this moment, little Kunlun, which had been sleeping on Lin Ling's left arm, finally woke up. It clearly knew that Lin Ling was not as strong as he was in the past during his breakthrough. It turned into a vine and swam along the giant's arm. In just a short time, an ancient forest appeared on the path of sovereigns. The giant was completely entangled by vines, and one of the thicker vines even swam to the top of the giant's head and wrapped around the green soul lamp. The soul lamp was also extinguished, as if it had met its nemesis. When the soul lamp was extinguished, the insufferably arrogant giant stopped moving and turned into an inanimate object. This unforeseen event shocked Lin Ling. He did not understand what had happened. In the end, he could only look at little Kunlun. However, he discovered that in the endless vine forest, there were all kinds of colorful fruits. Fruits. He remembered that little Kunlun had already bloomed a long time ago. Was this the fruit? Pa! One of the fruits fell, filling the air with endless smog. Poisonous miasma. Lin Ling was shocked. Pa! Another fruit fell, turning into fine powder that drifted away with the wind. However, a moment later, a large number of saplings appeared in the sky ahead. The terrifying thing was that these saplings were like man-eating animals, their leaves full of sharp teeth. Pa! The third fruit fell, and a fierce flame suddenly burned. As for the fourth fruit, it turned into a silver whip that looked like a snake. Upon closer inspection, it was also a vine. The vine waved in the air, easily tearing through the void with a light movement. Even Lin Ling's body wouldn't be able to withstand such sharpness. Of course, the vine waved for a moment before gradually withering and turning into dust. What's going on? Could it be that little Kunlun swallowed the soul lamp and then grew and transformed? Lin Ling was even more surprised. Fortunately, the endless vines began to shrink, turning into a single vine that swam towards Lin Ling. Upon closer inspection, the vine was no longer black, but had many colorful leaves. Kunlun. Furthermore, the voice that came from little Kunlun was filled with joy. Lin Ling communicated with little Kunlun and learned that these soul lamps could help little Kunlun grow. That was why little Kunlun was so happy. As for why it was like this, even little Kunlun did not know. Looks like little Kunlun is also extraordinary. Lin Ling thought to himself. When he had obtained little Kunlun, it was in the ancient power of the Qing Prefecture's Azure the Arch. Logically speaking, no matter how strong the Qing the Arch was, he was like an ant compared to the gods of today. Unless little Kunlun was hidden in the ancient power and even the Qing the Arch didn't know about it. It also exceeded Lin Ling's imagination. Without thinking too much, Lin Ling continued forward with little Kunlun. Along the way, they encountered those fireflies again. However, the moment the soul lamp appeared, little Kunlun would immediately devour it. This caused the fruits on little Kunlun to increase. Luckily, I have you. Otherwise, with my current strength, it would be difficult to find little Kunlun and the rest. Lin Ling smiled at little Kunlun. Then, He sensed his various avatars and realized that among the 7 avatars, 5 of them were already in the process of breaking through. Although they were far away, those avatars were one with Lin Ling. Therefore, they were connected to each other. As they continued forward, there were voices in front of them. These people were all wearing white robes and looked majestic. At this moment, they were standing on a huge rock and looking into the distance. People from the Spirit Nation. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Little Kunlun escaped really quickly. We almost caught her in the Tao realm. However, she chose to commit suicide and was taken away by the Tao realm. She hid in the void of the 9 prefectures and caused us to leave the Tao realm and chase her here. That's right. However, little Kunlun probably doesn't dare to enter the Tao realm now. After all, many ancient gods have already gathered there and are just waiting for her to return. Humph, now that the Kurishin and the others can't even protect themselves, little Kunlun won't be able to escape this time. There's also Longyang. She's also someone that Bai Shan wants to capture. No matter what, the Spirit Nation's gods made a deal with Bai Shan and the others. Since it's difficult for them to enter the void of the 9 prefectures, it's up to us, the Spirit Nation, to capture these world will hosts. Don't forget that Yuzhou's Divine Sovereign and the others are also trying to capture little Kunlun and the others. Damn, they're really going all out for the Tao realm fragments. Previously, Luli Empress transmitted a message to us to be careful of the people from the Great Hall of Lei Gong. A few experts from the Great Hall of Lei Gong have also entered the path of Dominator. As they continued to talk, Lin Ling learned the whole story. It was indeed Bai Shan. However, the fact that the Spirit Nation had actually reached an agreement with Bai Shan and the others surprised Lin Ling. After all, White Mountain, Burning Heart, and Burning Heart were all here for the World Will's host body, and the Great God of Spirit Kingdom was also a host body for the World Will. Wasn't the Great God of Spirit Kingdom afraid that White Mountain and the other 3 divine gates would harm him? Unless. Suddenly, Lin Ling felt a sense of worry. Lei Gong was also a host of the World Will. What he feared the most was that the Spirit Nation had to hand over Lei Gong. Shaking his head, Lin Ling knew that the most important thing now was to find little Kunlun and the others. Immediately, he flew towards the huge rock. He wanted to know the whereabouts of little Kunlun and the others through these people. There's someone here. Could it be the Yuzhou Divine Sovereign's men or the underworld? Lin Ling's arrival immediately caused the group of people to stop talking and look over calmly. Who are you? Tell me your name. One of them said calmly. However, Lin Ling remained silent. Although these people had the strength of a lower deity, they were not very strong. Therefore, Lin Ling planned to capture all of them in one fell swoop. He did not want to waste time. After all, he was now in the process of breaking through and his strength was not as strong as before. It was always better to be cautious. Damn it, I asked you a question and you didn't even answer. Could it be that you're a thief? Seeing Lin Ling's silence, the people of the Spirit Nation were furious. After returning from the Tao realm, their horizons had been broadened. The people of the 9 prefectures void were not worth mentioning. Moreover, the experts of the 9 prefectures void were all in the Tao realm. Therefore, there was no one in the 9 prefectures void that they were afraid of. You're courting death. I'll make you regret coming to the path of Dominator. One of them snorted coldly. Terrifying divine energy bloomed and turned into a chain that wrapped around Lin Ling. Looking at the divine energy, there were at least 50,000 units. As a mid-stage lower deity, he had 50,000 units of divine energy. His strength was not weak at all. Unfortunately, it was useless against Lin Ling. Bang! Lin Ling broke the chain with a punch. His speed suddenly increased and he suddenly appeared in front of the deity. His big hand grabbed the deity's neck and squeezed viciously. Pa! 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 Like firecrackers, the powerful deity's neck was crushed. Most importantly, this was the 9 prefectures void and not the Tao realm. This meant that he was completely dead. Chapter 46:10. One had to know that they had just escaped a crisis in the Tao realm and returned to the void of the 9 continents after their deaths. Who would have thought that one of them would die in the void of the 9 continents? You dare to kill a god of the spirit nation? You're dead meat. An old man roared hysterically. A white 8 trigrams mirror appeared behind him. This was his innate ability, and it had the power to destroy everything. Not good. He seems to be Lei Gong Lin Ling. Suddenly, someone's legs trembled as he pointed at Lin Ling in shock. What kind of joke is this? Isn't Lei Gong Lin Ling in the Tao realm? The other gods were all shocked. They were no longer as arrogant as before. Lei Gong Lin Ling was someone that even the 4 monarchs of the spirit nation were wary of. Even the great gods of the spirit nation were helpless against him. Now, he had appeared in front of them. You are Lei Gong Lin Ling. The old man who had activated the white 8 trigrams mirror trembled as he spoke. Bang! Lin Ling moved at full speed and smashed the 8 trigrams mirror behind the old man. Then, with a swing of his palm, he killed the old man. Speak. Where are Xiao Luan and the rest? Where are the people from the Lei Gong Hall? After intimidating the group of people with his thunderous aura, Lin Ling shouted majestically. They are here. All the gods were afraid and didn't dare to keep quiet. You can't say. However, a young man suddenly shouted coldly. He stared at Lin Ling. His left eye was blue and his right eye was yellow. It was as though he could see through Lin Ling's strength. He is not Lei Gong Lin Ling because he doesn't have divine origin. This person had actually found out that Lin Ling didn't have any divine origin. Who are you? How dare you impersonate Lei Gong Lin Ling? How bold of you! The young man laughed sinisterly as though he had seen through Lin Ling. Just because I don't have divine origin, you think that I'm not Lin Ling? This made Lin Ling laugh. This person was so silly. That's right. Lei Gong Lin Ling is much stronger than you. You must be an impersonator. You must have some ulterior motive for impersonating Lin Ling. The young man revealed a look that said, I see through you. Stupid. Lin Ling shook his head and did not waste any more time. He erupted with the speed of 7 million worlds and punched out like an ancient beast. It couldn't be blocked at all. Blood gushed out, and any divine force was blasted apart by this fist. Is it important whether I'm Lin Ling or not? Because I can kill you with a single punch. Lin Ling looked at the young man indifferently and said disdainfully. The young man spat out a mouthful of blood before dying. He pointed at Lin Ling and died with his eyes wide open. Indeed, whether this was Lin Ling or not, they were no match for him. This decided their fate. Run. The gods around were frightened. They wanted to leave immediately and inform Luli Empress and the others. Rumble. However, just as they left, an endless forest wrapped around them. Its aura was so terrifying that it seemed to have sealed this area. In the endless forest, a large number of soul lamps flickered and floated over. Within the soul lamps, wind howled, thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, sand and stones flew, and giant mountains shook. It was as if all kinds of power had gathered. Looking closely, this was not a forest. It was a primitive forest formed by countless vines. Most importantly, they were surrounded by the forest, and there was no way out. As for the soul lamps, they were actually fruits in the vines. What is this thing? Quick, destroy it and open up a path of survival. One of the gods roared and unleashed his power of divinity, which transformed into a gigantic saber that slashed out viciously. Suddenly, several fruits floated down and exploded in midair. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and heavenly flames surged. Not only did the divine power of that god explode into powder, but it also directly killed him. Fight! The gods also knew that they could not escape this calamity. They all used their full strength. Pa, pa, pa. However, the vines also began to drop fruits. When they fell to the ground, they exploded with all kinds of ancient power. It was as if a flood was surging, causing heaven and earth to collapse. The gods began to die one after another. In the end, only one escaped. Only 3 survived. At this moment, they were trembling and did not dare to say a word. However, after they stopped resisting, the vines did not drown them. Instead, it was Lin Ling who walked over step by step. Speak, Shaoluan. Where is Lei Gong's palace? Lin Ling said as he walked. His seemingly calm voice seemed to have come from the 9 underworlds. The corners of the 3 gods' mouths were trembling. Even now, they were not sure that this was Lin Ling. This was because the methods used by this Lin Ling were completely different from the rumors. He should be a fake. Imperial Past Celestial Venerable has escaped. He will definitely inform Spirit Nation. Before long, Luli Empress and the others will definitely come. Sire, since you are not Lin Ling, why do you have to interfere in this matter? How about this, you can leave now. We will pretend that nothing happened before. One of the gods cupped his hands and said to Lin Ling. He still did not believe that this was Lin Ling. Escaped? Lin Ling sneered and frowned. Ah! Outside the ancient forest, the only god who escaped let out a painful cry. Countless sprouts suddenly grew from his body. They were like blood-sucking plants, forcibly sucking this god to death. Underworld death plant. Seeing the miserable state of that god after death, the 3 gods' faces turned pale. What a strange method. Killing a god was as easy as blowing off dust. They could not even sense when that god was killed. They naturally did not know that countless fruits had fallen before. Some fruits had turned into fine powder and disappeared in the spiritual energy. They borrowed the momentum to enter the god's body. With a command, they could instantly absorb the god's blood and grow. It was incomparably terrifying. And this characteristic was similar to the underworld death plant. Shaoluan and the others are half a day's journey away from here. They are on the right side of the road. Finally, the 3 gods spoke the truth. The main thing was that this person who looked like Lin Ling was too powerful and too strange. He clearly did not have divine origin, but he killed them like killing chickens and dogs. You dare lie to me? Lin Ling frowned. Under his voice, vines swam over. The leaves were full of teeth, looking at the 3 gods malevolently. No, no, every word is the truth. The 3 gods stared at the demonic plant on Lin Ling's shoulder. They were so scared that they knelt down. Of course, Lin Ling was just scaring them. He was afraid that they were lying. Now that he saw that they did not seem to be lying to him, he immediately shot into the distance. Chapter 46:11. Luli Empress is here too. Although my grudge with her has ended, and this is the new Luli Empress, she definitely wants to kill me quickly. Since that's the case, I'll end her once and for all on the path of domination. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. Luli Empress's resurrection was ultimately a huge problem. This woman had always been unscrupulous in order to achieve her goals. Now that she had entered the Tao realm, it was best to kill her completely to prevent her strength from increasing by leaps and bounds. Recalling little Kunlun, Lin Ling sped into the depths at full speed. The path of domination seemed to have no end. From time to time, soul fires would flicker. They were those fireflies. Lin Ling didn't know what these fireflies were made of, but he guessed that they should be the souls of the ancient gods who had died. Fortunately, little Kunlun wasn't afraid of these fireflies, allowing Lin Ling's journey to be smooth. Whoosh! Suddenly, endless light appeared in front of him. It was actually the light of a large group of fireflies. TSK, TSK. Lin Ling was secretly amazed. Even with little Kunlun, he didn't dare to provoke them too much. He quickly took a detour. Moreover, the further he went, the wider the heavenly road became. This gave Lin Ling a lot of space to dodge. At this moment, a feeling of resonance appeared in Lin Ling's heart. Lin Ling couldn't help but be delighted. The heavenly dragon's bone talent is about to break through. Yes. Although the distance was far, because of the doppelganger, their minds were connected. Moreover, as long as his 7 dantians broke through, no one would be able to threaten him anymore. He even dared to fight an ordinary mid-level god. So big. As he moved forward, Lin Ling realized that the heavenly road was already vast and boundless. Moreover, there were large amounts of floating objects, as if he had arrived at the wasteland of the universe. The right side of the heavenly road. Next, Lin Ling ran to the right. Along the way, he passed through countless floating objects. However, Lin Ling also realized that these floating objects were getting bigger and bigger. Many of them were as magnificent as islands, and there were also a lot of plants on them. Moreover, around the island, fireflies that looked like soul fires were flying. Although there weren't many of them, they seemed to be searching for something. Boom! Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from one of the islands, as if there was an intense battle going on. Lin Ling hurriedly shot toward the island. He swept his gaze across the island and saw that there were many gods on it. The two sides were currently engaged in a fierce battle. One of them was Lei Gong's palace, while the other side surprised Lin Ling. It was an old acquaintance, the underworld demon sealer. Lord Lin Ling. When Lin Ling suddenly floated above the island, a voice suddenly sounded. It was the people from Lei Gong's Great Hall. The experts from Lei Gong's Great Hall that were left behind in the void of the 9 states were clearly weaker than the Tao realm experts, but they were still mid-stage lower gods. The ones leading them were God Emperor Zhang Gang and Giant Ghost. When they saw Lin Ling, they were undoubtedly shocked. They didn't expect Lin Ling to come here from the Tao realm. Originally, they should have informed Lin Ling about this matter. However, when they found out that Xiaoluan and the others were being hunted, Lin Ling happened to be inside the mist barrier on the island. They didn't want to disturb Lin Ling, so they didn't inform Yu and the others and came here on their own. Lin Ling. At the same time, the underworld demon sealer and the people from the South Tomb also saw Lin Ling and their expressions turned ugly. Last time in the Spirit Province, they were forcefully chased away by Lin Ling. Even with Emperor Zhan's help, they almost died. Thus, when they saw Lin Ling, they naturally hated him to the bone. Most importantly, they missed the chance to enter the Tao realm because Lin Ling was guarding the outside world at that time, causing them to hide in the underworld and not dare to come out. Now that they saw Lin Ling again, besides being angry, they also knew that things were not good. First, they still hadn't recovered their full strength. Second, Lin Ling's shadow in their hearts was too heavy. Underworld Demon Sealer. Lin Ling stood on the island and coldly stared at the Underworld Demon Sealer. With just one glance, the Underworld Demon Sealer didn't dare to move. He could only grit his teeth and speak in a low voice, "Lin Ling, you really are a dog with a keen sense of smell. You're everywhere." He knew very well that now that Lin Ling had entered the Tao realm, his strength must have greatly increased. Scram! Lin Ling angrily shouted. "You want us to scram?" The underworld demon sealer clenched his fists tightly. He hated Lin Ling for humiliating him again. 1. Lin Ling didn't waste time and calmly counted. 2. His voice was calm, but it carried a domineering aura. "Let's go." The underworld demon sealer pondered for a moment, then left with hatred in his heart. "Let's go." A large number of underworld knights also left with him, majestically rushing towards the heavenly path. In the blink of an eye, only the people from Lei Gong's palace were left on the island. They all looked at Lin Ling excitedly. As expected of Lord Lei Gong, he didn't even need to do anything and scared off the underworld demon sealer with his majesty alone. Where are little Luan and the others? Lin Ling also hurriedly landed on the island. They were together before, but after we stopped the underworld demon sealer and the others, little Luan went deeper. God Emperor Zhang Gang hurriedly said. Moreover, an immortal overlord came from the underworld. He's extremely powerful and is now chasing after little Luan. The giant ghost also spoke. What about Longyang? Lin Ling asked again. I heard that Longyang also entered the path of domination, but we haven't seen her. I heard that the spirit nation is chasing after her. I guess she's also in the depths. God Emperor Zhang Gang said. Let's go find them. Lin Ling didn't say anything else and immediately left the island. The people from Lei Gong's palace also hurriedly followed Lin Ling. If Lord Lei Gong didn't want to find little Luan and the others, those underworld gods would have died long ago. One of the old men laughed loudly. That's right. They escaped last time, and this time, they escaped again. However, Lord Lei Gong can't be bothered to kill them. The others laughed as well. Hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head and said to the people behind him, that's not necessarily true. My current strength is not as strong as before. If we really fight, the result will be an even fight. What? Hearing this, everyone stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. I'm currently in the process of breaking through, so my strength isn't with me. With this strength, even if I can defeat the underworld demon sealer and the others, it will take a lot of time. That's why I scared them away. Lin Ling looked at everyone and laughed. That works too. God Emperor Zhang Gang and the giant ghost were speechless. When they thought of the underworld demon sealer and the others fleeing, they couldn't help but laugh. If they knew that the current Lin Ling wasn't much stronger than them, what would they think? Don't worry, my strength will return soon. When that time comes, no one will be able to stop me on the path of domination. Chapter 46:12. Bastard. At this moment, the netherworld sealer and the others were leaving gloomily. Their faces were dark. Clearly, they were about to explode from anger. One humiliation was enough, but Lin Ling actually humiliated them a second time. A warrior would rather die than be humiliated. This Lin Ling is really arrogant. The netherworld South Tomb's expression wasn't good either. However, she suddenly frowned and said to the netherworld sealer, Lei Gong Lin Ling has always been arrogant and bold. There's nothing he doesn't dare to do. Last time, we almost killed his master. What does he want to do? Of course he wants to kill us. The netherworld sealer snorted. But he actually didn't kill us and let us go. The woman's eyes began to flicker. Hee, that's because he can't completely kill us. He's just a bit afraid of us. The netherworld sealer didn't want to lose face and said indifferently. I don't think that's the case. After all, last time in the 9 states, Lin Ling didn't have any fear and killed as he pleased. Even when Lord Nether God appeared, he didn't give face. Now that he's returned from the Tao realm, his strength must have increased greatly. Don't you think it's strange that he let us go? Is that so? The woman said. Ah. The netherworld sealer frowned at the mention of this. Yes, something was wrong. Given Lin Ling's personality, as long as he was stronger than them, he wouldn't just tell them to scram and kill them directly. Unless Lin Ling was weaker than them. Could it be? The netherworld sealer looked at the woman in shock. The woman's body trembled. She had also guessed something. Unless his strength didn't increase at all. No, even if he didn't increase his strength back then was enough to crush us. So, unless he's weaker than before. Motherf***, he's weaker than us and he's telling us to scram. The two were stunned on the spot, veins popping out on their foreheads. Most importantly, Lin Ling told them to scram, so they obediently scrammed. "We've been tricked. Quick, kill them." When they came to their senses, they were so angry that they almost collapsed. They turned around and flew back to the island. A long time later, when they returned to the island from before, it was completely empty. This further proved that Lin Ling had lied to them. "Damn it, this is the first time in my life that I've been deceived." "Me too. Find him." Their anger surged as they led the underworld cavalry into the depths of heaven's path. At this moment, Lin Ling did not know that there were pursuers behind him. He continued to move forward along the right side of the heaven's path, passing by many floating objects. After a long time, powerful auras came from the front. Lin Ling sensed that they were experts from the Spirit Nation. These Spirit Nation experts were outside an even bigger island and had sealed it. "I found it. It should be there." Lin Ling's gaze locked onto him, and he shot out like a rainbow. At this moment, a large number of Spirit Nation experts were standing guard outside the huge island. Each of them was responsible for guarding an area of 10,000 miles, sealing off the entire island. Their gazes were fixed on the island, preventing anyone from escaping from the island. As a result, they didn't realize that the Thunder God Great Hall was behind them. By the time a few of them reacted, Lin Ling was already right in front of them. A terrifying murderous aura surged into the sky. His long hair danced in the wind, and his cold face was like 1,000-year-old ice. Just one look was enough to make the Spirit Nation's gods tremble. If they did not recognize Lin Ling at first, they were 100% sure that this man was Lei Gong Lin Ling after seeing Lei Gong Palace. Bang! Without waiting for one of them to speak, Lin Ling punched out, and the powerful force shattered the void. Boom! That god's chest exploded from the punch, and he couldn't be more dead. "Lei Gong Palace, Lin!" Someone shouted, but before he could finish, Lin Ling moved at full speed, arrived in front of him, and broke his neck. The giant ghost held the stone tablet in his hand, and with a ruthless smash, a god was turned into minced meat. The people of Lei Gong Palace all took action, wiping out all the gods in this area. Lin Ling did not waste time on such a trivial matter. He shot into the island and continued his search. Boom! 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 At this moment, on the ancient divine land, two figures were rushing forward at a rapid speed. Behind them, the experts of Spirit Nation were hot on their heels. The two leading were top experts. One was one of the four spiritual gods, and the other was Luli Empress. Cripple that girl. One of the four spiritual gods was an old man. He was tall and sturdy, and he had a domineering aura. His face was dark, and he emitted an unreasonable dark light. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his palm down. This slap was aimed at one of the women, and she was Xiao Luan. However, the current Xiao Luan was not the same as before. Her face became ferocious, and a large number of ancient runes appeared, as though they were sealing a terrifying power. The power flowed along the runes, and when it reached her hands, a yellow ripple was emitted. This power was similar to the power of Spirit Nation's great god. It was a power unique to the world will host. A yellow world will host. TSK, TSK. You've improved so quickly. Another level, and your strength will be comparable to our Spirit Nation's great god. The old man shouted coldly. His palm, which was emitting a merciless light, did not stop. Instead, it increased its strength and grabbed down. Boom! The two powers collided in mid-air, causing the island to tremble slightly. Xiao Luan's face was cold, and she kept urging the mysterious power in her body. However, her cultivation time was too short, so it was gradually suppressed. As the power decreased, the huge black palm seemed to cover the sky, and it was getting closer and closer to her. From the looks of it, it was only a matter of time before she was caught. However, at this moment, a new power came from the side. This power was like a dragon from ancient times, and it was extremely powerful. Most importantly, it was mixed with the power of the world will. Rumble. The arrival of this power had undoubtedly blocked the palm that was grabbing down from the sky. Ha! The merciless spiritual deity frowned. Beside him, Luli Empress's eyes flickered slightly. Of course, the most surprised was Xiao Luan. She had been unable to block it before, but someone had suddenly helped her, which surprised her. She could not help but turn her head and find that the person who had helped her was another world will host, Longyang. Xiao Luan was not familiar with Longyang. She only knew that Longyang was like her, being chased and forced to escape into the Road of Dominator. After entering the Road of Dominator, they did not talk much, as if they had met by chance. However, Longyang had given up her chance to escape and took the initiative to help her. Chapter 46:13. No need. Not far away, Longyang also nodded. She also knew that her help would not be of much help. However, seeing that another world will's host body was about to be captured, she naturally could not stand by and do nothing. She was indeed not familiar with Xiaoluan. However, she was even less familiar with the Spirit Nation. Luli Empress, to avoid unnecessary trouble, lend me a hand. At this moment, the old man also said faintly. Longyang had the strength of a late-stage low god and possessed the power of a world will's host body. Her strength was much stronger than Xiaoluan and was only slightly weaker than a spiritual god like him. All right. Luli Empress nodded and looked coldly at Longyang. Longyang, I never thought that we would meet again. Back then, under the cover of the Kurishin, I remember that your goal had always been to surpass me. Luli Empress, you clearly died in the hands of Lin Ling. Now that you have revived, you really surprised me. Now that you don't dare to meet Lin Ling, you only dare to hide in the Spirit Nation and do some sneaky things for the Spirit Nation. Longyang raised her head and said without backing down. You don't have to worry about this. I just want to tell you that in this lifetime, you will never have the chance to surpass me. Luli Empress was not affected in the slightest. She calmly said, the only Empress of the 9 states void is me. After saying that, she pointed out a finger and a black lotus spiraled out, releasing a terrifying divine energy. Then, the lotus appeared above Longyang and the others, trying to suppress the 2 women. What a shameless woman. That's right, when it comes to being thick-skinned, I, Longyang, cannot compare to you. At least, I can't become a disciple of the Kurishin and betray the Kurishin in the blink of an eye. Now, you are even using Kurishin methods to deal with your own people. Huh, Luli Empress, when it comes to being the #1 bitch in the 9 states, I think no one else is better than you. Sensing the terrifying power in the sky, Longyang's heart became even more solemn, but she still mocked him. Luli Empress and the Spirit God were both top-tier lesser gods. Even if the 2 of them worked together, they might not be able to defeat them, let alone Xiaoluan. I've long heard that Longyang is the best at flirting with both sides and is a fickle woman. Now that I've met you today, you really live up to your reputation. However, do you think you can influence me with your glib tongue? Luli Empress's expression remained unchanged. A straight foot is not afraid of a crooked shadow. How can bystanders affect my heart of martial arts? Damn it! Hearing those righteous words, Longyang couldn't help but curse. Luli Empress's shamelessness was known to everyone in the void of the 9 prefectures. Even her own master, the Kurishin, would betray her. However, in Luli Empress' words, she, Longyang, had become a shameless person. Most importantly, Luli Empress could actually be so serious when she said those words. Longyang, you can be considered a street rat. You hide here and there in the void of the 9 prefectures. You're simply shameful. However, you're always in the secret realms. From this, it can be seen that you're not an honorable person. Today, I'll take you away and discipline you properly. Luli Empress didn't intend to waste any time. She formed a complicated seal with her hands and suddenly pointed at Luli Empress. Endless darkness appeared and transformed into an enormous amount of divine power, causing the Black Lotus to grow even larger. PFFF. Under the power of the lotus, Longyang could no longer resist and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, her eyes dimmed. Ever since she found out that she was the host body of the world's will, she had an unbearable feeling in her heart. It was as if she was a freak. Therefore, she rarely appeared in front of people and hid in the dark. Perhaps, in the depths of her heart, that sudden feeling was a sense of inferiority. Or perhaps, she couldn't accept that she was one of the murderers who had once destroyed the entire world. But now, retribution had finally come. No matter how she hid, she still couldn't escape the fate of being caught. Although I'm the host body of the world's will, I've never thought of destroying the world. I only want to become stronger and protect myself. Longyang gritted her teeth and said to herself. Me too. Beside her, Xiaoluan was resisting the spiritual deity's big hand, but he also agreed with Longyang's idea. They looked at each other. Although they weren't familiar with each other, perhaps they had the same idea. Therefore, at this moment, they suddenly felt as familiar as family. However, just as the Black Lotus was getting closer and closer to Longyang, Lin Ling finally arrived. His entire body was like an ancient giant beast, descending from the sky. With a punch, his might shook all directions. Boom! The power of 7 million worlds erupted. The Black Lotus that was hovering in the sky suddenly exploded, and endless divine power gushed out. Above Longyang and Xiaoluan, Lin Ling stood there. His body was injured by the divine power, and blood was constantly dripping. However, his body was also constantly recovering. Of course, at this moment, no one noticed those wounds. Instead, they were looking at Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling. My lord. Xiaoluan and Longyang almost spoke at the same time. They had never imagined that at the most dangerous moment, Lin Ling would suddenly appear. Wasn't Lin Ling in the Tao realm? Could it be that after knowing that they were in danger, Lin Ling had directly rushed from the Tao realm to the path of domination? At this moment, the two of them felt very conflicted. Of course, in the sky, Luli Empress's expression changed drastically. She stared fixedly at the blue-robed man, and with great difficulty, she spat out a few words. Lin Ling. She was clearly incomparably surprised by Lin Ling's appearance. Luli Empress. Lin Ling stared at Luli Empress and coldly spat out this sentence. Last time, when the Tao realm opened, he also saw Luli Empress. However, at that time, there were too many experts, and he didn't have the time to pay attention to Luli Empress. Now that they met again, for some reason, he didn't feel any emotions. It was as if the woman in the sky wasn't Luli Empress, but a puppet. Perhaps in Lin Ling's heart, Luli Empress was eternally slumbering beneath the divine mountain. I'm no longer Luli Empress. Luli Empress stared at Lin Ling and slowly spoke. I didn't treat you as Luli Empress either. However, you borrowed her body to revive. This touched my reverse scale. Lin Ling said coldly. Luli Empress, is this Lin Ling? Why does his strength give me a feeling that he's much weaker? Right at this moment, the old man beside Luli Empress interrupted the two people's conversation. After he spoke, Luli Empress also checked Lin Ling and instantly discovered the abnormality on Lin Ling's body. What in the world happened to you? Why is there no divine essence undulation? Luli Empress narrowed her eyes and made a guess. Could it be that you failed to break through? Reaching Lin Ling's realm, wanting to cripple him was simply something impossible unless one failed to break through. And it was very, very difficult for a low-level deity to step into middle-level deity. Failing to break through, causing divine essence to disappear, this was also not impossible. Ha ha ha, this is the Lei Gong Lin Ling that Lord Ning spoke of. In my opinion, he's simply a piece of trash. Chapter 46:14. After all, Lin Ling was a wanted criminal in the Spirit Nation. There were countless people in the Spirit Nation who wanted to kill him. However, in the end, not only did Lin Ling not die, but the Spirit Nation suffered countless casualties. This showed how difficult it was to deal with Lin Ling. Lin Ling, why aren't you saying anything? Hearing the old man's words, Luli Empress was even more certain of some things. She looked at Lin Ling indifferently, and there was a trace of shock and helplessness in the depths of her eyes. To her, Lin Ling had always been a thorn in her heart. When she, Luli Empress, was still one of the top 10 martial gods in the 9 states, Lin Ling was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. Then, he grew up in the Trichiliocosm and approached her position as the Empress step by step. In the end, he was on equal footing with her, and in the end, he looked down on her. In Luli Empress's heart, Lin Ling was the representative of invincibility. This was also a heavy blow to Luli Empress. After meeting Lin Ling, her light and glory seemed to have dimmed. However, she did not expect that Lin Ling, who returned from the Tao realm, did not have any divine origin. Without divine origin, to the gods, he was considered a crippled god. A proud son of heaven fell from the altar and became a crippled god. Most importantly, this person was Lin Ling. How could this not be shocking? At this moment, Luli Empress only wanted to vent her inner joy. She also wanted to look down on Lin Ling and wash away the shame of so many years. Of course, she was not the only one. Behind Lin Ling, Longyang also looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. She had the same thought as Luli Empress. The shadow that this man had left behind in their hearts was too heavy. Even though they were blessed by the heavens and had defeated countless outstanding talents in their lives, this man would forever stand above them and conquer them. But now, this man had fallen from the altar. If I defeat him now, it will be as easy as flipping my hand. Longyang suddenly became agitated, but in the end, she still sighed. Although Lin Ling was her biggest enemy, she couldn't deny that Lin Ling was very principled and straightforward. He had never taken advantage of the fact that Longyang was his enemy to eliminate her when she was weak. This kind of man made people both love and hate him. She loved him for helping her so much. She hated the fact that he was the first man in the world to humiliate her. Lin Ling, what else do you have to say? At this moment, Luli Empress's voice sounded, and it actually carried a hint of superiority. Lin Ling smiled and didn't say anything. Now that he was in the process of breaking through, he wasn't a real deity. What was there to explain? Everyone was at their weakest when breaking through, there was nothing strange about that. Of course, Luli Empress didn't think that Lin Ling was in the process of breaking through. After all, breaking through to the mid-level deity level was too difficult. Moreover, who would come out for a stroll after breaking through? Therefore, she was 100% sure that Lin Ling had failed to break through. Moreover, all the gods in the void of the 9 prefectures had entered the Tao realm, and everyone wanted to be the first god to break through to the mid-level deity level. Luli Empress also wanted to break through, and Lin Ling was no exception. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had failed. This was called, more haste, less speed. Luli Empress, why waste your breath on him? Kill him first. He doesn't have any divine energy, and I reckon that only his physical strength is strong. However, this strength can't stop a real low-level deity. I can kill him with one move. That old man took a big step forward and pounced on Lin Ling. Luli Empress frowned. She should have done something as important as killing Lin Ling herself, but she was still a little cautious. She was afraid that Lin Ling might have some life-saving trump card. Therefore, she sent the spiritual deity to test Lin Ling. Lord Lin Ling, let's do it together. Seeing the spiritual deity pouncing on them, Xiaoluan and Longyang both wanted to help. No need. Get ready to leave at any time. Lin Ling said without even looking at them. His words stunned the two ladies. Could it be that Lin Ling still had a trump card? But, without divine essence in the body, how powerful could this kind of trump card be? Lin Ling, don't try to show off. I know how you feel, but sometimes, people have to be realistic. You walked step by step from being weak to the peak. Now, this is just a small setback. How can this stop you from moving forward? I believe that you can make a comeback. Long Yang suddenly shouted, because I'm waiting for you to fight me in your strongest state. These words finally made Lin Ling turn his head. He looked at Long Yang in disbelief. Then, he blinked. What was Long Yang talking about? A martial artist's life has never been smooth sailing. Although you are now like the sun in the west, who can say for sure that you won't rise again? Long Yang said when she saw Lin Ling looking at her. Who is falling? Lin Ling was speechless. Lin Ling, accept reality. I know that you are really upset. Long Yang sighed softly. She thought that Lin Ling couldn't accept the fact that he had become a crippled god. This was normal. The former number one god of the 9 provinces had fallen. If it were her, she would also find it hard to accept. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He understood Long Yang's meaning. Long Yang, you think too much. I, Lin Ling, will never fall. You don't have to worry about this. Sigh. Long Yang sighed again. She guessed that Lin Ling had suffered too big of a blow. That was why he didn't want to admit what had happened. However, although Lin Ling's mentality had a problem, it was obviously not something that could be explained in a few words. The most important thing now was to leave this place. All of you, stand still. I will deal with him. Lin Ling didn't have time to explain anything. He couldn't tell these people that they shouldn't look down on him. He was just breaking through now. Lin Ling didn't want to do such a thing. You want to deal with me? May I ask, do you have the power of a god? Where is your talent? My talent is that of a 3rd stage intermediate god. If you don't have this talent, how can you fight me? A strong wind blew. The old man's terrifying power of a god suppressed Lin Ling. His rolling voice was full of disdain. Even if Lin Ling had talent, with his 3rd stage intermediate god fetus, Lin Ling was like a clay chicken in front of him. Not to mention that he didn't even have divine energy. Watch me kill you with one move. Lin Ling, this is your last chance. You better fight me with all your strength. The old man's body shook. A dragon's roar came from his left arm, and an elephant's roar came from his right arm. When the dragon and elephant combined, his divine energy suddenly increased by several times. This was his tyrannical talent. Previously, when he suppressed Long Yang and the rest, he didn't use his full strength because Long Yang and the rest were not qualified for him to use his full strength. However, Lin Ling was different. He was the most wanted criminal in Spirit Nation. If he didn't use his full strength, he would be letting Lin Ling down. What a terrifying divine energy. It's as if there's an entire world hidden in his body. Seeing this, Xiaoluan said in shock. Chapter 46:15. The 8th level. The place where Xiaoluan appeared in the Tao realm was obviously not the valley, but a magnificent mountain. If she wanted to go down the mountain, she had to pass through the miasma, so she knew how terrifying the miasma was. Thinking of this, they all looked at Lin Ling, their eyes filled with even more worry. But at this moment, Lin Ling finally made his move, his palm slowly chopping out. Pangu's strike, split the heavens. However, this move did not have any fluctuations of divine essence. Coupled with the slow movement, many people did not feel that it was very powerful. In fact, Luli Empress and the others had a slight impression of this move. They knew that it was very strong, but they always thought that it needed divine essence to activate it. Now that Lin Ling did not have divine essence, the power of this move was probably not that great. In their knowledge, whether it was the power of the gods or the steps of the gods, they all relied on divine essence as the foundation. A magical ability that did not rely on divine essence was also not mainstream. Huh, what a trash move. The old man also thought so. Seeing Lin Ling slowly chopping out, he laughed sarcastically, a girl's move. Lin Ling, don't tell me you learned to dance in the Tao realm. Lin Ling did not bother to say more and still chopped out with his palm. When the palm got closer and closer, the spirit god gradually frowned. For some reason, he finally felt a ferocious aura from that palm. This aura was very ancient, as if it had existed since the beginning of the world. If he was the primitive world, then Lin Ling was the god of creation, breaking his primitive world and creating a new world. What move is this? At this moment, he roared loudly. Pangu's strike. Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. Pangu's strike was the most ancient magical ability of martial arts. It was all-encompassing. Not to mention a mere spirit god, even the ancient great gods in the Tao realm would not be able to see through it. Swoosh! The palm chopped down like a saw. Countless divine essence spewed out, and the dragon elephant collapsed. A palm appeared above the spirit god's head and slowly smashed down. Retreat! The old man roared in his heart. However, to his horror, he discovered that the seemingly slow palm actually sealed all of his space. It was clearly not fast, but it had a demonic power that prevented him from escaping. Instead, he had to face it personally. If he could withstand it, then everything would be fine. If he couldn't, then his soul would scatter. What is this Pangu strike? He unleashed all of his skills, but it was still useless. In the eyes of Luli Empress and the others, the spiritual deity was frozen in place and unmoving as Lin Ling slowly hacked down with his palm. Starting from the head, the spiritual deity was split into two. Fresh blood and divine essence gushed out, the sound of bones shattering like beans being fried, the sound of flesh being torn apart like flowing water. Blurg. Behind Luli Empress, the experts from the various spirit kingdoms felt like vomiting. Even though they had seen many things, this was the first time they had seen such a brutal and bloody move. Swoosh! In the end, the spiritual deity was forcibly split into two by Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's attack didn't stop there. It landed on the ground and actually split the entire island into two. Rumble. Looking at the real creation of heaven and earth, everyone was silent. Didn't Lin Ling say that he had failed to break through? Wasn't this move a little too terrifying? A peak lower god had died in front of their eyes just like that. Moreover, he was one of the four spiritual deities of the spirit kingdom. Could it be that Lin Ling already had strength comparable to Lord Ning? In reality, they didn't know that before Lin Ling entered the Tao realm, his strength was no weaker than Lord Ning. One must know that Lord Ning was one of the four spiritual deities, and his strength was comparable to treasure god Nanwu Fengyu. However, treasure god Nanwu Fengyu was no match for Lin Ling now. In addition, the Pangu strike was Lin Ling's trump card. It relied on the strength of the physical body and had nothing to do with divine essence. This meant that even if Lin Ling was an early lower god, as long as his physical body was strong enough, this move could still kill a peak lower god. At the same time, a large number of people arrived from behind. They were experts like the underworld's demon sealer. However, after seeing the scene in front of them, they all swallowed hard. This Lin Ling, is he really strong or is he just pretending to be strong? I don't know. When I saw him before, the spiritual deity of the spirit kingdom was also killed in one move. One move. The two leaders from the underworld whispered. The more they spoke, the more terrified they became. Looking at Luli Empress, she didn't dare to speak at this moment. She stared at Lin Ling as if she wanted to see through Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice floated out, God Emperor Steel Slayer, Giant Ghost, take them away. The people in Lei Gong's hall immediately took Xiaoluan and the others away. However, Lin Ling didn't leave. He stood coldly in the sky. He knew very well that at this time, he absolutely couldn't leave. Because if he turned around, these people would pounce on him. On the contrary, his aura was not weak. They didn't dare to act rashly. Oh no, they're going to escape. Seeing Xiaoluan and the others leave, someone in the spirit kingdom shouted. However, shouting was one thing. With Lin Ling guarding there alone, no one dared to move. They were scared. After witnessing Lin Ling kill the spiritual deity with one move, in their hearts, Lin Ling was simply an invincible existence. Could it be that he actually has divine energy but hid it, or used some method to block our detection? Luli Empress had always been cautious. Now, she couldn't care less about Xiaoluan and the others who had escaped. She still stared at Lin Ling. As time passed, Lin Ling also sensed that his physical strength was recovering. However, the current situation wasn't good because more and more experts had arrived. They were all eyeing him covetously. As long as he gave himself away, these people would probably swarm over. TSK, Lei Gong Lin Ling, you've really worn out iron shoes but still couldn't find you. However, where are the two world wills? At this time, a large number of experts arrived. It was the divine overlord of Yu State. The old man leading them was sitting on a green lotus. It was the powerful green lotus deity overlord. This person's strength was almost comparable to the great gods of the spirit kingdom. His divine fetus was probably very strong. After he arrived, he looked at Lin Ling with a cold smile. Green Lotus Deity Overlord, Lin Ling killed the spiritual deity Wu Wuzuan in one move. Someone suddenly said. What? The Green Lotus Deity Overlord, who was in control of everything, suddenly trembled violently. He naturally knew the strength of the four spiritual deities of the spirit kingdom. They were the strongest experts below the great gods of the spirit kingdom. Although they weren't as strong as him, he definitely wouldn't be able to kill the four spiritual deities in one move. However, Lin Ling killed them in one move. Could this guy have stepped into the strength of a middle god? For a moment, he didn't dare to act rashly. Since he didn't dare to move, the other gods didn't dare to move either. Time passed like this. Everything was silent. So powerful. As expected of the number one god of the 9 states, Lin Ling, he's able to intimidate millions of gods by himself. Someone looked at the scene in front of them and couldn't help but say with admiration. Intimidating the gods by himself. In the entire 9 prefectures, Lin Ling was probably the only one who could do this. Chapter 46:16. The Green Lotus Deity Overlord had long heard of Lin Ling's name, but he had never paid much attention to him. Back then, Lin Ling had repeatedly fought against the Spirit Nation, such as Spirit Light City and the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace's invasion of the Spirit Nation's islands. At that time, Lin Ling had also become the Spirit Nation's most wanted criminal. But now, Lin Ling's strength alone was almost on par with the Spirit Nation's great gods. This is letting the tiger return to the mountain. Now, the Spirit Nation's great gods must be regretting it. The Green Lotus Deity Overlord thought to himself. He had to admit that the junior he had looked down on back then had now reached the level where he had to pay attention to him. This made him very curious as to where this junior's confidence came from to reach such strength. My lord, if this continues, I'm afraid those 2 world hosts will escape. After waiting for a long time, someone finally spoke in a low voice. It was someone from the underworld demonic overlord side. I know, but didn't you see that the Spirit Nation didn't dare to make a move? This means that Lin Ling is very dangerous. The underworld demonic overlord shook his head and said, the first person to make a move might end up dead. In any case, the Spirit Nation and Lin Ling's hatred is even greater. If they don't make a move, why should we be cannon fodder? My lord is right. All the major forces had their own plans and wanted others to be cannon fodder. As for Xiaoluan and the others, although they could escape the first time, they couldn't escape the second time, so there was no hurry. I don't believe that you can be so powerful without divine energy. I'm going to chase after the world will hosts. As if it was too oppressive, an old man suddenly roared. However, Lin Ling's lips curled into a sneer. He knew that this was a test because if they weren't afraid of him, why would they say that they were going to chase after the world will hosts? They should be saying that they were going to kill Lin Ling. They wanted to trick him, Lin Ling, with this little trick. Die. Lin Ling didn't waste any words. If he didn't agree with him, he would die. With this word, the old man's legs went soft. He was intimidated by the aura, not to mention chasing after Xiaoluan and the others, he didn't even dare to move. Lei Gong Lin Ling, before reaching the Tao realm, was already the #1 god in the 9 states. He even has an expert controlling the Eastern Imperial Bell. Now that he isn't afraid of us, I'm afraid, there must be many experts from Lei Gong's hall hidden in the Road of Dominion. I think that's possible. Also, look at the Thunder God. He doesn't look angry, but he looks mighty. He must have improved a lot in the Tao realm. I think, we should run, we should run. Many gods didn't overlords level realm gods as a lot. Great attention overlords attention 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 overlord desses. Attention attention attention. Attention 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 attentions as attention attention overlords lords. Attention attention sky overlord overlord to overlords. In the distant sky, a large number of figures flew over. They were so fast that they appeared on the island in the blink of an eye. Among them were Lord Ning of the Spirit Nation, as well as experts from the underworld. Among them, there was a burly man who was the most powerful. He was covered in pitch-black nether energy, wore a cape, and had horns on his head. It was the immortal overlord. He was a top expert sent by the underworld and had the strength of an intermediate god. Immortal overlord. The underworld demon overlord hurriedly shouted when he saw the expert. He then told him what had happened. He killed a spiritual god in one move. The immortal overlord's nether energy surged when he heard the news. He seemed very surprised. However, Lord Ning was even more surprised. Unknowingly, the junior he had recruited back then had surpassed him. He felt like he was dreaming. Could it be that Lin Ling's strength had greatly increased in the Tao realm? Very strong. I'm afraid no one among the lower gods is your match. At this time, the immortal overlord also floated toward Lin Ling. However, I also want to meet you. He was also the first person to attack Lin Ling. Because he was an intermediate god. Whether Lin Ling's strength had increased or not, as long as he was not an intermediate god, he was not afraid. When Lin Ling saw the immortal overlord arrive, he sighed inwardly. This kind of concealment had finally reached its limit. He punched out, and the terrifying physical strength broke through the void, forming a sound wave that rushed toward the immortal overlord. Boom! This punch landed on the immortal overlord's body and punched a big hole in his body. However, Lin Ling's fist did not stop and rushed out crazily. Bang! 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 More and more holes appeared on the immortal overlord's body. Even his head was penetrated. However, nether energy surged in the wound and it continued to heal. Lei Gong Lin Ling, is this all you've got? After recovering, the immortal overlord turned into a dark existence again and spoke coldly. I can tell you that he doesn't have the strength of an intermediate god. Moreover, this strength is at most stronger than an ordinary lower god. There are no less than 10 people present who can defeat him. The immortal overlord said again. He had obviously come to test Lin Ling's strength, but he was disappointed. What? Hearing this, all the gods were shocked. Immortal overlord, he killed the spirit god with a single move. Even I can't do that. The Green Lotus Deity Overlord said with a frown. That's not his basic strength. It's probably a kind of trump card, and this kind of trump card can only be used once in a short period of time. After all, how can such a powerful attack not have any side effects? The Immortal Overlord continued, therefore, I reckon that to activate that trump card, one has to rely on physical strength. After killing the spirit god, he's actually at his weakest. However, you were all frightened by him and missed the opportunity to kill him. Huh? Immortal Overlord, you're not lying to us, are you? With my strength, would I be interested in lying to you? If I didn't want to capture the host of the world will, I wouldn't care about your lives. Damn it, we've been fooled. Immortal Overlord, tell us, have we been fooled? All the gods were furious. As the strongest gods in the void of the 9 states, they were actually so frightened by Lin Ling that they didn't dare to move and even their legs were trembling. This was a disgrace. I can tell you that not only have you been fooled, but you're also idiots. The Immortal Overlord shouted coldly, his voice full of sarcasm. This was the first time he had seen Lin Ling, so he naturally didn't know about Lin Ling's reputation. Therefore, he couldn't understand why these gods were so afraid of Lin Ling. The others, including the Spirit Nation, the Demon Sealer of the Underworld, the Green Lotus Deity Overlord, and so on, had all met Lin Ling and knew that this kid was omnipotent. Just like last time, when Lin Ling's 4 gods were about to be destroyed, Saint Guyi and Pure Lady Bite suddenly appeared, making them invincible. Therefore, they were naturally afraid of Lin Ling. Of course, now that they knew that they had been fooled, they were all furious as if they were shouldering the hatred of their fathers. Lin Ling, what else do you have to say? Chapter 46:17. Ha! At this moment, Lin Ling also smiled. He was as calm as ever as he said in an indifferent tone, goodbye. After saying that, he ran into the distance. After deceiving them, he didn't leave anything behind and just said goodbye. Wasn't he being too casual? After all, they were waiting to see the panicked look on Lin Ling's face after his scheme was exposed. After him. The gods roared, unleashed their full strength, and chased after Lin Ling. Despicable Lin Ling. Luli Empress was undoubtedly the angriest among them because not long ago, she had the best chance to kill Lin Ling easily, but she had missed it. Cunning Junior, but you can deceive others, but you can deceive me. Let's see where you can run to. The Immortal Lord sneered and took a step forward. He wanted to keep Lin Ling on the path of domination forever. Boom! However, just as the gods flew past where Lin Ling was, on the ground, countless plants suddenly rose into the sky and enveloped the entire island. A large number of vines bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Their leaves were like sharp teeth as they tore at the gods. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, a large number of fruits fell from the vines and then exploded, forming a rare ancient power that shook the surroundings. Flames erupted, the heavenly river flowed backward, stones fell, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. It was as if the sky and earth were falling apart in this world of vines. Some of the weaker experts were forcefully blasted into smithereens. Some of the stronger ones suddenly twitched, and then a large number of plants grew on their bodies. They were blood-sucking plants, and in the end, they couldn't escape death. This Lin Ling still has some tricks up his sleeve. Kill our way out. This is Lin Ling's last life-saving move. As long as we get out of this forest, Lin Ling will be easy to capture. Kill Lei Gong. In the forest, the gods went crazy and unleashed their full strength. They'd been deceived by Lin Ling once, so they naturally wouldn't be deceived a second time. Most importantly, their confidence had increased greatly with the Immortal Lord by their side. What a cunning junior. I reckon that he's stalling for time. As for why he's stalling for time, it should be because he wants those 2 world wills to escape. Unfortunately, Lei Gong Lin Ling, you're still too inexperienced. The immortal overlord was so powerful that he wasn't afraid of the vine's attacks at all. He simply shot forward. No matter what kind of attack landed on him, even if it blasted him to pieces, nether energy quickly spread out, and he recovered once again. It was as if he was invisible and colorless. A wisp of black smoke rushed out of the island, and this black smoke was the true nether chi. However, a large number of soul lamps appeared on the island and began to envelop him. The Tooth God Soul. You can actually control the Tooth God Soul. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you've surprised me yet again. However, this level of soul lamp can't affect mid-gods. The immortal overlord sneered. He stretched out his palm, and the power of 1,000,000 gods erupted. He forcibly opened an opening and easily rushed out of the encirclement. Lin Ling, you can't escape even if you have wings. After rushing out of the encirclement of the soul lamps, he also spat out ancient words toward the heavenly road. It was as if he was swearing an oath to the underworld. This power actually crossed the void and landed heavily on Lin Ling. In the distant heavenly road, Lin Ling immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. As expected of a mid-god. Very powerful. To be able to hurt Lin Ling from such a distance, this mid-god seemed to be invincible. And the immortal overlord wasn't the only one chasing after Lin Ling. There were also gods from all over time. Lin Ling ignored his injuries and went all out. He had been stalling for time not to let Xiaoluan and the others escape, but to break through to the next realm. Now, he had broken through to the 5th Dantian. Kill. At this moment, outside the island, a large number of gods charged out. The soul lamps only stopped them for a moment. They unleashed all their strength, causing the heavenly road to shake violently. They majestically chased after Lin Ling. The danger was undoubtedly getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. Lei Gong Lin Ling, I don't understand why you came to the path of domination. You should know that in the path of Tao, you are incomparably safe, and the path of Tao can protect you 3 times. On the other hand, if you die in the void of Jojo, you will truly die. As Lin Ling ran wildly, a strange voice came from behind him. A powerful aura enveloped Lin Ling. So fast. Lin Ling never expected that the immortal overlord would catch up with him so quickly. Where I, Lin Ling, want to go, no one can stop me. With a cold laugh, Lin Ling replied indifferently. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, powerful nether energy transformed into a tornado. It was so fast that Lin Ling couldn't dodge it at all. Puff. Lin Ling spat out blood again. His body felt like it was falling apart. Moreover, he felt a terrifying force invading his body, wanting to devour everything. It was the death chi. This also made Lin Ling's face instantly turn pale. Now, do you still dare to say that no one can stop you? Behind Lin Ling, the immortal overlord stood there quietly. He didn't make any movements at all, but his speed was close to Lin Ling's. He looked like a cat catching a mouse. Immortal overlord, you must want me to submit. You want to see me regret, then slowly torture me to death. Lin Ling gave up on leaving. He stopped in his tracks and looked indifferently at the powerhouse. Originally, I didn't have such thoughts. Because you're just an ant, you don't have the right to make me waste my time. However, you made fun of the gods before, which aroused my interest. In addition, you offended the nether god, so I'm going to torture you to death slowly. The immortal overlord said indifferently, you've already been imprinted by me. This means that once you die, you'll enter the animal path for 300 lifetimes, the hungry ghost path for 300 lifetimes, and the hell path for 300 lifetimes. You'll suffer for 1,000 years. In your next life, you might be reincarnated as a pig or a dog. You'll be devoured. And after 1,000 years, your soul will disperse and disappear from the universe forever. There will be no chance for you to be reincarnated. Most importantly, my immortal imprint comes from the underworld. No means can break it. After all, the underworld is the core of the underworld. Its punishment can't be lifted unless it's the void of the universe. At the end of his speech, the immortal overlord laughed loudly. Now, let me experience the purgatory of Azura first. Billowing underworld aura enveloped Lin Ling again, making Lin Ling feel as if he was in the underworld and had been thrown into the 18 levels of hell to suffer the pain of hell. Yikshas, evil spirits, Azuras, and other demons also constantly appeared around Lin Ling. Even with Lin Ling's strong willpower, he couldn't help but groan from the torture. However, after the groan, he also laughed wildly. Kill me immediately if you can. Otherwise, if you want me to beg for mercy from these purgatories, dream on. Although his voice was weak, it carried an unyielding fighting spirit. Chapter 46:18. Alright, let's see how long you can take it. Sigh. Unfortunately, the immortal king did not know what Lin Ling was thinking. Instead, he was interested and wanted to torture Lin Ling to death. Endless underworld energy swirled around Lin Ling, continuously expanding, bearing fangs and brandishing claws. It was very terrifying. Ghostly wails and howls could be heard from the surging netherworld aura. Ghost heads could be faintly seen dancing in the air, and rumbling sounds could be heard from time to time. It was as if Lin Ling was struggling to break free from the seal of the netherworld. In the end, vines could be faintly seen rushing out of the netherworld aura. However, the Yiksha's arm grabbed back and forth. Little Kunlun. In the nether chi, a loud shout could be heard. It turned out that at the critical moment, little Kunlun was risking its life to protect its master. You overestimate yourself. The immortal king snorted and flicked his finger. Boom. 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 18 bronze gates appeared in the rolling nether chi and completely sealed the nether chi, not giving Lin Ling a chance to escape. They've caught up. At this moment, Luli Empress and the other experts finally arrived. When they saw the scene in front of them, they all sucked in a cold breath. Immortal Lord. The demon sealer of the underworld bowed to the immortal lord with a questioning look in his eyes. It's just Lin Ling. How difficult can it be to deal with? The immortal lord glanced at everyone and said indifferently. His words seemed calm, but they carried a domineering aura. The seal of the underworld was one of the ultimate laws of the great Tao. No matter how strong Lin Ling was in the void of the 9 states, he could not escape the seal of the laws because these laws came from the underworld. Sizzle. All the gods gasped, their faces filled with disbelief. The number 1 god of the 9 states, Lin Ling, was defeated by the immortal lord just like that. The immortal lord was indeed powerful. No wonder they felt that it was unreal. Lin Ling was too heaven-defying. Even the great gods of the spirit nation could not touch him at all. As time passed, the gods thought that Lin Ling was an invincible existence. But now, this invincible existence was suppressed with one move. It was beyond imagination. Furthermore, from time to time, they could hear painful shouts coming from within the 18 bronze doors. It was Lin Ling's voice. Hee. Although people couldn't see the changes in the nether chi, they could imagine the pain Lin Ling was going through. This made them incomparably carefree. Previously, Lin Ling had toyed with them and humiliated them greatly. Now, they could finally vent their anger. The 18 underworld hells are not something he can resist. When the 18 underworld hells are over, he will also enter the underworld hells and be reincarnated into the path of animals. The immortal master said indifferently, as if he was the god of the underworld who ruled over everything. That's great. The demon sealer of the underworld smiled. Letting Lin Ling die just like that was too easy for Lin Ling. Letting Lin Ling suffer endless torture and die was the ultimate outcome for Lin Ling. The 18 underworld hells sounds incomparably terrifying. This kind of hell is definitely more powerful than the hell of the 10,000 worlds. 10,000 swords piercing the heart, 1,000 blades cutting the heart, lava burning the heart, and nether thunder refining the soul. Any one of these purgatories is not something an ordinary god can resist, let alone 18. Then, the demon sealer of the underworld continued. He knew that the gods didn't know how terrifying the 18 underworld hells were, so he explained. The most terrifying thing is the reincarnation life and death dream. The immortal overlord also replied. The reincarnation life and death dream was to let the punished enter the cycle of reincarnation and experience the most miserable things in life. Their family would be destroyed, their family would be separated, and they would start over again. How terrifying! Just hearing this caused the gods to tremble. Then, they didn't leave. They wanted to witness the moment Lin Ling died. Within the underworld energy, the ancient Yakshas, fiends, and Asuras all smiled viciously as they attacked Lin Ling. Whoosh! Whoosh! Numerous swords with the stench of blood continuously shot through Lin Ling's body. This was called 10,000 swords piercing the heart. Knives flew up and cut off Lin Ling's flesh. Is that all you've got? However, even though Lin Ling was enduring endless torture, he still laughed out loud. Naturally, he knew the immortal lord's intention. He wanted Lin Ling to die with regret. However, the immortal overlord was underestimating Lin Ling too much. He, Lin Ling, had practiced martial arts since he was young and had experienced countless trials and tribulations. These physical pains were at most painful. How could they make Lin Ling lower his unyielding head? Chop him up. The Yakshas around him shouted and turned into flies. They surrounded Lin Ling and kept sucking Lin Ling's blood. These Yakshas came from the underworld and were brought to the Jojo Void by the immortal lord. They were cruel by nature and enjoyed torturing people. Good blood, good blood. As they sucked Lin Ling's blood, the Yakshas also laughed. The most terrifying thing was that while they were sucking the blood, they were also spitting out poison that corroded Lin Ling. Suck, suck, I'll make you pay back 100 times later. Lin Ling was still laughing madly as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. This was because he sensed that his seventh dantian was about to break through. Therefore, his eyes were completely red and filled with endless killing intent. The immortal lord wanted to torture Lin Ling to death. This was undoubtedly the biggest mistake of his life. Although it made Lin Ling suffer endless torture, it also gave Lin Ling time to break through. The moment he regained his godhood, the immortal lord would die, and he would die a painful death. Also, all those who were watching the show had to die. Boom! At this moment, endless lightning appeared in Lin Ling's soul and continuously tore apart Lin Ling's soul. Lin Ling's soul was powerful. It was continuously being torn apart and continuously recovering. However, the process of his soul being torn apart was clearly more painful than the physical body. Humph! This also caused Lin Ling to let out a muffled groan, feeling dizzy. However, he gritted his teeth and endured. He would rather die than beg for mercy. What a tough bone! Outside the dark energy, the gods waited quietly. However, they could only hear Lin Ling's painful voice. They could not hear Lin Ling begging for mercy at all. The harder his bones are, the more it represents his stubbornness and perseverance. If this guy doesn't die, I'm afraid he'll become our nightmare. A god suddenly said in fear. In life, the most terrifying thing was to meet a death warrior like Lin Ling. Of course, it could also be said that he was a madman. If such a madman didn't die, the degree of his revenge would be 100 times more ferocious. Yes, this kind of purgatory is extremely rare. If Lin Ling doesn't die, it will also temper Lin Ling's martial heart and strengthen his body and soul, another god said. Don't worry, he can't escape from my grasp. The immortal lord naturally knew this, but he smiled confidently. No matter how terrifying Lin Ling's perseverance was, it was nothing in the face of a mid-level god. Chapter 46:19. And that was indeed the case. At this moment, Lin Ling seemed to have been reincarnated into a mortal body. Then, his family was destroyed, his wife and children were separated, and the people who loved him had abandoned him. Such torture was undoubtedly more terrifying than the torture of the soul. However, Lin Ling still maintained his calm, as if he was a bystander watching everything. Therefore, in the first reincarnation, he did not suffer much. However, he also knew that he could not endure such torture for long. That was because Lin Ling was not a plant. He also had feelings, and he valued them more than any heartless god. How could he not be moved when he saw his family, friends, wife, and lovers leave him and betray him? Feelings were the greatest torture for Lin Ling, and it was also Lin Ling's greatest weakness. In the first reincarnation, I could still tell myself that it was all an illusion. However, in the second and third reincarnations, if I am immersed in it, I will inevitably lose myself. Lin Ling thought to himself as he shouted in his heart, "Break through the 7 dantians quickly." The second reincarnation had arrived. Lin Ling was a jinx. He betrayed his master and caused the deaths of his fellow disciples. The third reincarnation had arrived. Lin Ling was an emperor, but unfortunately, before he could enjoy his life, the world died for him. His beloved concubines, his people, his country was destroyed. The fourth reincarnation. The continuous reincarnation caused Lin Ling to become more and more immersed in it. If a few more reincarnations were to happen, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. Buzz. At this moment, in the Tao realm, countless ancient gods were still looking at the 7 stars' exquisite formation. However, at this moment, one of the 7 stars in the sky suddenly burst out with a blinding light, illuminating all directions. The aura of a god surged out in a mighty, awe-inspiring manner. "My friend, I'm here." A domineering and majestic voice rang clearly in the ears of every god. What happened? The 7 stars' exquisite formation is transforming into a god. Ancestor Hong Yun shuddered and his eyes widened. Swoosh! At the same time, the ancient star shot into the sky, passing through the nebulous aura and disappearing into the distance. Oh my god! This time, all the ancient great gods were stunned. Break through the grand mist aura. One had to know that in the Tao realm, other than dying people who could be brought out of the Tao realm, it was the gods themselves who had left. No one had ever seen anything that wasn't an ancient god rushing out of the Tao realm. Could it be that the star was a human? However, wasn't that the exquisite 7 stars formation? Countless pairs of eyes stared at Ancestor Hong Yun, waiting to hear his explanation. I don't know either. Ancestor Red Cloud's words were extremely shocking. Fellow Taoist, I'm back. Right at this moment, another voice resounded like the might of the heavens, and then a second star shot into the sky. In that instant it was as if God had set off. Boom! On the path of dominion, a terrifying force surged through the void, threatening to tear it apart. It contained the most ancient magical laws and orders of heaven and earth, and it carried that power along with it into the path of the Sovereign Lord. After this power rushed into the path of dominion, it glided like a meteor and appeared in the endless dark chi in an instant. At this moment, a skeleton was floating in the dark chi. Around him, thousands of swords pierced his heart and yikshaws sucked his blood, tormenting him. However, this skeleton seemed to have entered a dream and remained motionless. This skeleton was Lin Ling. At this moment, he had entered his 10th reincarnation. Furthermore, his willpower could no longer hold on, and he seemed to have become a person in a dream. In this life, Lin Ling was the sect master of a sect. However, he was about to personally witness the arrival of countless heroes who wanted to kill all of his disciples. Master, save me! The disciples shouted at Lin Ling, their eyes filled with tears. They were like Lin Ling's children. "Master, save me, save me." Some young girls had already been dragged into the room by the heroes and bandits. The bandits and heroes had smiles on their faces. There was no doubt that this life had dealt a great blow to Lin Ling because Lin Ling had reincarnated as a white-haired old man. He wanted to watch his beloved disciples be tortured to death. He gritted his teeth, and tears of blood flowed out of his eyes. He hated himself for being useless. He hated himself for not being able to protect them. He was in so much pain that he did not realize that all of this was just a dream of reincarnation. Because he had completely transformed into this old man. Boom! However, at this moment, there was an explosion. Heaven and earth shattered, and a gust of wind rushed in. Then, time froze. The dream of reincarnation was controlled by a powerful force. A majestic man with a monstrous murderous aura walked down from the sky. This person was very handsome and very young. His long hair danced wildly, and he carried a domineering aura. "Fellow Taoist, I'm late." That person stared at the old man and said. Who are you?" The old man raised his aged face and looked at that person in shock. "I am you." That person said word by word. What happened?" The old man was still frowning. "You will know. Fellow Taoist, I can only tell you that my God has returned." That person walked to the old man step by step, stretched out his hand, and stabbed it into the old man's chest. "Fellow Taoist, you have entered the dream of 100 lives of reincarnation. This is a powerful law of the underworld, and your soul power is helping us break through, making it difficult to resist. Now, I have returned. When they return, prepare to bathe everything in blood." "No. Who are you?" The old man's chest was torn apart, and he was dripping with blood. The handsome man in front of him began to turn pitch black. His murderous aura surged, and he turned into a large mass of sludge that flowed into the old man's chest. At this moment, the frozen time resumed. The bandits were preparing to slaughter and enjoy everything, but when they suddenly saw this scene, their eyes widened. What was going on? That sect leader's stomach was cut open. Moreover, what was that black thing? It was so scary. Even if they were numb to killing, they were still shocked by this bloody scene. "Master!" However, all the disciples shouted worriedly. Boom, boom, boom. However, at this moment, the endless sludge gradually disappeared into the old man's body, and the old man began to merge. He turned into a person made of sludge that was incomparably ferocious. Moreover, this pitch-black person gradually turned into a human figure. Although it was still pitch-black, it gave off an incomparably terrifying feeling. Gradually, this human figure began to have facial features. It was a young man with long hair that danced wildly and a cold expression. His eyes were like torches as he scanned the entire sect. When everyone met his eyes, their bodies and minds trembled inexplicably. What a terrifying gaze! What a furious gaze! My God has returned. Looking indifferently at the scene in front of him, the man coldly spat out a sentence. And he was Lin Ling. After the first Dantian arrived, everything was broken. Lin Ling returned to reality, and he knew that everything in front of him was an illusion. Chapter 46:20. Hee. Lin Ling laughed. With a single step, he arrived in front of one of the bandits. With a claw, he grabbed the man's legs and tore them apart. Swoosh! Blood spurted out as the man was torn in half. Even though he knew that this was an illusion, Lin Ling did not care so much. He only wanted to kill. So what if it was an illusion? He would kill it all the same. A gust of wind blew past, and the next bandit's flesh was swallowed up, turning into a skeleton. Only the head was intact, but because the flesh disappeared too quickly, he did not die. He looked at his own body in disbelief. Ah! There was nothing more terrifying than looking at one's own skeleton. Hee hee. Lin Ling laughed and swept his gaze across the crowd. Everyone was afraid. Demon, this was a demon. Run! But could they escape? Lin Ling was like a demon, sweeping over and using his hands to tear these bandits apart. It was as if the nightmares brought to him by the reincarnation dream were all returned to them. In the end, the entire sect was covered in blood, and corpses piled up into a mountain. You, who are you? Only the disciples of the sect were kneeling there, their faces incomparably pale. Although all of you are just one of the laws, each law has a soul. It's just that the underworld arranged it into a dream to affect me. However, even if everything is fake, even if everything is a dream, you are actually my disciple, Lin Ling. That's because you and I are fated. I will help you escape from the underworld. I will control you and help you leave. Lin Ling said coldly as he looked at the disciples. You, who are you? The disciples clearly did not understand Lin Ling's words. I am your master. Lin Ling shouted loudly, and a million rays of divine power erupted, turning something rotten into something magical. He killed all the disciples, extracted their souls, and held them in his hand, wanting to take them away from here. How dare you! At this time, a loud shout came from the sky, and a powerful god formed by the underworld's laws appeared. Lin Ling wanted to take these souls away. This was clearly a violation of the netherworld's laws. There were rules in the netherworld. Birth, old age, sickness, death, reincarnation, everyone had their own karma. Whatever he reincarnated into would be decided by the netherworld. And now, these souls had turned into Lin Ling's disciples. This was also arranged by the netherworld. Therefore, Lin Ling wanted to take them away. This was against the rules of the netherworld. Break! Lin Ling roared and punched the sky. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you've already been recorded in the book of life and death of the netherworld. How dare you escape from the netherworld and violate the laws of the universe, the god shouted with dignity. Lin Ling didn't say anything. His fist landed in the sky, causing endless ripples to appear in the sky. However, the sky was unbreakable. The underworld wouldn't let Lin Ling leave, and it wouldn't let Lin Ling take those souls away. Fellow Taoist, come back. But at this time, Lin Ling shouted loudly. Rumble. A powerful force rushed into the sky. After tearing it apart, a man with endless tentacles behind him walked down step by step. This was the malevolent ghost jellyfish. The most terrifying thing was that this person was an intermediate god. Fellow Taoist. He looked at Lin Ling, who was on the ground. Then, he enveloped Lin Ling and went over. A terrifying thing happened. Countless jellyfish were flying around like worms crawling on the ground. Boom! Almost at the same time, he punched out, and 2 million points of the power of divinity erupted. Cracks began to appear in the sky. The expression of the god formed by the laws changed drastically. Because now, Lin Ling was already half a step into the netherworld. This meant that Lin Ling was already dead. However, Lin Ling actually wanted to fight his way out of the netherworld. That was too arrogant. That's not enough. The god shouted. Fellow Taoist. But at this time, Lin Ling shouted again. The sky was torn apart again, and a new clone returned from the Tao realm. A huge heavenly dragon appeared, shining with Buddhist light. At a closer look, this heavenly dragon was full of crystal bones. After circling the sky, it entered Lin Ling's body. Boom! The third punch, 3 million points of the power of divinity. Boom! The sky, which was originally cracked, shattered in an instant. Who can stop me? Lin Ling laughed domineeringly and walked toward the black hole in the sky. At this time, in a corner of the netherworld, countless people were looking at a well. When they saw Lin Ling walk out of the netherworld's illusion, their expressions changed drastically. Rebellion, rebellion, this person has been recorded in the book of life and death of the netherworld by the immortal Lord. He's already dead, and he wants to break out of the netherworld's life and death realm without the consent of the underworld god. Seal him. A king of hell roared. There were countless kings of hell in the netherworld. Because the netherworld was too big, there were too many cycles of life and death, so it needed many kings of hell to control it. As he roared, the sky where Lin Ling was seemed to want to merge again and seal Lin Ling. You think you can stop me? Lin Ling's face was full of contempt. I've already been conferred the title of a god. A mere king of hell wants to decide my life and death. With one hand on the left and the other on the right, he suddenly grabbed the sky and tore it apart. Rumble. The entire sky rolled like waves, and then it was forcefully shattered into pieces. Ah! Countless people were looking at the well, and a terrifying wave of energy spread out, causing their hair to flutter. It was as if three intermediate gods had unleashed their strength. Most importantly, these were three powerful intermediate gods. Suddenly, a huge hand reached out from the well, grabbed the king of hell, and pulled him into the well. Save me, this person is going to wreak havoc in the netherworld. The king of hell roared anxiously, but he couldn't stop the power and disappeared into the well. At this moment, in the endless darkness, a man was holding a burly king of hell in his hand, looking at him coldly. Lei Gong Lin Ling, how dare you rebel against the netherworld? The king of hell roared angrily. The netherworld is nothing. The man laughed, and his laughter was incomparably arrogant. My life is decided by me, and it's not up to the netherworld. Instead, your life is decided by me. Swish. The man suddenly tore, and the king of hell was forcefully torn apart, turning into endless soul power and disappearing. Devour. The man shouted coldly, and turned into endless darkness, devouring the soul power, greatly increasing his soul power. Immortal Lord, I'm back. Fellow cultivator, return. In the void of the netherworld, a domineering voice mixed with the anger of vengeance shook all directions. The power brought by the Tao realm tore the void apart, and an expert entered. Then, it came to Lin Ling's side, nodded slightly, and disappeared into Lin Ling's body. Rumble. Waves of lightning exploded, and endless divine power danced wildly. Several great Dantians had returned, and now Lin Ling, an intermediate god, could be said to be invincible in the universe. Moreover, this was not the return of 7 great Dantians, or else it would be even more terrifying. The further one cultivated the chaos divine formula, the more terrifying the power it brought. At this moment, in the endless netherworld energy of the path of domination, a powerful force tore the endless void apart, as if a god had returned, causing the skeleton to constantly grow flesh and blood, and waves of divine vitality were born. Chapter 46:21. When the hoarse voice floated out, the surging nether aura suddenly became chaotic. All the demons, Yikshas, and Asuras froze. Their gazes were all fixed in a certain direction. It was as if a giant had awakened there. For some reason, it made them tremble with fear. Crack! Suddenly, the giant moved and stuffed the Yiksha in the skeleton's arm into its mouth. Then, it began to eat it. It tastes good. His voice was extremely low and carried a hint of excitement. After eating the Yiksha, more flesh and blood grew on his skeleton body. A fiend godlike aura surged out like an ocean. The giant had stood up. To be honest, he was not tall. However, in the eyes of the underworld demons, he was like a giant that could support the heavens and earth. He was also like a giant beast that had been sealed for millions of years in ancient times. The moment he stood up, the Yikshas all trembled. The giant was constantly recovering, transforming into a handsome man. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a sinister smile. "All of you, get over here." With a loud roar, he opened his mouth wide and turned it into a huge vortex. A powerful suction force was born. GG. All the Yikshas and evil spirits panicked. They never expected that a fellow who was determined to be dead by the underworld could come back to life and break free from the shackles of the underworld. And such a person was a true god. Ding ding dang dang. At this moment, 10,000 swords pierced through the heart. However, when they landed on the young man's body, they were all broken into pieces and swallowed by the young man. When the 10,000 knives arrived, they were also broken into pieces. When the underworld soul-sucking worms flew over, they could tear apart souls and devour blood. However, when the suction force was born, not only did the worms not suck blood, but they also devoured the worms. No, return to the underworld quickly. This is a giant god, an ancient giant god. A giant god that even the underworld cannot punish. Run. The Yikshas wanted to escape, but they could not resist the suction force and were crazily sucked into the vortex. The man's long hair fluttered wildly. He stood like a giant, but his skin had turned pitch black. He was one of the four great beasts, Chaos. Devour. The surrounding scenes, illusions, blood, bones, and other things were all sucked in. It was like the end of the world. The roiling dark clouds transformed into a vortex and disappeared into the man's body. At this moment, outside the dark clouds, the various gods were still quietly watching the show. Lei Gong Lin Ling's voice is getting softer and softer. He can't be dead, right? Someone chuckled. He's probably dead after entering the reincarnation dream. Next, he'll enter the real reincarnation cycle. You guys should pay more attention. If you find a pig reincarnated in that realm, it might be Lin Ling's reincarnation. The underworld demon sealer smiled. Ha ha ha, if that's the case, then this pig must be properly roasted and eaten. Don't snatch it from me. This pig is mine. Don't worry. Lin Ling needs 3,000 years to reincarnate into the path of animals. This means that apart from becoming a pig, he will reincarnate into a cow in his next life. Everyone will have a share. All the gods burst into laughter. However, at this time, someone realized that something was wrong. Why are there fewer and fewer dark clouds? As soon as he said this, the others blinked and also realized that something was wrong. They were talking about roasting a pig before, and then the dark clouds gradually decreased. Could it be that someone was eating the dark clouds? What was going on? How could it be? Impossible, the dark clouds are formed by the laws of the underworld. No one can eat them. Moreover, only Lei Gong Lin Ling is in the dark clouds. This is even more. The immortal overlord frowned and said, but halfway through his words, his pupils suddenly trembled violently. Because not only were the dark clouds decreasing, but a huge vortex had also begun to appear. All the dark clouds were sucked into the vortex, and there were fewer and fewer of them. What? The immortal overlord's expression changed drastically. Someone is really eating the dark clouds. How can this be? Could it be those Yikshas? Apart from the underworld demons and Yikshas, there's no one inside. No, there's also Lei Gong Lin Ling. All the gods discussed spiritedly. When the last person finished speaking, the path of domination suddenly became strange. Impossible, with his strength, how can he escape the shackles of the underworld? The immortal overlord roared. He couldn't believe all this, but the changes in front of him made him unable to explain it. In front of them, the dark clouds were getting dimmer and dimmer, and a demonic figure could be vaguely seen. Seeing this, all the gods swallowed their saliva. It's definitely not Lin Ling. Luli Empress also kept shaking her head. She had forgotten how many times she had seen Lin Ling narrowly escape death. She was unwilling to accept this. She didn't believe that Lin Ling could survive this time. Dong! At this moment, a deafening roar sounded. The 18 bronze gates surrounding the dark clouds were roaring at this moment. You're courting death. These are the gates of life and death. There are a total of 9,999 gates of life and death in the underworld, and they govern the life and death of the universe. You're dreaming if you want to break through them and escape. The immortal overlord roared angrily, and the divine energy on his body surged. Sir, no matter who you are, if you want to help Lei Gong Lin Ling, then you're going against the underworld. Moreover, Lin Ling is already dead. It's useless even if you take him away because his soul has already entered the cycle of reincarnation. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the path of domination shook, and a collapse of the underworld's laws appeared. This was because one of the bronze gates had been broken. Ah! This time, the immortal overlord also opened his mouth wide. The gates of life and death, bringing death to life, were powerful laws, and it was actually broken by someone. Boom! Another sound rang out, and then another bronze gate collapsed. Boom! 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 More and more sounds rang out, and the 18 gates of life and death shattered one after another. The rumbling sound seemed to fall into the hearts of the gods. With every sound, their hearts trembled, and they felt like they were about to collapse. After the 18 gates of life and death shattered, the dark chi finally began to dissipate, and a figure slowly appeared. This person was pitch black, but there were faintly discernible dragon scales on his body. His head was tilted, and his long hair danced wildly as he looked at everyone with contempt. As for his hand, he was grabbing a leg and eating it with crunching sounds. That was a yiksha. Most importantly, this person looked exactly the same as Lei Gong Lin Ling. It was Lin Ling. It's him. There was no doubt that after seeing Lin Ling, all the gods were extremely shocked. Previously, they had also thought that it was Lin Ling, but they had always felt that Lin Ling couldn't break the underworld's laws. Thus, they had also thought that someone was helping Lin Ling. However, they hadn't expected that Lin Ling was still alive, and he had even rushed out as if he wanted to break the universe. How had Lin Ling come back to life? Chapter 46-22. These disciples had been arranged by the underworld to influence Lin Ling. However, as Lin Ling's disciples, even if it was only for a short lifetime, Lin Ling had already treated them as his own disciples. Therefore, Lin Ling had brought them out of the underworld and reborn them as humans. Lin Ling didn't know that in the future, a group of experts would also be born in the 9 states. These experts would appear from all over the world, but they all shared the same identity. They were Lei Gong Lin Ling's disciples. After tens of millions of years, they would unite and establish their illustrious names. They would even help Lei Gong. Lei Gong Lin Ling. The immortal overlord couldn't help but shout when he saw Lin Ling talking to himself. Lin Ling, you're still alive. However, so what if you're alive? This time, you're still going to die. The other gods also roared and erupted with powerful auras. Although they didn't know how Lin Ling had escaped, Lin Ling was only a lesser deity after all. Moreover, he had failed to break through and was inferior to a lesser deity. They had nothing to fear from such a Lin Ling. It was good that he wasn't dead. They could vent some of their anger by killing him with their own hands. I'll kill you. The Green Lotus immortal overlord sneered and floated toward Lin Ling on his huge green lotus. A long time ago, Lin Ling had killed the spiritual deity with a single move. At that time, he'd also been shocked. But later on, he'd found out that such a move could only be used once. This meant that Lin Ling couldn't use such a move now. Lin Ling, who didn't have that trump card, was at best a piece of trash. Green Lotus Immortal Realm. The huge green lotus blossomed with a dazzling green light. The lotus blossomed like an immortal, but it continued to spiral. That seemingly beautiful lotus actually carried a sharp light as it spun. It cut through the void, and large cracks appeared everywhere. This level of divine energy had reached a total of 300,000. Terrifying. The Green Lotus Immortal Overlord was one of the top existences in the Tao realm. Judging from Green Lotus Immortal Overlord's strength, he will probably reach the 8th level of the miasma. A god from the Tao realm exclaimed in shock. Chi! Chi! That sharp light instantly arrived in front of Lin Ling, but what shocked everyone was that Lin Ling didn't react at all. There was no hiding, no resistance, and no escape. Lin Ling, was he stupid? The enormous green lotus had its wish fulfilled. It cut through Lin Ling, and the entire sovereign's path was cut open along the horizontal line. Sparks and lightning sputtered everywhere. What are you doing? However, amidst the joy of the crowd, an indifferent voice suddenly appeared. This also allowed them to see that the terrifying azure lotus was blocked by Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling didn't do anything and only used his chest to block it. No matter how the green lotus sliced him, he was as steady as Mount Tai. Ka ka ka. On the contrary, when the lotus petal that carried the ancient divine power collided with Lin Ling's chest, it shattered like a broken sword. This caused the Green Lotus deity overlord to be stunned on the spot, and his face turned pale. Die! Come here! At this moment, Lin Ling made a grabbing motion with his hand, and endless darkness engulfed him like a dark sacrifice. No! Save me! The Green Lotus deity overlord sensed a domineering aura enveloping his entire body. He couldn't block it, and even when facing Lin Ling, he only had one thought: escape. And he was already the strongest existence among the lower deities, yet he could still have such an illusion. The only explanation was that Lin Ling was a medium deity. How could the Green Lotus deity overlord not know the difference between a lesser god and a medium god? No matter how strong a lesser god was, they could only block a medium god's attack at best. It was impossible to harm a medium god. This was because a medium god had a powerful force protecting him, as if he was a god recognized by the universe. The dark sacrifice drowned the Green Lotus deity overlord. The latter seemed to be tumbling in a dark river, and from a living god, he gradually turned into a pile of white bones that floated up and down. Looking at the pile of white bones, the gods were terrified. Bang! Luli Empress sat in the void, her face pale. Invincible. Too invincible. The Green Lotus deity overlord was stronger than the 4 spiritual gods by several times, but he was killed in one move. If this wasn't invincibility, then what was? A medium god. The immortal overlord's pupils trembled violently as he spoke the truth. What? Didn't he fail to break through? Tell me, didn't Lei Gong Lin Ling fail to break through? Heavens, he became the first god to step into the medium god realm among the 9 prefectures' void gods. A medium god is invincible. The gods panicked even more. Their bodies trembled, and they wanted to escape. They also felt that this was King Dream. Not long ago, Lin Ling killed a spiritual god with one move, and they were scared out of their wits. Later, they found out that Lin Ling was fooling them. What breakthrough? It was a dream. And when they chased after him murderously, Lin Ling suddenly broke through again. Why did this guy break through as if he was drinking water? He broke through just like that. As far as they knew, the breakthrough of a lesser god was very important, and they had to find a quiet place. Moreover, there was only a 30% chance of breaking through. Even with the help of the ancient array of a Tao realm ancient god, there was only a 50% chance. However, Lin Ling was running away just now. Could he break through while running away? Even if he didn't run away, he was still tortured by the netherworld purgatory. Could he break through while being tortured? How could there be such a thing in this world? So what if he broke through? I can kill a junior who just stepped into the medium god realm with one finger. At this moment, the immortal overlord sneered, took a step forward, and shot toward Lin Ling. In midair, a fist that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth blasted out. The power of 1,000,000 gods exploded. Whoosh! The terrifying shock wave made the gods lose their balance, but when they saw the immortal overlord attack, they were all excited. Yes. Lin Ling had just broken through, but the immortal overlord was a medium god who had been cultivating for tens of millions of years. Early stage medium god. Lin Ling looked at the immortal overlord indifferently. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. The immortal overlord's face was full of dominance. Lin Ling shook his head and punched out to counter the immortal overlord's punch. The two strongest gods collided crazily, and a terrifying shock wave exploded. Boom! The fierce suppression of the two fists seemed to break the sun, moon, stars, and all the laws of the universe. A hole was torn in the path of domination, and power poured out like a torrent in the void of the 9 states. It landed in a corner of the East Land and instantly shattered thousands of worlds. The power that poured out was already so terrifying, which showed how strong a medium god was. As expected of a medium god. Your attack couldn't affect me before, but now, I can resist it. The immortal overlord maintained the posture of punching out and said coldly. When he was chasing Lin Ling kept attacking him, but no attack was effective. The immortal overlord was like a manifestation of Ming Yun. But now, he could easily deal that kind of blow. Boom! Chapter 46-23. What's going on? The immortal lord, who was flying backward, had a look of disbelief on his face. He had thought that Lin Ling was evenly matched with him, but he hadn't used his full strength. However, Lin Ling just smiled and easily destroyed his arm. Crack, crack, crack. Forcibly suppressing the impact, the immortal lord stood in the void and looked at his right arm. It was melting like water, killed by Lin Ling's punch. Oh my god! Looking at Lin Ling's domineering aura, the god's hope that had just risen was instantly extinguished. Invincible. He was still invincible. Such a word appeared in their minds. What did you do? Why are you so strong after breaking through to become a lesser god? The immortal lord gritted his teeth. I, God, return, come. Lin Ling looked at the immortal lord coldly, and there was a hint of brutality in his eyes. Lin Ling remembered the torture that the immortal lord had given him. Therefore, in his eyes, the immortal lord was dead for sure. His soul would be destroyed and he would never be able to reincarnate. However, before that, Lin Ling wanted to torture the immortal lord and let him experience what it was like to be tortured. Have you recovered? I'm going to start. Lin Ling said coldly. You're waiting for me to recover. Don't you know that I didn't use my full strength before? The immortal lord's voice was hoarse, and he was furious. He never expected this junior to be so arrogant and give him time to recover. Lin Ling shook his head and said, It doesn't matter to me whether you're using your full strength or not. I'm just afraid that I'll kill you if I'm too strong. Ignorant. The immortal lord couldn't take it anymore. His body exploded, and he turned into an overwhelming dark cloud that engulfed Lin Ling. From afar, the dark cloud was very scary and emitted a pressure that could crush one's soul. Fine, I'll let you experience what it's like to be bitten by thousands of insects. Lin Ling's eyes were full of disdain. His body also exploded and turned into endless darkness as if to devour the world. The two kinds of darkness crazily intertwined. How was this a battle between martial artists? It was like a battle between gods. Immortal Lord. All the gods looked expectant. Now, only the immortal Lord could kill Lin Ling. However, in their eyes, Lin Ling's darkness was incomparably terrifying. It grew larger and larger, and not only did it envelop the dark clouds, it even began to devour them. Devouring everything, this was one of the four great ferocious beasts, chaos. Ah! In the darkness, the immortal lord's pained voice echoed out. He was swallowed up by the darkness and felt as if he were being bitten by 10,000 insects. Every part of his body was being ruthlessly bitten. And that was the devouring power of darkness. This was the first time the immortal lords had experienced such a feeling in their tens of thousands of years. Lei Gong Lin Ling. He also let out a loud cry of pain. His voice was so pitiful that it caused the gods to shiver in fear. I'll give you time to recover. However, just as Lin Ling could seriously injure the immortal lord at any time, the darkness that he had transformed into began to retreat. In the void, wispy dark clouds appeared, looking as if they would disperse at any moment. These dark clouds were formed by the immortal lords. Give you time to recover. Again. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you. The immortal lord roared angrily. This Lei Gong Lin Ling was torturing him 100 times more. This was the first time in his life that he had suffered such humiliation. Is Return of Gods really that strong? He didn't believe it. Die, Underworld Book of Life and Death. The immortal lord roared, and the dark clouds turned into an ancient black book that suppressed Lin Ling. Behind the book was a palm, the immortal lord's palm. The Underworld Book of Life and Death was a treasure that controlled one's life and death. It was also the immortal lord's divine fetus, a 5th-grade divine fetus. Ordinary people would be easily sucked into the Book of Life and Death and have their life and death controlled by it. 2 million power of divinity. Lin Ling smiled disdainfully and also attacked with a palm. Now that he had returned to his dantian, how could his power of divinity be so simple? Boom! The two palms collided, and the power of life and death poured out. How can you have 2 million power of divinity? Behind the Underworld Book of Life and Death, the immortal lord roared as if his mind was about to collapse. His Book of Life and Death couldn't affect Lin Ling at all. Lin Ling had his own power that transcended life and death, blocking everything. Of course, this didn't mean that Lin Ling would never die. It was because the Underworld Book of Life and Death was also divided into ranks. If one wanted to control the life and death of a mid-level god, they would need another book. 2 million. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile, and more power of divinity poured out like brilliant divine might. Crack, crack, crack. The huge Book of Life and Death cracked, and the immortal lord's newly recovered arm cracked again. 3 million. The immortal lord roared. Is that so? Lin Ling sneered again, and more power of divinity poured out. 4 million. The immortal lord seemed to be blown by a gust of wind. Although the Book of Life and Death blocked it, his skin was still cracked by the tyrannical power of divinity, and his bones were cracked. Suppression. Complete suppression. Invincible Lin Ling. In the hearts of the gods in the distance, the previous sentence floated again. Boom. At this time, the Book of Life and Death finally couldn't hold on anymore and completely exploded. A figure leaped over and appeared in front of the immortal lord. Two big hands grabbed his arm and squeezed hard. Ah! The immortal lord felt intense pain coming from every corner of his right arm. Next, his right arm. His legs. Ah! The immortal lord was like a sandbag, constantly being tortured by Lin Ling and crushed all the bones in his body. The pain was imaginable. What you gave me, I said, I will return it to you 100 times. Lin Ling sneered. After crushing the immortal lord's bones, his hands were like swords, constantly stabbing out, piercing thousands of holes in the immortal lord's chest and body. This was the tribulation of 10,000 swords. Lin Ling returned it to him. However, this wasn't the end. Lin Ling's hands were like knives, tearing apart the immortal lord's flesh bit by bit. Ugh! The gods in the distance all vomited, and their eyes turned ashen from fright. This was because intermediate gods were like gods on the horizon to them, but also like the great laws of the universe. But now, such a powerful existence was actually being tortured by someone, subverting their understanding of intermediate gods. Feels good, doesn't it? Lin Ling, on the other hand, was laughing wildly. Weren't you very smug when you were chasing me? I didn't expect you to have a time like this. Countless evil spirit jellyfish floated out of his body and bit the immortal lord. You said that the pain of the body and the pain of the soul aren't the greatest pain, but the memories. Sorry, I have such means too. The crazy voice floated into the immortal lord's soul, causing his soul to tremble. He obviously knew what Lin Ling was going to do. Lin Ling wanted him to experience the pain of reincarnation, but Lin Ling wasn't a god of the netherworld, so how could he do it? But the next moment, he knew that Lin Ling could do it. This was because Lin Ling's soul power was too strong. He could already form his own world and bring his soul into that world, making him feel as if he was reincarnated. No, no. Chapter 46-24. All the gods looked at the immortal lord, and the fear on their faces became more and more intense. This was because they saw with their own eyes that the immortal lord was motionless, and his expression was changing from time to time. One moment he frowned, the next he relaxed, the next he was happy, the next he was afraid, and in the end, his body was trembling as he cried. Without a doubt, the immortal lord was experiencing all kinds of sexual torment in Lin Ling's powerful soul power. How terrifying! Lei Gong Lin Ling has become omnipotent. As the king of the underworld, the immortal lord controls reincarnation, but now he's personally experiencing the pain of reincarnation. He can't be free at all. The gods were all trembling with fear as they spoke. As the saying went, all living beings suffer. That was why Buddhas and gods entered the mortal world to experience the pain of eternal reincarnation and strive to find relief as soon as possible. All this meant that the pain of reincarnation was the greatest pain. And now, the immortal lord had experienced the pain of countless reincarnations. The gods could also clearly see that the immortal lord's expression had turned into one of utter despair. This meant that after countless reincarnations, the immortal lord had completely given up on everything. His fleshly body was withering away, gradually crumbling into dust that dissipated along the path of the sovereign lord. Wake up! Suddenly, Lin Ling shouted, waking the immortal lord's soul up. He floated in the void. At first, he was very confused, and his soul was full of pain. However, under Lin Ling's finger, a clear current flowed into his soul, gradually making him recall everything. Devil, you're a devil. Suddenly, he looked at Lin Ling, and his soul kept trembling. It was obvious that he had indeed suffered great pain before. Now, his body, soul, and even memories were all tortured by Lin Ling, causing him to look at Lin Ling with fear in his eyes. What you gave me, I'll return to you 100-fold. Lin Ling said indifferently. 100-fold? The immortal lord's soul trembled. It wasn't just 100-fold, it was 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold. Run! He didn't dare to face Lin Ling anymore, and his soul flew into the distance. He had never imagined that he would end up in such a state after coming here to capture the world will host body. He would never be able to forget being abused. Rumble. In front of him, a huge bronze door opened. It was the path to the underworld. Trying to escape. Lin Ling chuckled coldly and moved even faster. As soon as the immortal lord entered the bronze gate, Lin Ling reached out and grabbed him. Underworld god, save me. The immortal lord's soul was filled with panic as he shouted at the pitch-black bronze gate. Meanwhile, the faces of the deities in the distance all turned pale. Lin Ling wasn't even going to let off souls. Scram! At this time, a terrifying might was released from within the bronze gates, covering heaven and earth, about to destroy everything. Brilliant heavenly might surged out of the door, causing the souls and spirits of all the gods in the outside world to tremble. Could it be that this was the god of the netherworld? At this moment, Lin Ling also sensed a terrifying pressure coming from the immortal Lord's soul. He must die. Lin Ling looked up. How dare you kill him? Inside the pitch-black bronze gate, a rolling vortex appeared and turned into a huge head. This head was extremely ferocious and imposing. It opened its mouth and exhaled, and a terrifying nether aura surrounded Lin Ling, trying to bring the immortal lord into the underworld. Dream on! Lin Ling shouted angrily, but he was shocked. What a powerful force! Was this the strength of the god of the netherworld? However, he had a feeling that the god of the netherworld couldn't come out at will. What was fighting against him was only a part of his power. However, this power was so strong that even though Lin Ling had become a mid-level deity, he still felt that it was difficult to resist. He had a feeling that if it were any other mid-level deity here, they would definitely not be able to resist this aura. However, although Lin Ling was an early-level mid-level deity, he was definitely not an ordinary mid-level deity. My god, return! Lin Ling roared. Previously, when he fought the immortal lord, he actually didn't use the full strength of his dantian. The remaining 3 dantians were still in the Tao realm. Now that they were summoned by Lin Ling, the 3 stars in the Tao realm immediately turned into rainbows and shot over as if they were tearing through the void. Fellow cultivator, we've been waiting for you for a long time. They said in unison. Rumble. The void of the path of domination was torn apart, and 3 meteors shot over and smashed into Lin Ling's body. Rumble. 3 terrifying rumbling sounds resounded, and it was as if 3 more mid-level gods had descended. Most importantly, these were definitely no ordinary mid-level gods. For the first time, all 7 dantians appeared in Lin Ling's body at the same time. An unprecedentedly powerful force erupted from the depths of Lin Ling's dantian, making Lin Ling feel as if he held 7 universes in his hands. Powerful. Even Lin Ling couldn't help but be shocked. Although he had long known that the strength of the 7 dantians returning at the same time would be incomparably terrifying, he didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Rumble. With a slight movement of his arm, the power of 7 million divinity erupted and forcefully tore the immortal lord apart. Save me, underworld god. Sensing that the aura behind him was rising crazily, the immortal lord panicked even more. It turned out that Lin Ling hadn't used his full strength in the previous battle with him. Now, this was Lin Ling's true strength. Was he still an early-stage mid-level deity? He was practically a mid-level deity. However, Lin Ling had only just broken through. How could he be so freakishly strong? Rumble. A portion of the immortal lord that had been sucked into the bronze door was forcefully pulled out. Junior, how dare you? The underworld god in the depths of the bronze door also didn't expect Lin Ling to be able to increase his strength. One had to know that back in the 9 states void, Lin Ling had wanted to kill the underworld demon sealer. At that time, Lin Ling was just an ant. Who can kill my people? After the terrifying dark clouds churned within the bronze door, they actually turned into a huge ancient giant. This time, the immortal lord that had just been pulled out was pulled back again. Lei Gong Lin Ling, he's actually fighting against the underworld god. The gods in the distance were so scared that they couldn't speak coherently. Lin Ling was simply too strong. First stage. However, at this moment, Lin Ling also roared. Talent fusion. An even more terrifying divine power erupted, and it was 30% stronger than before. However, it was still not enough to fight against the underworld god. Second stage. Lin Ling roared again. Third stage. When the grey-robed Lin Ling appeared, a powerful force that didn't belong to the 9 states void finally poured out. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled throughout the entire road of domination. Heavenly fire exploded as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The void also continued to shatter, and the terrifying vibrations even killed several gods. This was the battle of the ancient giant beasts, right? So strong. Luli Empress's face was ashen as if she had seen the end of the world. Her thoughts of fighting against Lin Ling had completely disappeared. Seal. After Lin Ling's strength soared, his terrifying soul power surged out like waves, sealing everything. Chapter 46-25. Although the Stare of Wisdom couldn't seal the underworld god, it could seal the bronze door and block the powerful force coming from inside. Sky-splitting slash. Lin Ling went all out against the underworld god, wanting to take the immortal lord away from him. The underworld represented the dividing line between life and death. It had always been them who took people away. Unless the underworld god agreed, no one could take people out of the underworld. Because this was one of the great laws of the universe. Even gods were no exception. In fact, the ancient gods in the Tao realm were able to reincarnate because of the help of the underworld. But now, Lin Ling wanted to break the rules and take people away from the underworld. With a light palm strike, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, killing everything. This strike didn't hit the bronze door, but the bronze door. Rumble. The bronze door couldn't bear the weight and was blasted apart by Lin Ling. Lei Gong Lin Ling. Don't fall into my hands. The moment the bronze door shattered, an angry and resentful voice came from inside. Finally, it disappeared without a trace. Obviously, Lin Ling had completely offended the underworld god. Unless he didn't die, if he entered the underworld, his fate could be imagined. The underworld was one of the most powerful laws in the entire universe. Entering the underworld, even a superior god would be subdued. The path of domination continued to rumble, and the void continued to shatter. Only Lin Ling stood there calmly. He held the immortal lord in his hand and looked coldly into the distance. You blocked the underworld god. The immortal lord's voice trembled. Was he determined to kill him? At this moment, Lin Ling finally looked down at him. Do you think you can escape? If I, Lin Ling, want to kill someone, not even the god of creation can stop me, let alone the underworld god. Before I entered the reincarnation life and death dream, I told myself that all of you will die. As soon as the word die fell, Lin Ling's powerful divine power suppressed out. Boom! The immortal lord's soul finally exploded and dissipated. He could no longer enter the reincarnation cycle and completely dissipated in the universe. Dead. A powerful god had died, just like that. Wasn't it said that it was difficult for one to fall after becoming a god? The gods in the distance were all dumbfounded. But at this moment, Lin Ling looked at them. With just a glance, their bodies trembled as if they had seen a giant god from the primal chaos realm. Run! Lei Gong Lin Ling, spare my life. Loud shouts rang out one after another. Everyone panicked. Some ran away, some knelt down and begged for mercy. Boom! But in the blink of an eye, the path of the Dominator exploded, and the power of divinity surged out. The gods who tried to flee were all reduced to dust. The difference between a low-level deity and a mid-level deity was, after all, too great, not to mention that Lin Ling was an extraordinary mid-level deity. It was as if he had set up a line of life and death, and any gods who tried to rush out of it were instantly killed. Moreover, no one dared to resist. After witnessing Lin Ling kill the immortal overlord with their own eyes, all the gods knew that Lin Ling was invincible. In fact, the gods of Spirit Nation were even more afraid of Lin Ling than they were of the great gods of Spirit Nation. Unfortunately, it was useless because fear couldn't stop them from dying. In less than half an hour, all the gods had fallen. Only 3 were left. They were Luli Empress, the demon sealer of the underworld, and Lord Ning. At this moment, their pupils were trembling. Previously, they had not fled because they had discovered that a powerful force had enveloped their entire bodies, seizing everything from them. Even if they wanted to use the heavenly Tao realm, Lin Ling was too strong. They couldn't enter the Tao realm in a short time. Lin Ling would completely wipe them out before they entered the Tao realm. In the end, the void of the 9 states was different from the Tao realm. There was no Tao realm power to protect them. Demon sealer of the underworld, you said that I took advantage of you because you haven't recovered your strength. Now, I'll help you recover your strength and let you fight me. Lin Ling walked forward step by step and looked at the demon sealer of the underworld. No need. The demon sealer of the underworld smiled bitterly. Even if he recovered his strength, he couldn't compare to the immortal overlord. So, what was the use? On the contrary, he regretted it very much. He didn't have to die. Not long ago, he met Lin Ling and was scared away by Lin Ling. As long as Lin Ling didn't come back, wouldn't he be fine? Unfortunately, he thought that Lin Ling wasn't strong at all. And this kind of luck killed him in the end. Die. Lin Ling nodded and said coldly. Since the demon sealer of the underworld was dead, there was no need to talk nonsense. Lei Gong Lin Ling. The demon sealer of the underworld looked at Lin Ling unwillingly. In the end, he was crushed into powder by the divine power. Luli Empress. Lin Ling looked at the second person. Luli Empress bit her lips, unable to say a word. She thought that since she came back from the dead, she could definitely make a comeback and take revenge on Lin Ling. However, everything was the same as before. As long as Lin Ling surpassed her, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't surpass him again. On the contrary, the gap between her and Lin Ling was even bigger. Li Xiaoyao. Luli Empress said coldly. She wanted to say something else. Die. Unfortunately, Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to speak any more nonsense. His powerful divine power crushed the colored glaze Great Empress into fine powder because in his heart, this wasn't the colored glaze Great Empress, but merely a puppet. Endless powder scattered, and a cloud of dust formed by light drifted with the wind. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't notice this cloud of dust. However, Lin Ling's current strength was monstrous. How could it escape his eyes? This must be the source of the resurrection of the great god of Spirit Nation. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and made a guess. He stretched out his left hand, and little Kunlun swam out from his arm and swallowed the cloud of dust. Don't let it die. Seal it in the vines. Lin Ling said to little Kunlun, completely eliminating the possibility of Luli Empress's resurrection. He knew that little Kunlun had the ability to plant blood-sucking plants. So, as long as he planted the blood-sucking plants in the cloud of dust, Luli Empress wouldn't be able to recover her strength. Furthermore, she wouldn't die, so she wouldn't be able to be resurrected. Lin Ling, you're really powerful. You even discovered the secret of Spirit Nation. The remaining person was Lord Ning. He sighed and said, this is called the spiritual light Kun Tali. After the experts of Spirit Nation die, they will be summoned back to Spirit Nation. As long as the great god of Spirit Nation agrees, he can revive the dead with the help of the spiritual light Kun Tali. Lin Ling, you're no longer the same as before. Even I have to look up to you. Kill me. Lord Ning's face was ashen. He knew that he couldn't fight against Lin Ling. I want to kill you too. However, your grandpa Treasure God's old enemy. I'll leave you to him. Lin Ling looked deeply at Lord Ning. He turned and left. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Lord Ning's sight. Lord Ning stood in a daze. His expression was complicated. Thinking back to when he first met Lin Ling, he couldn't speak for a long time. Chapter 46-26. Lord Ning had never expected that Lin Ling alone would be able to stop so many experts from capturing the world will host body. Most importantly, he had a feeling that Lin Ling would become even more terrifying in the future. He would definitely rise up in the ancient world. 7 million power of divinity. At this moment, Lin Ling was advancing on the road of Dominator. Sensing his strength, he was still quite shocked. When others broke through to become mid-level gods, they only gained 1 million power of divinity, but he had gained 7 million. This was the biggest difference between mid-level gods and low-level gods. Among low-level gods, there weren't many who had 500,000 power of divinity. No wonder they couldn't win against mid-level gods. Apart from divinity, the other areas didn't improve much. Lin Ling discovered that his physical strength and soul power had both improved slightly, but the power of divinity had improved the most. Moreover, the power of divinity in his 7 dantians was 100 times denser than that of low-level gods. The power of the gods is the most basic combat method of the gods. Therefore, the strength of a god is determined by the power of the gods. However, if one has the steps of the gods, soul power, or physical strength, they can also increase one's combat strength. As for talent, it increases the quality of the power of the gods. Lin Ling's pace didn't seem fast, but in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the depths of the road of Dominator. The dangers of the road of Dominator couldn't stop Lin Ling at all. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Ling didn't need to attack at all. His body was protected by divinity, and everything he encountered along the way was turned to dust. God Emperor Zhang Gang. Soon, Lin Ling discovered that God Emperor Zhang Gang and the others were hiding on an island. This made Lin Ling move, and when he appeared again, he was on the island. Kill. When Lin Ling appeared, sharp chains immediately bound him. Then, a huge stone tablet came crashing down. Lin Ling smiled faintly and didn't resist. Boom, boom, boom. However, when this powerful attack landed on him, not only was he fine, but the 2 who attacked him were also sent flying. So strong. How is it possible that he's fine after taking one of our attacks? 2 figures smashed onto the ground and cried out in alarm. They were Zhan's Steel God Lord. Previously, they had sensed that someone had entered the island, so they immediately took action. Because they weren't familiar with this aura, they concluded that it wasn't one of them. What they didn't know was that Lin Ling's strength had broken through, and his aura was no longer the same as before. Lin Ling. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from afar. Yes, sir. Many people flew over from the depths of the island. They were people from Lei Gong's Great Hall. Lin Ling. Giant Ghost and Giant Ghost on the ground also reacted. They stared at Lin Ling dumbfoundedly. How could it be Lin Ling's? They felt that the aura on Lin Ling's body was like a completely different person. Moreover, although Lin Ling was stronger than them, it was impossible for him to face the 2 of them together without even blocking. Could it be that Lin Ling's strength had greatly increased in the Dao realm? They were surprised that they didn't realize that the current Lin Ling had spirit origin. It was different from when he relied on his physical strength to fight. Where are the experts of Spirit Nation? Longyang and Xiaoluan ran over, their faces filled with worry. They're all dead. Lin Ling smiled. Ah. Everyone's jaws dropped. They thought that Lin Ling would say that he had shaken off the pursuers. They never thought that Lin Ling would say that they were all dead. How could they be dead? They have Spirit Nation, Underworld, and Green Lotus Deity Sovereign. And it's a god. Gods can't die at all. Sir Lin Ling, what happened? How did they die? Everyone looked at Lin Ling nervously. If the pursuers were all dead, then they would be safe. Killed. Lin Ling said. Ah. Everyone's jaws dropped even wider. I killed them. Ignoring everyone's surprise, Lin Ling said again. Ah. Everyone's mouth opened so wide it could fit 3 duck eggs in it. Lin Ling, you killed them? Long Yang frowned in disbelief. Even the immortal overlord? That's right. Lin Ling nodded and didn't hide anything. He said indifferently, because I've reached middle god. What? Everyone exploded and stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. You broke through. The giant ghost's tongue was sticking out. But weren't you holding back the gods earlier? How did you break through? Did you break through while running away? God Emperor Zhang Gang was also in disbelief. He had never heard of anyone breaking through like this. Moreover, it was a middle god. Alright, we're all safe now. Lin Ling waved his hand and said. This kind of breakthrough couldn't be explained in a short time. Xiaoluan, it should be very difficult for you to enter the Dao realm now, right? Lin Ling looked at Xiaoluan and Longyang and said. He guessed that there must be many experts guarding the place where Xiaoluan left the Dao realm, waiting for them to return. Yes, a lot of experts suddenly appeared in the Dao realm. They seemed to be from some emperor and wanted to capture us. Xiaoluan nodded. Since that's the case, don't go back for now. Wait for me to return to the Dao realm and deal with the enemies. Then you can come back and tell me where you are. Lin Ling said, Oh right, how are the Kurishin and the others? When we left, the Kurishin were fighting with the ancient gods of the Dao realm. I don't know how they are now. Xiaoluan said. When the time comes, I'll find them and try to gather them. Lin Ling nodded, then looked at the giant ghost and the others. You guys should go back as soon as possible, then increase your strength and walk out of the miasma. It's much faster to increase your strength in the Dao realm than in the 9 continents. Every day you spend in the 9 continents is a day wasted. Alright. The giant ghost and the others nodded, but inwardly, they were shaken. Lin Ling had actually become a common god. Among all the gods in the 9 continents who had entered the Dao realm, Lin Ling was probably the first person to do so. Come on, let's get out of here. After looking around, Lin Ling didn't plan to stay. He led the group away from the island. Lin Ling. As soon as they left the island, an ancient voice echoed out from the depths of the Road of Sovereigns. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed as he looked into the depths of the Road of Sovereigns. It was pitch black, as if there was no end to it. Who are you? Lin Ling asked coolly. Who I am isn't important. All you need to know is that I'm a good friend of Taoist Pure Sun, and that the Road of Sovereigns is the only path that leads to the primal chaos realm. However, given your current strength, you won't be able to reach the end. I'm here on the orders of some important person to tell you 2 things. You've offended the underworld god. Things are a bit troublesome. The underworld god isn't the only powerful entity in the underworld realm. There are also several ancient gods. Secondly, your little Kunlun has reached its limit in the 9 continents. If you want to transform, you can go to my lord. He has a way to return it to the Yorwild's era. Little Kunlun. Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he looked down at the vines wrapped around his arm. Chapter 46-27. Kunlun Divine Wood. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. All this time, he could not see through little Kunlun's origins. Although little Kunlun did not seem strong, its sealing methods were incomparably powerful. Now, Lin Ling finally knew that little Kunlun's origins were not small. Little Kunlun, do you want to go? Shaking his head, Lin Ling suddenly smiled. Don't worry, they actually know me and can mention Patriarch Bodhi. I think they won't harm you. Lin Ling had met Patriarch Bodhi in the past in the Myriad Realms. Lin Ling's Bodhi Dao verification divine art was passed down by the latter. If such an ancient god wanted to harm Lin Ling, there was no need to play any tricks. Little Kunlun stretched out its vine bud and looked at Lin Ling as if in deep thought. Finally, the bud cutely nodded. Then, as if reluctant, the vine moved up his arm and stuck to Lin Ling's cheek. Lin Ling also stroked little Kunlun. Ever since he went to Qing province and obtained little Kunlun had accompanied him in battle many times. Every time he was exhausted, little Kunlun would do its best to save him. After so many years, they had already cultivated a deep relationship. Go, you can become stronger there. Lin Ling smiled, but his eyes were a little moist. Kunlun. Little Kunlun said. Lin Ling and little Kunlun had long been connected, so he knew that little Kunlun was saying, wait for me. Okay, next time we meet, you will definitely become stronger. Lin Ling nodded heavily. He pointed his arm forward and the black vine shot out. Lin Ling, take care of yourself. Be careful of the gods of the underworld. Try to raise your strength in the Tao realm. That is the world of the 5 emperors, and above them are the ancient gods. When you can climb the Tao pagoda, you will be able to see through the gods of the present, the gods of the ancient, and the prehistoric ages. When little Kunlun disappeared into the darkness, the ethereal voice slowly floated over. Moreover, you must be very curious about your origins. The 8 gods' heavenly palace has everything you want to know. Finally, the faintly discernible voice vanished. 8 gods' heavenly palace. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Now that he had the key to enter the 8 gods' heavenly palace, he planned to explore the place after dealing with the Tao realm. Lin Ling, we should focus on increasing our strength in the Tao realm. The giant ghost also wanted to go to the 8 gods' heavenly palace, but he also knew that his current strength was far too weak. Alright, after you guys break through, we'll go together. Lin Ling led the group away from the road of sovereigns. But as they left, he took one last look at the road. So, it was possible to reach the primal chaos realm from here. After a long time, Lin Ling and the others appeared in the void of the 9 prefectures. Shaoluan, Longyang, go to Lei Gong's Great Hall first. You can be protected there. Lin Ling said to Shaoluan and the others. Longyang looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. Lin Ling was her greatest enemy, but now, this enemy was protecting her. The enmity between us can be settled in the future. I'm protecting you because I don't want those behind the scenes to benefit from it. Lin Ling seemed to know what Longyang was thinking and said indifferently. All right. Longyang nodded solemnly. Don't worry, I, Longyang, am not that weak. When I become an intermediate god, I will definitely repay your kindness. Seeing Longyang speak so confidently, Lin Ling also believed in Longyang's potential. Perhaps, Longyang would be the next intermediate god to enter the Tao realm. God Emperor Zhang Gang, Giant Ghost, bring them back. When you reach Lei Gong's Great Hall, immediately enter the Tao realm and try to walk out of the miasma as soon as possible. As for how to obtain the Tao realm fragment, Yu and the others will tell you. Lin Ling said to the giant ghost and the others. Then, he left. Looking at Lin Ling's back, giant ghost and the others had complicated expressions. In the past, Saint Guy was the strongest expert in Lei Gong's Great Hall. Later, Lin Ling brought back Whitewater Pure Maiden, who was also very strong. Now, Lin Ling was the 3rd strongest expert. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before he surpassed Whitewater Pure Maiden. We have to work harder too. God Emperor Zhang Gang's eyes burned with the flames of war as he led the group towards Lei Gong's Great Hall. Although this world is fair, and even if one doesn't have a powerful legacy, as long as one works hard, one can still turn the situation around and reach the peak of the era. I have to admit that sometimes, a powerful legacy is also very important. While moving forward, Longyang suddenly said with a sigh. That's right. Lord Lin Ling was able to slowly walk from a small god to the peak of an era. I'm afraid the inheritance hidden behind him isn't simple. Someone nodded. Previously, they had heard the ethereal voice's words. The 8 gods' heavenly palace would have an answer to Lord Lin Ling's origin. Thus, they guessed that Lord Ling's origin wasn't small. In fact, when Lin Ling was in the rainforest sacred land, his talent was weaker than Sakura's. However, as he grew, his potential was stimulated and he surpassed Sakura's. Then, in the 9 prefectures. In the 4 great gods. All of this showed that Lin Ling had endless potential. Although an inheritance is important, one's own efforts are more important. Lord Lin Ling has traveled extensively over the years. He has broken through countless sacred lands and stepped into countless secret realms. He has survived many times in the hands of the Death God. Every time a calamity comes, it is Lord Lin Ling who stands in front of us. How can we not know? God Emperor Zhang Gang said. Everyone was stunned. Suddenly, they nodded in understanding. It was undeniable that Lin Ling's origin was definitely not simple. However, he had sacrificed more than ordinary people. The reason why he could possess such strength today was because he had risked his life to obtain it. In this universe, the most frightening thing is this kind of person who has a great origin but is willing to risk his life. The giant ghost also nodded. Lin Ling, Lin Ling, what kind of person are you? Long Yang's eyes also looked at the void. She was even more curious about this man. At this moment, Lin Ling was floating in the myriad of worlds. His soul force surged out like an avalanche and landed in the myriad of worlds. Disciples, I have already paved the path for you. This is also the last thing I will do for you. In the future, you will definitely not be simple. This is also our karma. Lin Ling looked at the souls in his palm. These were the souls that he had forcefully seized from the underworld. They were also his disciples in the life and death dream of reincarnation. Lin Ling knew that the life and death dream of reincarnation was an illusion. However, in his heart, knowing a lifetime was love. Therefore, Lin Ling wanted to help them. Therefore, the underworld could not stop Lin Ling. Lin Ling broke the rules of the underworld and took them away domineeringly. Swish. 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 The souls in Lin Ling's hand began to scatter and scatter in the myriad of worlds. Chapter 46-28. Moreover, Lin Ling had left a large number of magical powers and cultivation methods in their souls, and they were distributed according to each person's soul. In time, they would definitely become gods in the future. My dear disciples, it's all up to you now. After doing this, Lin Ling smiled and took out the Tao regression heavenly position. He returned to the Tao state. When he reappeared, he was still in Ancestor Hongyun's mansion. However, there were fewer people here now. As the 7 stars array had disappeared, the array no longer existed. Hence, the curious gods had left. Only Zhong Shaoxian was still waiting there. How strange, how strange. During this period of time, Ancestor Red Cloud had been searching for Lin Ling but to no avail. Furthermore, the disappearance of the 7 stars exquisite array was too strange. He could not find out anything. Perhaps, there was a sudden change in the array which caused Lei Gong Lin Ling's life to be in danger. Hence, he was taken away by the Tao state. Zhong Shaoxian suddenly said. That's possible. Ancestor Hongyun nodded. At this moment, a 5-colored radiance appeared and formed on the flat ground in front of them. Then, a figure appeared. It was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, my friend. Ancestor Hongyun was delighted to see Lin Ling suddenly appear. Zhong Shaoxian also smiled excitedly. You guys are still here. Lin Ling walked over slowly. Although his movements seemed casual, there was a majestic aura around him as if he was an ancient god. You've broken through. Ancestor Hongyun was powerful after all. He immediately noticed the change in Lin Ling. I'm lucky. Lin Ling nodded and looked at Ancestor Hongyun. Then, he said, Senior, I have something to tell you. Ancestor Hong Yun's eyes flashed and he looked at Zhong Shaoxian. Zhong Shaoxian understood his intention and left. Lin Ling, my friend, what's the matter? After Zhong Shaoxian left, Ancestor Hong Yun hurriedly looked at Lin Ling and asked with a smile. Lin Ling did not beat around the bush. He took out Ancestor Hong Yun's letter and handed it over. This letter might surprise you, so you'd better be mentally prepared. Hee, little friend Lin Ling, you underestimate me, Ancestor Hong Yun. I, Ancestor Hong Yun, have survived the great tribulation of the world. What have I not seen? Don't worry, no matter how big the matter is, it will only surprise me at most. It won't make me lose my composure. Ancestor Red Cloud smiled and received Lin Ling's letter. Lin Ling blinked. He remembered that Ancestor Hong Yun had lost his composure when he was in prison. However, Ancestor Hong Yun was not Ancestor Hong Yun. It was not impossible for Ancestor Hong Yun to not be surprised when they had different thoughts. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, wow! The previously confident Ancestor Red Cloud started to cry. Tears and snot flowed out of his eyes. Ancestor, it's a letter from Ancestor. With a plop, he knelt down and held the envelope with both hands. One moment he cried, the next he laughed. He was so emotional that he couldn't take care of himself. Is this really an ancient god? From afar, Mother Lin was stunned when she saw the floor full of tears and snot. In fact, even Lin Ling was shocked. Didn't he say that he had seen a lot? Didn't he say that he wouldn't lose his composure? He shook his head helplessly and left the manor without paying any attention to Ancestor Hong Yun. Now that he had achieved his goal of meeting Ancestor Hong Yun, he wanted to see how Grandpa Treasure God and the rest were doing. In the sky, a rainbow flashed and flew across the endless ancient barren mountains. There is a huge difference between the Tao state and the void of the 9 continents. Lin Ling looked down and sighed inwardly. The mountains in the Tao state were filled with dense spiritual energy and were extremely tough. Even a god would find it difficult to break through them. After a few more years, they might even become divine transformation realm. After a long time, the ancient river started to appear in the distance. The river was overflowing and there were huge cosmic beasts rolling around. Rumble. However, at this moment, a deafening roar came from the bottom of the ancient barren mountains. Smoke billowed and treasure light shot up into the sky. Kill all those who are with Lei Gong Lin Ling. A loud roar could be heard as a large number of gods flew in the sky. Then, they attacked the cave abode on the ground. These ancient gods were expressionless and they were all early-stage middle gods. They were like the masters of the universe. What is the meaning of this? Such chaos naturally attracted the displeasure of many ancient gods. Duo Wentian walked out with a few people and his expression was ugly. Duo Wentian, this has nothing to do with you. Get out of my way or I'll teach you a lesson too. A cold voice sounded, and a young pygmy god stood there quietly. He was the white tiger supervising Divine Emperor. He ordered the middle gods to attack the caves. These caves were where Nanwu Fenyu Treasure God and the rest were breaking through. You're too audacious. You're not putting Emperor Yao in your eyes. Duo Wentian was even more furious. However, there were more ancient gods on the white tiger supervising Divine Emperor's side and they did not dare to act rashly. Ha! The white tiger supervising Divine Emperor laughed and looked at Duo Wentian mockingly. Emperor Yao cares about these things. Or are Lei Gong Lin Ling and the rest gods from Emperor Yao's tomb? Duo Wentian and the rest were speechless. Lei Gong Lin Ling and the rest did not agree to join Emperor Yao's side and Emperor Yao did not say he would accept Lin Ling and the rest. Under normal circumstances, Emperor Yao would not care about managing his finances. But they are still Emperor Yao's guests. Duo Wentian said. What a joke, you know. Lei Gong Lin Ling almost crippled me last time. As a guest, he is blindly arrogant. Today, I am here on behalf of Emperor Yao to kill them. Get out of my way and capture all of Lei Gong Lin Ling's men and kill them." The white tiger supervising Divine Emperor snorted and was filled with murderous intent. Duo Wentian and the rest did not dare to speak. This matter was related to Emperor Yao and they did not dare to help. Moreover, the white tiger supervising Divine Emperor's master was the white tiger giant god. He was not someone they could afford to offend. The white tiger giant god had a good relationship with Emperor Yao and was a late-stage mid-god from the ancient times. It was said that he was the mount of a Buddha god and was extremely powerful. Although they were both mid-gods, they were only early-stage mid-gods. The difference of two realms was like heaven and earth. "Where is Lei Gong Lin Ling?" The white tiger supervising Divine Emperor roared again. Lei Gong Lin Ling was just a low god. A small god dared to touch him in his territory. He must be tired of living. "Find Lei Gong Lin Ling for me. I will kill him until he dares not enter the Tao realm." The white tiger supervising Divine Emperor ordered again. He was insufferably arrogant and domineering. There were countless gods in the surrounding mountains. They were dissatisfied with the white tiger supervising Divine Emperor's arrogance, but they did not dare to speak up. "Destroy this young Qilin's cave." Chapter 46-29. However, the violent rumbling also affected the cultivation of the people in the cave. Most importantly, treasure god Nanwu Fengyu and the others were in the middle of a breakthrough. Interrupting them at a critical moment could cause them fatal damage. Lei Gong Lin Ling is here. But at this moment, a strong wind blew in the sky. Lin Ling had finally returned. He had just returned to the mountain when he saw this scene. This made his eyes burn with rage. It was the white tiger divine lord. Last time, Lin Ling had spared him once for Emperor Yao's sake. This guy was unrepentant and even dared to bring people to settle the score with him. Lin Ling also sensed that Grandpa Treasure God and the others were still in the middle of a breakthrough and could not be disturbed. The most important thing now was to help Grandpa Treasure God and the others. Lei Gong Lin Ling. Many gods in the endless mountains stared at Lin Ling, who was swooping down, in great astonishment. "He's back so soon." Zhong Shaoxian was also in the crowd. However, because they were in Emperor Yao's tomb, she could not help. "Lei Gong Lin Ling, leave quickly." Duo Wentian suddenly roared. Because of Emperor Yao, they could not help. If they let Lin Ling face them, Lin Ling would definitely die. After all, Lin Ling was only a lower god. However, Lin Ling did not leave. Instead, he ran toward one of the caves. One punch. It came crashing down like breaking rotten wood. On the ground, a man with a snake's body held a golden spear. He was attacking the cave, causing rocks to fall. But soon, he noticed Lin Ling in the sky. "Attacking me?" The man laughed disdainfully. His name was Shifeng. He was a powerful snake god from the Age of Gods. After reincarnating, he quickly regained the strength of a middle god. A mere nameless god dared to attack him. Lei Gong Lin Ling, right? The price for provoking an ancient god is great. He swept his spear, and runes bloomed. A total of 2 million units of divine power erupted. Whine. This spear swept towards the sky. Time froze, and the void remained motionless. This was the might of his divine embryo. Rumble. However, the divine force mixed within the fist in the sky was even more terrifying, blasting apart those restrictions. It was as if it was unmatched, viciously crushing down. Crack. As the fist approached, the golden spear in Shifeng's hand shattered. His body retreated continuously, and his expression changed drastically. A god. He let out a cry of surprise. However, in the sky, after Lin Ling's first punch, another punch came crashing down. What ancient great god? What reincarnation of a god? I think you're just a fart. What qualifications do you have to be mentioned in the same breath as a true ancient great god? Lin Ling roared. Ignorant child, you will regret this. Snake Phone clenched his teeth and unleashed his powerful divine energy. I regret it. Do you think you can look down on everything just because you're Emperor Yao's man? Let me tell you, if you dare to touch my people, even if Emperor Yao is here, I won't be afraid. Also, Emperor Yao is a character. What about you? You're just a dog. You have the strength of a god, yet you listen to a lesser god. You're not worthy of the name of a god. Lin Ling's fist turned pitch black, and a ferocious aura surged out majestically. Boom! The fist came down, and the mountains shook. That ancient great god called Chiffon was killed with a single punch. Ah! Countless people opened their mouths wide. The scene in front of them was too shocking. This was because when Lei Gong Lin Ling first arrived, he was only a lesser god. In a short period of time, he actually succeeded in breaking through. And after breaking through, his strength was actually so strong. A god? The White Tiger Divine Emperor's pupils constricted, and he became even more furious. He was still a lesser god, but Lin Ling had become a god. Why? Kill him. The White Tiger Divine Emperor roared, and he was even more determined to kill Lin Ling. However, without waiting for his instructions, Lin Ling had already rushed to the next cave abode. Blood soared into the sky, and a terrifying killing intent erupted. The tyrannical song sword was unsheathed. It was as if the god of slaughter had descended. It's the grim demon, the crazy god of slaughter from the Age of Gods. Someone recognized the sword and exclaimed repeatedly. Back in the Age of Gods, that madman called the Grim Demon had killed hundreds of millions of gods. The more he killed, the more powerful he became, causing everyone to know about him. Now, this god-killing sword that made people pale at the mention of it had appeared again. If there was an ancient great god that they didn't want to see resurrected, then that Grim Demon was one of them. He really dares to kill. Another person had a look of apprehension. Killing Emperor Yao's people in his territory was tantamount to challenging Emperor Yao. It's just a mere 2 million power of divinity. How dare you touch me when you're so weak? Dream on. At this moment, in front of the young Qilin's cave abode, an old man riding a dragon turtle was constantly digging. When he sensed Lin Ling's killing intent, he immediately snorted. Supreme inextinguishable light. He muttered to himself, and his voice seemed to blow the taboo of gods. In the sky where Lin Ling was pouncing, a large number of owls suddenly appeared. Each owl was formed by light, but they were extremely sharp. The densely packed owls were like stars. Suddenly, a divine music sounded and drowned Lin Ling. Go away. Lin Ling slashed out, but it was as if he had slashed the moon in the water. Although the owls were separated, they immediately merged again. It was like a ray of light. No matter how powerful the attack was, it could never cut through the light. Hee, in front of my talent, boy, what can you do? The old man riding the dragon turtle laughed disdainfully and continued to dig the cave abode. He wanted to interrupt the breakthrough of the person in the cave abode. At this moment, inside the cave abode, a Qilin was lying there. It was surrounded by a divine barrier. It was constantly spitting out green wind and then inhaling it into its body. Its strength was slowly increasing. However, the formation continued to shake, making it difficult for it to focus and break through the final barrier. Lord Lin Ling. His brows moved slightly as if he was very clear about what was happening outside. What's so great about that? At this moment, a loud roar came from the sky outside the cave abode. Lin Ling stopped attacking the owls and pounced towards the old man. He's dead for sure. Many people cried out in alarm. The power of divinity in those alls had reached 3 million. It was like a trap, waiting for Lin Ling to jump in. Any intermediate god would not dare to be too arrogant in front of the alls. However, Lin Ling rushed in. Was he not courting death? Swoosh! Blood gushed out. The alls were unstoppable and cut Lin Ling into pieces. Hee hee. The old man riding the dragon turtle laughed disdainfully. Of course, this laugh did not last long. Because Lin Ling, who had been cut into pieces, actually rushed out of the alls and began to recover. A blood sword slashed down just like that. What's going on? The old man's pupils trembled fiercely. Too strong of a recovery. He was simply invincible. If I can't make a big wave, you can't even make a splash. The rolling blood sword slashed down. Not only did it have the power of divinity, it also had the power to kill. Chapter 46:30. Clang. However, a crisp, deafening sound was heard. It was as if two metals had collided, but the dragon turtle's hard shell had been cut in half. Lin Ling now had the power of 7 million divinity. Who else could it be but him? The dragon turtle's 4 limbs were in great pain. Finally, it was cut in half and fell to the ground. Its blood dyed the mountain red. The old man on the dragon turtle's head had been cut from his forehead to between his legs. A bloody cut appeared, and then it was slowly cut in half. Another intermediate celestial had fallen. No one expected that after Lin Ling appeared, he would actually kill 2 mid-level deities in quick succession. Most importantly, these 2 intermediate celestials no longer had the protection of the Tao realm. They were completely dead. The Tao realm could only give the gods 3 chances to save their lives. Obviously, they had already used up all 3 chances. Otherwise, they would not be hiding in Emperor Yao's territory instead of going out to fight. The truly powerful ancient gods were not staying in their nests. They were going out to explore ancient secrets. Thank you, my lord. Almost at the same time, the Qilin in the cave opened its eyes. An ancient aura quietly spread out. When the eyes closed again, the Qilin's body exploded. This was the most critical moment of a breakthrough. Lin Ling, how dare you kill Emperor Yao's people? At this moment, the White Tiger Divine Emperor roared when he saw Lin Ling kill 2 gods in a row. Of course, fear rose in his heart. This Lei Gong Lin Ling was too scary. He had just become a lower celestial, but his divinity was so strong. White Tiger Divine Emperor, Emperor Yao is someone who cares about his reputation. Although Lei Gong Lin Ling is not one of Emperor Yao's people, he is still fighting us one-on-one. If you let the gods attack and Emperor Yao finds out, he will punish you. At this moment, Duo Wentian said calmly. He obviously wanted the White Tiger Divine Emperor to be wary and not use the human wave tactic to kill Lin Ling. Since this was related to Emperor Yao, the White Tiger Divine Emperor did not dare to be too rash. Senior Lan Xian, kill him. White Tiger Overseer Divine Lord suddenly looked at one of them. This person was standing in front of White Water Pure Maiden's cave abode with 7 swords floating around him. He was calmly attacking the cave abode. His sword was very ethereal, like an ordinary sword. But when it landed on the cave, a large number of hard rocks were cut open like tofu. Looking at the various mountains, the deities stared at the man with solemn eyes. Lan Xian. He was a top-notch expert from the age of Pantheon. Back in the day, his strength was comparable to that of a higher god. During the great calamity of the world will, he had once single-handedly killed 80 million gods. From then on, his name had shaken the age of Pantheon, and even the ancient era. Because of this, the will of the world had targeted him, mobilizing more than 30 superior deities before finally killing him. Now that he had reincarnated and returned, even though he had not regained his former strength, he was still infamous. At this moment, when the man heard the White Tiger Divine Lord's words, his expression didn't change. He seemed to be thinking about something. "Alright, tell the giant White Tiger God that I've returned the favor he did for me when I first came to the Tao realm." In the end, he finally made a decision. It could be seen that there were only two reasons why these deities helped the White Tiger Divine Lord. First, they were wary of the giant White Tiger. Second, they owed the giant White Tiger God a favor. After all, they had turned around and cultivated again. Their strength was not the same as before. If the giant White Tiger God stepped in when they were in danger, this favor would naturally be unavoidable. "Alright, you just need to do your best. I'll take responsibility for any consequences." The White Tiger Divine Lord also knew of Lan Xian's fearsome reputation. He helped him because of the favor. If he angered Lan Xian would still dare to kill him. "Lei Gong Lin Ling, right? You're very strong. At least 70% of early-stage mid-gods are no match for you." Lan Xian stood in front of Lin Ling and said calmly. Seeing that he did not disturb White Tiger Divine Lord's breakthrough, Lin Ling was not in a hurry for the time being. He said calmly, "Thank you, but your realm is the same as mine. I reckon 70% of early-stage mid-gods are no match for you." Ha ha ha. Lan Xian laughed heartily. "You're right. We're both early-stage mid-gods. Although our realms seem to be the same, due to the era of cultivation, talent, and various means, we're also divided into 3 levels of strength. You and I are hovering around the upper middle level, about to enter the 3rd level. In this vast universe, there are countless deities. How can we possibly see through all of them? To be able to defeat 70% of the deities is already very good. As for you, I reckon your strength is about the same as mine. However, I'll give you a chance since it's not easy for you to cultivate. If you leave now, I'll guarantee your safety." Hearing Lan Xian's words, Lin Ling had a good impression of this person. Although this person was ferocious, he was also a person with character. "I'm sorry. If I leave, my friends will fail in their breakthroughs. So, I appreciate your kindness." Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. "I knew you would say that. The reason why I'm giving you a chance is because you also have a ferocious aura, which makes me feel very close to you. This shows that you're magnanimous and not hypocritical. You're ferocious." Lan Xian waved his right hand, and the 7 swords circled around. Suddenly, the void became noisy. This was a ferocious aura, an incomparably terrifying ferocious aura. My talent is that of a 5th-class god fetus, which is one of the most ferocious creatures in the universe. However, I reckon that my talent won't be of much use to you, because you're one of the 4 ferocious beasts, chaos, so you're immune to the effects of my ferocious aura. Therefore, I only used the 7 ferocious swords. If you can block my attack and survive, I'll admit defeat. As for defeating me, that's impossible. Back then, I fought the sword demon, the owner of your sword, and returned with a draw. Now, as the owner of this sword, you can't defeat me no matter how strong you are. Moreover, you're not the slaughter demon." Swoosh! 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 The 7 swords soared into the sky, erupting with a terrifying ferocious aura. Even the ancient beasts in the distant river sank to the bottom, not daring to act rashly. This showed how terrifying the ferocious aura was. Most importantly, this person had fought the slaughter demon and returned with a draw. Thank you for the reminder. Although I'm not the slaughter demon, you're not the deity from back then either. However, Lin Ling smiled faintly. His words made Lan Xian's expression freeze. Indeed, he was only a mid-god now, not the high god from back then. Get ready. Ferocious aura overflows the sky, insufferably arrogant. Lan Xian pointed with a finger. The flames of the ferocious aura turned into a torrential river, drowning the vast wilderness. Within the ominous clouds, a pair of eyes quietly appeared. The ferocious aura spewed out, and the deities who looked at it were all frightened. Some of the lower gods were constantly corroded by the ferocious aura, their bodies riddled with holes. They hurriedly left the mountain and fled into the distance. The ferocious aura was too terrifying. It wasn't something they could resist. Chapter 46-31. Lin Ling is the successor of the Grim Demon. No wonder he's so strong. But he's in trouble now that he's met Lan Xian. Zhong Shaoxian also spoke. She had always been curious about what kind of god Lin Ling was, and now she understood a lot. Unfortunately, she didn't know that Lin Ling had too many inheritances, and the Grim Demon was just one of them. Whoosh! The sword shot over, piercing through the void. So strong, at least 500 strands of the power of God. With just one sword, Lin Ling was shocked. Tyrannical Song Sword. He bellowed, and the steps of slaughter appeared, clashing with the sword. Swoosh! But soon, a terrifying force enveloped Lin Ling, making him feel like he was invincible. And this force shocked Lin Ling, because it wasn't the power of God. Lin Ling had more power of God, so he wasn't afraid of clashing with the power of God. But Lan Xian was powerful not only with the power of God, but also with the steps of slaughter. And it was even higher than Lin Ling's steps of slaughter. It had probably reached the immemorial level, the same as Lin Ling's steps of wisdom. This meant that the steps of wisdom might not be able to seal this sword. One sword to kill one person. At this moment, Lan Xian's voice sounded in Lin Ling's ears. Whoosh! The sword pierced through Lin Ling's chest, and a terrifying aura wreaked havoc in his body. Clang! The tyrannical song sword in his hand also fell from the sky, and Lin Ling also fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Lan Xian, a god whose name had shaken the age of gods, now had the strength to defeat 70% of early-stage mid-gods. Naturally, she couldn't be underestimated. Defeated. Many gods secretly shook their heads. But they didn't feel embarrassed for Lei Gong Lin Ling. After all, Lei Gong Lin Ling had just broken through not long ago, so his defeat was understandable. What a pity. However, Lan Xian also shook her head. My 7 ferocious swords can kill one person with each sword. Back then, I used the 7 ferocious swords to kill the world will. How can you block it? You should listen to my advice and leave. You won't have to die. He isn't dead yet. However, right after Lan Xian finished speaking, someone spoke coldly. It was Zhong Shaoxian. Impossible. Lan Xian frowned. His sword had always killed a person with one strike. How could Lin Ling not be dead? If he dies, the Dao realm will take him away. At this moment, Zhong Shaoxian spoke once more. Her words were like a bolt from the blue, and it caused Lan Xian's pupils to tremble fiercely. Zhong Shaoxian was right. He abruptly looked at Lin Ling, who was floating down to the ground. However, at this moment, an arm suddenly appeared and grabbed the tyrannical song sword, which was continuously falling, and rose into the air. Fellow Taoist, allow me. The person holding the sword looked like Lin Ling, but he didn't look like Lin Ling. His aura was clearly different. An avatar of the true body? Lan Xian's eyes narrowed and she pointed out again. Whoosh! A sword shot over with a ferocious aura. Poof! That person's chest was instantly pierced through and he died completely. The 7 ferocious sword was famous for killing a person with one strike. Now that he saw it, it was indeed so. It was as if no god could withstand a single strike from it. Fellow Taoist, allow me. However, right after that person died, another person holding the tyrannical song sword rushed into the sky. Dead. The 7 ferocious swords slashed again. Soon, another person appeared. Another slash. Next, Lin Ling rushed out one after another, holding the tyrannical song sword and fighting against Lan Xian like a relay. Killing a person with one strike. Lan Xian's sword could indeed do that, but Lin Ling had many avatars of the true body. Let's see how many people Lan Xian's sword could kill. Where's Lin Ling's true body? Lan Xian also immediately investigated, but discovered that Lin Ling's original body had already disappeared. Kill. This left him with no choice but to continue killing. In the sky, gods kept falling. They were all Lin Ling's avatars. Of course, if these avatars were weak, it would not be a big deal. However, these avatars all had the strength of a mid-level god. Time passed quietly just like that. Something's not right. Lei Gong Lin Ling is breaking Lan Xian's steps of the gods. Suddenly, a middle-stage mid-level old man came to his senses. What's going on? The gods were even more shocked. Lan Xian's steps of the gods are very powerful and can ignore the opponent's divine energy. As long as the opponent's strength does not surpass his, the seven ferocious sword can kill a person with one strike. However, Lin Ling has countless avatars and is extremely powerful. This is enough for Lan Xian to kill until Lan Xian's steps of the gods disappear. He was a mid-level god and had extremely good eyesight. So that's how it is. Killing a person with one strike means that with one strike, he can't kill a large number of people. He can only kill them one strike at a time. If that's the case, Lan Xian will definitely be exhausted. It's even possible that his divine energy will be exhausted. However, Lei Gong Lin Ling can also exhaust his divine energy by continuously activating his avatars. If that's the case, these two mid-level gods will be competing to see whose divine energy can last longer. I reckon that Lin Ling won't be able to last longer than Lan Xian. After all, Lan Xian has already broken through for 300 years, and Lin Ling has only broken through recently. Many gods discussed animatedly and expressed their own opinions. Lan Xian also knew about Lin Ling's battle strategy, and his expression was extremely solemn. Lei Gong Lin Ling was indeed difficult to deal with. However, competing in divine energy? He was confident about this. However, as time passed, he started to frown and his face started to turn pale. This was because he had already exhausted a lot of his divine energy. However, Lin Ling's avatars were still not done. It was as if he wanted to exhaust him to death. If this continued, he would definitely lose. At this moment, he suddenly realized that there was such a huge flaw in his ability to kill one person with one strike. Of course, when he fought against the will of the world back then, he had killed one with one strike. However, the will of the world that died was completely dead. Now, he was also killing one with one strike, but the one that died was his avatar. I'm not fighting anymore. Thinking of this, Lan Xian shouted gloomily. If you persist for a little longer, you won't just be defeated. You'll be completely dead. Almost at the same time, a cold voice suddenly came from behind Lan Xian. He saw that Lin Ling was already standing behind him, and he didn't know if it was his avatar or his real body. However, what scared Lan Xian the most was that this wasn't a matter of whether it was his avatar or his real body, but that he actually couldn't detect Lin Ling's appearance. In fact, when you've exhausted 80% of your divine energy, I can already easily kill you. Your ability to kill one person with one strike won't be able to stop my speed. Lin Ling said again because this was his real body. Most importantly, he had already activated his talent fusion to the second stage. His speed had greatly increased, and his power of divinity had also increased by 2 million. This meant that his total power of divinity had reached 9 million. His original power of divinity was 7 million, and the second stage of the talent fusion had increased by 2 million. This was something he knew when he fought against the underworld god. If he reached the third stage, he estimated that his power of divinity would be 10 million. Coupled with his powerful physical strength, even if there were hundreds of millions of early-stage mid-gods, he would be able to defeat 90% of them. Chapter 46-32. Although part of the reason was that he had not recovered his strength, Lin Ling had not reached the level of a higher deity. 70%. Lin Ling said calmly. TSK. Lan Xian sneered as he stared at Lin Ling as though he was looking at a monster. He had expended so much divine energy, but Lin Ling had only expended 30% of it. With this guy's strength, there would be few who could match him among the early-stage middle deities. Only those with talents above 5th grade might stand a chance. I admit defeat. Lan Xian looked dispirited as he left slowly. He did not even look at the White Tiger Overseer Divine Lord. He believed that the White Tiger Overseer Divine Lord had nothing to say. Indeed, the White Tiger Overseer Divine Lord had nothing to say. He knew that Lan Xian had not held back. He had used all his strength to kill Lin Ling. But because of this, he felt that Lin Ling was even more terrifying. The third middle deity. The gods also felt that Lin Ling was terrifying. Such a middle deity had no reputation among the Tao realm. Today, he would have shocked the world and destroyed the vast wilderness. Bang! Lin Ling shot down from the sky and landed in front of the last cave abode. My lord! This cave abode was where Saint Guy had broken through. The latter had been harassed and could not break through. Now that he saw Lin Ling, he smiled excitedly. Previously, he had been watching the battle outside. When he saw Lin Ling crushing the gods, he was very happy. If not for the fact that he was at the critical moment of breaking through, he would have helped Lin Ling. The fourth. Lin Ling stood in front of the cave abode, holding his sword and looking calmly at the ancient god. The wound on his chest that Lan Xian had stabbed was now emitting a black light and the aura of a Buddhist dragon. It was healing rapidly. Lin Ling's physical body was too strong. He had the undying chaos, the dual dragon talent, and the Vajra Bodhi's protection. Killing one person with one strike was ineffective against Lin Ling. To kill him, Lin Ling, it would take at least 100 strikes. The last person was a divine bird with black feathers. She was 2 meters tall and looked very fierce. At this moment, she stopped attacking the cave abode and looked calmly at Lin Ling. She looked like a human, but she was actually a bird. However, Lin Ling guessed that she was an ancient species. Thunder Lord Lin Ling, I reckon that you don't only have grim demons inheritance. You should have other inheritances. As for what they are, I'm not interested in knowing. However, I didn't expect such an expert to come to the Tao realm. The black bird had a demonic nature and its eyes were pitch black. It could make people feel as if they had fallen into a demonic hell. The aura on her body was very ancient. Her talent level was probably not low. Lin Ling looked at her calmly without saying a word. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you will die if you go on a killing spree here. Why don't you submit to the ancestral bird clan? Our immortal ancestor can plead on your behalf and ask Emperor Yao not to kill you. Although your strength is not bad, there are many people in the Tao realm who are stronger than you. The black bird spat out human words, its voice sharp. I don't need you to worry about me. Are you going to scram now? You still have to continue messing up the cave abode. If you do, you can only die. Lin Ling said coldly. Ha ha ha, ignorant brat, I'm giving you a chance. You should know that if you offend Emperor Yao, your hometown will die, and your entire race will die. Not to mention your friends, even after thousands of generations, everyone related to you will die. The dignity of the 5 emperors is inviolable. Black Bird shrieked. The black bird laughed loudly. The universe's great Tao has always been rolling forward. Any prodigy who awakens, as long as they are not the final child of the great Tao, will die without a doubt unless they suppress their drive. I've seen many in this life and my previous life. In the ancient times, there were countless prodigies like you who appeared out of nowhere. There are as many divine sons as there are hairs on a cow, but in the end, they were either suppressed or summoned to surrender. Now, you are going to follow in their footsteps, so you should just submit to the ancestral bird clan. The black bird said disdainfully. The ancestral bird clan was one of the oldest bird clans in the universe. They were very ancient and had seen many ancient gods. No one dared to disrespect them. Blabber blabber. Lin Ling's eyes turned colder. This black bird wanted him to submit. Dream on. He, Lin Ling, had only come here to lie low for a while. He wasn't here to join Emperor Yao. Shameless boasting. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you defeated Lan Xian. My origin is stronger than Lan Xian's. It's just that under normal circumstances, Lan Xian is not worth my full strength. The black bird saw that Lin Ling was still stubborn. She was also angry. Cut the crap. Lin Ling was even angrier. He stopped talking nonsense with the black bird and slashed out with his sword. You're courting death. The black bird's body turned into darkness. With a flick of her feathers, countless feathers shot out. Each feather carried a powerful divine force. There were more than 8 million of them. And if one looked carefully, there was blood at the end of these feathers. The seemingly ordinary blood was actually the most ancient blood, mixed with supreme power. It was obvious that this was her innate bloodline. This was the most ancient inherited bloodline. If her realm was not too low and could not use it, she would have easily killed Lin Ling by now. Third stage. Lin Ling's body shook. The gray-robed Lin Ling appeared, merged with the killing steps, and slashed out with 10 million divine force. Whoosh! Those terrifying feathers were actually cut off by Lin Ling's sword. They could not get close to him at all. Instead, they fell to the ground. The surrounding mountains were all corroded. 10 million divine force. The black bird clearly did not expect Lin Ling to be able to increase his strength in such a short time. She did not have time to resist and was immediately cut off by Lin Ling's sword. One of her wings was broken, and she was in a sorry state like a drowned rat. The gods also did not expect Lin Ling to be able to increase his strength. It was like stepping on the desolate land and punching the universe. You dare to hurt me. The black bird flew up, scattering countless feathers. She let out a sharp cry, no longer as mighty as before. All of a sudden, one of the feathers on her head began to burn. A powerful force suddenly appeared, causing a vortex to appear in the void. The entire desolate land seemed to be spinning. Her claws viciously grabbed at Lin Ling on the ground. Primogenitor's claw. The void cracked, and there was a rumbling sound. The gods in the mountains were shocked, and they all retreated. They sensed that an ancient force was suppressing them. They would be in great danger if they got close. The primogenitor bird is burning her bloodline. This bloodline is left behind from ancient times. Once it burns, she will definitely be severely injured. This means that she must kill Lin Ling. Only a few gods were unharmed, but their faces were extremely serious. Although they were now stronger than the primogenitor bird, the primogenitor bird's bloodline was even more ancient. In the future, it would definitely surpass them. Chapter 46-33. Caw. When the claw reached him, Lin Ling felt the world around him disappear. Only a pair of bird claws could reach him with the power to shatter heaven and earth. Most importantly, there was an earth-shattering cry coming from the bird claws. It was like the cry of a rooster calling out to the first ray of sunlight in the universe. Buzz. Buzz. Lin Ling felt a sharp pain in his head. Then, blood flowed out. It was as if his soul had been severely injured. The most frightening thing was that Lin Ling felt the top of his head cracking. His bones were making cracking sounds. Not good. Lin Ling endured the pain and continued to stare at the ancestor bird's fatal attack. However, he could no longer see the claw. This was even more dangerous. This Archaeopteryx must be one of the strongest early-stage mid-gods in the 10% of gods. Lin Ling has been tricked. Demon bird world burning, ancestor bird's claw. Even a mid-stage mid-god wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Yes, the power of Ignite is not any weaker than the steps of gods. All the gods looked at Lin Ling. When they realized that Lin Ling was motionless, they immediately knew that Lin Ling was doomed. Dong! However, at this moment, the sound of a bell came from Lin Ling's broken skull. It was the sound of Buddha, and it temporarily blocked out the ancestor bird's cry. Behind Lin Ling, a Vajra appeared. This was the Vajra Bodhi. This Vajra held a string of Bodhi in its hand. It looked as if it was going to vanquish demons and demons. It glared at the world. With this Vajra Bodhi, Lin Ling regained his consciousness for a short period of time. Steps of wisdom. Lin Ling grasped the time. Endless light rushed out of his mind and suppressed it. Then, he rushed up and pounced on the ancestor bird. How is this possible? The gods were shocked when they saw Lin Ling, who seemed to have come back from the dead. It was a situation of certain death. Lin Ling could actually turn the situation around. Impossible. In the sky, the progenitor bird's eyes were dim and lifeless. She had not expected such a result. Now that Lin Ling had sealed the steps of wisdom, she found that her bloodline power was much weaker, and much of her life essence had been sealed. Her sharp claws became illusory at this moment as they were cut apart by Lin Ling's sword. I lost. She made a sound of pain. This was because the ignition of her bloodline was her strongest trump card. Even in a life and death situation, she would not use it. Every time she ignited her bloodline, she would be injured and her future potential would be weakened. However, she didn't expect that even burning her bloodline wouldn't be able to kill Lin Ling. Now, even without Lin Ling making a move, she was probably too weak to continue fighting. Die, Birdman. Lin Ling descended from the sky. Holding the sword with both hands, he viciously slashed down. However, at the critical moment, the five-colored light protected the black bird and brought her away from the Tao realm. Although it had escaped a calamity, the black bird's eyes were still dispirited and filled with anger. The source of my bloodline is getting smaller and smaller. She clearly knew that she had suffered a great loss. If she had known this would happen, she would rather have been taken away by the Tao realm than use that forbidden technique. The fourth one. Seeing the black bird being taken away, Lin Ling also floated in the sky, looking down at the desolate land and the gods. The fourth one. The gods in the mountains were all silent. No one expected that Lin Ling would be able to defeat a powerful intermediate god under Emperor Yao with his own strength. This Lin Ling was really too scary. If he was in the Tao realm, no ancient mountain would be able to stop him. No newly risen son of God would be more dazzling than him. Seeing that no one was speaking, Lin Ling hurriedly rushed towards the white tiger supervising armament Divine Lord at full speed. Now that the people who had been harassing the cave abode had been dealt with, as long as he captured the white tiger overseer Divine Lord, the other gods wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Lei Gong Lin Ling, how dare you? Lin Ling's speed was too fast, and his attacks were swift. It was only after Lin Ling disappeared that the gods noticed. You're courting death. These gods were all mid-stage mid-gods. However, they were clearly too slow. This was because Lin Ling had already appeared in front of the white tiger overseer Divine Lord. Lin Ling, what are you doing? The white tiger overseer Divine Lord was terrified. Bang! Lin Ling punched the white tiger overseer Divine Lord's stomach, destroying his dantian, and then stepped on him. Barf. The white tiger overseer divine lord spat out a large mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale, as if he had suffered the greatest pain in his life. Whoever dares to act recklessly, don't blame me for stomping them to death. After dealing with the white tiger overseer divine lord, Lin Ling also looked at the endless mountains domineeringly. At this moment, no one dared to act rashly. At this moment, a late-stage intermediate god said coldly, "Lei Gong Lin Ling, you're making one mistake after another. Why don't you release the white tiger overseer divine lord now? Otherwise, no one will be able to save you if Emperor Yao is angered." "Ha ha ha, if I release him, will you let me go?" Lin Ling laughed arrogantly. When he attacked, he knew that things would not be so simple. But now, he had done it even if he did not want to. Who cares? As long as Grandpa Treasure God and the others did not come out of seclusion, Lin Ling did not intend to leave. "My lord." At this moment, in the cave, the young Qilin had reached the end of its breakthrough. Sensing the changes outside, its huge Qilin head began to cry. Their lord did not hesitate to fight against Emperor Yao and the other gods in order to protect them. This was their lord. "Let him go, and I'll put in a good word for you in front of Emperor Yao, and I'll spare your life." The earth shook, and then a burly god appeared and said sternly to Lin Ling, "Bullshit." Lin Ling laughed. "Release the white tiger supervising divine monarch. That would make him die even faster. Damn it, everyone, destroy the cave. Let's see how arrogant this Lin Ling is." A lady suddenly suggested. Her words were vicious, and it could be said that she had caught Lin Ling's weak spot. "How dare you!" Lin Ling shouted, and flames of anger appeared in his eyes. His purpose was to protect Grandpa Treasure God and the others, so how could he let them be affected? Then why are you still not letting him go? Let him go immediately, kneel down, and destroy your own divine origin. Then, we'll agree to let you go. That lady smiled sinisterly. She was wearing a white dress and had a beauty that could topple cities, but who would have thought that she was so vicious? Goddess Tian Si. Duo Wentian and the others stared at that lady and secretly gritted their teeth. However, that lady had the strength of a mid-stage middle deity, so they did not dare to speak. "Let him go or not, I'll give you 3 breaths to consider." Another old man spoke. He wore an 8-trigram Taoist robe and sat on a donkey. He looked benevolent, but his voice was cold. 1. 2. All the gods stared at Lin Ling and began to count, wanting to force Lin Ling into a corner. 3. The final cold voice finally sounded. The time left for Lin Ling to consider was over. In fact, Lin Ling did not even have time to consider. Die. Lin Ling was enraged, and like a divine monarch, he exerted force with his feet. With a boom, the bones of the white tiger supervising divine monarch exploded, and his flesh turned into meat paste. However, at the critical moment, the Tao realm took him away, and he died once. Chapter 46-34. To Lin Ling, even if he released the white tiger overseer divine lord, these gods would still not let him go. Therefore, he might as well kill him. At most, he would just break up. Let's fight. Who's afraid of who? In the entire endless mountains, all the gods were shocked by Lin Ling's crazy choice. Lin Ling actually chose to kill the white tiger overseer divine lord. Without the white tiger overseer divine lord as a hostage, how was Lin Ling going to face all the gods of Emperor Yao? Where did this brat get his courage from? He was really a fierce dragon crossing the river. You're courting death by killing him in front of us. You're not putting Emperor Yao in your eyes. What are your intentions? Before you came, our eastern barbarian mountain was peaceful. Now that you're here, everyone is panicking. Seeing Lin Ling kill without hesitation, the white-clothed goddess shouted. I don't intend to provoke Emperor Yao. I'm only here as a guest. Moreover, I didn't come empty-handed. I've already told you how to exchange the ancient beasts in the river for the Tao realm fragment. I don't owe Emperor Yao anything. Now that the White Tiger Overseer Divine Lord forced me, don't blame me. Lin Ling shouted coldly. He had never seen Emperor Yao and did not know what kind of person he was. Therefore, he did not want to provoke him. You still dare to talk nonsense. However, the gods did not listen to Lin Ling at all. This person has no respect for his elders. He should be suppressed. An old man floated up, his whole body emitting golden light. He was incomparably majestic. These people were all reincarnated gods and were already familiar with each other. However, they did not know Lin Ling, and he killed the White Tiger Overseer Divine Lord in front of them. How could they not be angry? Die here. The ancient gods attacked, and there were 3 of them. Each of them used their divine abilities, talents, and divine power. They were all incomparably terrifying. This attack was like an inescapable net that sealed off all paths of survival for Lin Ling. Moreover, they showed no mercy and did not intend to leave Lin Ling alive. Don't blame me if you want me dead. Lin Ling's face turned cold as he erupted with full speed. Now that he was at the 3rd stage, his speed had reached 2 million world speed. One had to know that no matter what god it was, unless they were gifted with speed, their speed would always be the slowest to improve. Before Lin Ling broke through, his basic speed was 1 million worlds per second. After breaking through, his speed increased by 500,000 worlds per second. This was also due to his 7 great dantians. If it were another god, their speed would only increase by 100,000 worlds per second. As for the fusion talent, it had increased by another 500,000 points. Coupled with the Quafu's sun chasing boots, his speed had reached the speed of 3,500,000 worlds, surpassing most early-stage mid-gods. Even many mid-stage mid-gods were unable to catch up to him. There was a burst of turbulence in the air as a sword ferociously slashed out with surging killing intent. The 5-colored light flickered, and one of the ancient great gods who attacked widened his eyes. Then, he was taken away by the 5-colored light. Bo Bo Jia Di. The other 2 ancient gods roared in anger. In the blink of an eye, one of them had died. Don't blame me for being merciless when you attack me. However, they cared about others and forgot about themselves. Another sword slashed out, the power of 10 million strands of divinity gushing out. Swoosh! Another person was killed, and the 5-colored light shone as he was taken away by the Tao realm. Die! Finally, one of the ancient great gods roared, and his endless long hair turned into an awl that stabbed towards Lin Ling. Puchi! That awl contained 4 million strands of divinity, and it was extremely powerful. It instantly pierced through Lin Ling's body. Dead? That ancient great god immediately frowned. Impossible, Penglai Tree God, be careful, he was not taken away by the Tao realm. But soon, someone shouted to remind them. The Penglai Tree God was one of the gods in charge of the Penglai Island in the deity realm. And that voice also reminded the Penglai Tree God because Lin Ling had not been in the Tao realm for long. He definitely had 3 chances to be protected by the Tao realm, but now, he had not appeared even once. It's an afterimage. The Penglai Tree God immediately reacted and turned around, only to see a surging sea of blood surging over. No. The Penglai Tree God roared, but unfortunately, it was too late. The indestructible power of divinity destroyed him, and his divine blood spilled on the ground, emitting hot smoke. Dead. This was true death. That was because the Penglai Tree God no longer had the protection of the Tao realm. He actually dared to kill our people. Kill him. Seeing Lin Ling kill 3 people in an instant, the gods of the mountain were enraged, and they all attacked. Rumble. The entire mountain seemed to have been destroyed, and the rolling river in the distance continued to evaporate. Lei Gong Lin Ling, is he trying to kill the heavens? At this point, Duo Wentian and the others did not dare to help, because killing in Emperor Yao's territory was equivalent to challenging the ancient great gods. Among the current Dao realm experts, the only ones who dared to challenge Emperor Yao were the other 4 emperors. Duo Wentian watched as Lin Ling fought a bloody battle against a group of deities. Their hearts trembled as well. "Kill him, we must kill him." At this time, a sharp voice came. It was the White Tiger Divine Lord. He had returned to the Dao realm again. However, he only had one chance to be protected by the Dao realm. And the reason he dared to come back was because he knew Lei Gong Lin Ling was in trouble. Rumble. An ancient stone pagoda fell from the sky, suppressing Lin Ling. The power of divinity had reached the level of 20 million. The earth shook violently, and countless people were shocked. The one who attacked was Goddess Tian Si. She looked beautiful, but she did not show any mercy. She was cold-blooded. We, the great gods of the ancient times, had god positions in our bodies back then. As for you, you are nothing. Goddess Tian Si said coldly as she controlled the dancing phoenix sun pagoda to suppress Lin Ling. This pagoda was a wanton treasure, and it was extremely powerful. It had the power to suppress all demons. I didn't expect this person to be so eager to make a move when the world will is still dormant. I think he should be the world will, an old man said. Now, he is suppressed under the pagoda and will be turned into meat paste. The other ancient great god said coldly. They surrounded the stone pagoda as if admiring a masterpiece. Good kill. The White Tiger Divine Lord's eyes were filled with sinister light as he shouted, he still has a chance to be protected by the Dao realm. Let's stay here and kill him until he doesn't dare to enter the Dao realm. Then, we'll find out where he came from and kill his universe. The White Tiger Divine Lord was clearly not satisfied. He wanted to kill Lin Ling for thousands of generations. White Tiger supervising Divine Lord, this child must die. Those who are with him must die as well. However, this is the cycle of karma. There is no need to kill everyone in the void of the universe where he resides. We are ultimately gods of the righteous path, not demons. Chapter 46-35. Alright, he should have used the Dao realm to escape. Goddess Tian Si, unlock the stone pagoda. Another ancient great god said. Goddess Tian Si nodded and lifted the stone pagoda with a wave of her right hand. An ancient rune appeared under the stone pagoda. The rune had the power to suppress everything, but after the stone pagoda was lifted, the rune gradually dimmed. Looking at the ground, it was now covered in scarlet blood. Broken bones were scattered all over the ground. It was a tragic sight. These were Lin Ling's blood and bones. Ha ha ha. Seeing the blood, the White Tiger Divine Lord couldn't help but laugh heartily. Oh no, Lin Ling isn't dead yet. Goddess Tian Si, quickly suppress him. Suddenly, an old monk moved his fingers slightly as if he had calculated something and shouted in shock. Pop! 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 Almost at the same time, the blood and broken bones on the ground began to merge, turning into a bloodied man with messy hair. The tyrant song sword was stabbed into the ground beside him. When the man lifted it, it shot out as if it had escaped from prison. He was Lei Gong Lin Ling. Ha ha ha, you bunch of hypocritical gods. You want to kill me? You're too naive. A demonic voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. He left flaming footprints in the sky at an extremely fast speed. This was the Quafu sun chasing boots. White Tiger Divine Lord. Billowing killing intent locked onto the White Tiger Divine Lord, causing the latter's eyes to widen. He dared to come back this time because he was confident that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to touch him anymore. The previous incident was an accident. However, he didn't expect that Lin Ling, who had been suppressed by the gods, was still alive. Swoosh! A sword slashed over, and the five-colored light wrapped around the white tiger divine lord and brought him out of the Tao realm. At this point, he no longer had the protection of the Tao realm. If he encountered a life-and-death crisis in the future, he would definitely die. One had to know that many gods in the Tao realm didn't dare to waste the protection opportunity because unless you didn't want to enter the Tao realm, 3 protection opportunities would never be enough. Now, the White Tiger Divine Lord hadn't gone far from the Tao realm, but he no longer had the protection of the Tao realm. This undoubtedly suppressed his growth. Lei Gong Lin Ling. The White Tiger Divine Monarch was taken away. His eyes were bloodshot. He hated it. He couldn't accept it. Kill me. This is the price. Blood continuously dripped from Lin Ling's body. It was as if he had turned into a demon. A terrifying killing intent surged out from him, covering the sky and covering the earth. At this moment, it was as if he had transformed into a slaughtering demon from the age of gods. Since Emperor Yao's people didn't give him face, why should he show mercy? Die. He pounced over, charging towards those lesser deities on the mountain. Lei Gong Lin Ling had completely gone mad. Although these lesser deities hadn't made a move previously, it didn't mean that it had nothing to do with them. This was because when the deities were attacking Lin Ling, they were also in high spirits and fanning the flames. Lei Gong Lin Ling, how dare you start a massacre? Seeing Lin Ling attack the weak, all the deities were enraged. Killing intent surged, causing the void to tremble. How could a demigod possibly resist Lin Ling? All of them were killed, so much so that even their souls were trembling. All of them were taken away by the five-colored radiance, dying without knowing why. There were even a few people who died directly. Even the lesser deities were seething with anger at this moment. They actually used all their means to nail Lin Ling to death, leaving him forever in the realm of Tao, never to be resurrected again. All kinds of means erupted, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. It was like the battle of the deities against the will of the world in the past. However, Lin Ling's speed was fully unleashed, and the power of the Quafu Sun chasing boots was unleashed. Although they were hit repeatedly, their bones were broken, and blood was spurting out, but they weren't fatal. Most of the attacks were dodged by Lin Ling. Die. After killing all the lesser deities, Lin Ling attacked the mid-level deities, sending them back to their homes. I hate this. The early-level mid-level deities fell one after another, and their eyes were red with hatred. They didn't expect that with so many great deities attacking Lin Ling, they would actually die. What a cunning brat, using his speed to escape from our attacks. Goddess Tianxi's face was ferocious. She controlled the stone pagoda to suppress Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's speed was too fast, and she couldn't lock onto Lin Ling. Moreover, if she wasn't careful, she might accidentally injure her own people, so she was afraid of attacking. Let me do it. A man with a human head and a snake body shouted in a low voice. He mumbled something, and his voice was solemn and dignified. This was a Buddhist mantra that could entangle a person for 3 generations and 3 bodies, and no matter how fast one was, they couldn't escape. Boom! However, Lin Ling's Vajra Bodhi light burst out, and all kinds of Bodhi lights bloomed. Together with his soul power, they were immediately reflected back. Pooh! The man was reflected back, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as he said, "This brat's soul power is so strong." What? The deities looked down at Lin Ling, who was constantly moving around, and their faces became even more serious. This Lei Gong Lin Ling's foundation was really good. Everyone, don't show mercy. If this continues, more deities will die on our side. Let's use our ultimate skills. An ancient deity said coldly. Okay. The deities all nodded. They activated lightning, heavenly fire, and violent flood to drown the earth. All kinds of power rampaged wildly between heaven and earth, displaying the strength of the ancient deities. Although Lin Ling's speed had reached the limit, there were too many deities attacking him, causing him to be injured continuously. If not for his strong body, he would have been lying on the ground. At this moment, he was like a wolf fighting alone, and he was holding on with his willpower. Every time he held on, he killed a mid-level deity. Although this made the deities hate him even more, at least it gave Grandpa Treasure God and the others time to break through. Obviously, Lin Ling was using himself as bait to attract the deities' attention. Attack those caverns. However, Goddess Tian-Si was very insidious. Seeing that she couldn't kill Lin Ling in a short period of time, she took advantage of Lin Ling's weakness. Despicable. Lin Ling cursed angrily. You're the despicable one. You killed so many deities, and you're only alive because of your speed. If you have the ability, stop and fight with us. Goddess Tian-Si said coldly. She was resentful of Lin Ling's cunning. Unfortunately, in her anger, she didn't realize that with so many mid-level deities attacking together, how could Lin Ling not rely on his speed? If it was her, Goddess Tian-Si, she wouldn't even dare to fight. He's going to help. Stop him and let him watch the people in the caverns fail to break through. Goddess Tian-Si said again. She stopped chasing Lin Ling and wanted to seal Lin Ling in a place. Shameless person. Although he knew it was a trap, Lin Ling still rushed toward the caverns. Junior, you're not running. Why aren't you running? A deity covered in lightning threw down a divine net, which was full of lightning, and blocked Lin Ling's path. Ha ha ha. Chapter 46-36. Lin Ling did not say a word. His eyes were red, and he only wanted to rush to the cave to help Grandpa Treasure God and the rest. Ha, come, come. Beside the cave, a few ancient gods sneered as they attacked the cave. They also waved at Lin Ling arrogantly. However, in this short distance, countless powerful attacks were unleashed. Lin Ling could not rush over. Charge. However, Lin Ling seemed to have gone mad. His speed exploded, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard from his body. Obviously, his body had reached its limit. However, at this moment, the Quafu's sun-chasing boots on his feet suddenly burst out with the light of the sun, increasing his speed by 3 million worlds. He finally reached the power of the second stage. This time, Lin Ling's speed reached 500 world speed. The void trembled, and Lin Ling disappeared and appeared in front of the cave. All the gods were shocked. He was too fast. With this speed, no one could catch up with him. So scary. With so many ancient gods attacking, he is still not dead. Instead, more than 100 ancient gods have died in his hands. Not only that, including those lower gods, there are probably hundreds. Amazing. Duo Wentian and the rest stared into the distance, and their faces were extremely solemn. Lin Ling was too domineering. He was simply going to shake the world. Not good, Lin Ling is here. The gods who were attacking the cave abode were now panicking. Bang! However, a big hand suddenly grabbed a god's face. With a burst of power, that god's head exploded like a watermelon. Lin Ling had arrived. This god no longer had the protection of the Tao realm, and was completely dead. God's blood dripped down Lin Ling's hand, but it was absorbed by the tyrannical song sword. In front of the cave, those gods saw Lin Ling killing people, and all of them trembled. They wanted to run, but they did not dare to. They could only stare at Lin Ling. An illusory wave came, and suddenly, the Lin Ling in their eyes disappeared. Instead, there was a bloody light in front of him. Another god had fallen. Next, the second one, the third one. In a short period of time, all the deities in front of the cave had fallen, and they hated Lin Ling to the bone. Got you, great lion divine seal. After Lin Ling killed everyone, a golden lion rushed down from the sky. Its speed was incomparably fast, and after locking onto Lin Ling, it suppressed Lin Ling. A mid-stage mid-god seized the opportunity to attack. Rumble. Right now, Lin Ling could no longer dodge. He could only raise his hands to the sky in an attempt to block the handprint. However, just as the handprint touched him, Lin Ling's body emitted an explosive sound, and he also spat out a mouthful of blood. After fighting for so long, he had already reached his limit. The divine essence in his body was also mostly exhausted. How could he still block it? Still not dead. This time, all the deities laughed. Get out of my way. However, at that moment, the water of the heavenly river surged over and crashed into the lion seal, washing it away. A woman appeared beside Lin Ling, and at the same time, she stroked Lin Ling. It was pure maiden Bai. Clearly, she was the first god to break through and successfully break through. Mid-stage mid-god. Many gods stared at pure maiden Bai, and their eyes narrowed. What they did not know was that pure maiden Bai had sealed herself in the broken realm divine land for many years and had long reached the limit of breaking through. After coming to the Tao realm, she exchanged for a large number of treasures and naturally broke through. Pure maiden Bai, this has nothing to do with you. Someone who knew pure maiden Bai said coldly. Hee, a bunch of treacherous people. Pure maiden Bai checked Lin Ling's injuries. Seeing that Lin Ling was seriously injured and the ground was dyed red with blood, endless coldness rose in her heart. She had already seen through today's matter, and she knew who was right and who was wrong. You want to go against Emperor Yao? Let me give you a piece of advice, don't bother with him. At most, I will put in a few good words for you in front of Emperor Yao and let you become his tomb. Goddess Tianxi said. Emperor Yao, how great is that? Let me tell you, my lord is Lei Gong Lin Ling. Pure maiden Bai snorted coldly, not giving face at all. Before this, it was Lin Ling who was protecting them, and the white tiger divine lord only wanted to disturb them. If it was not for Lin Ling, they would have failed long ago. Now that she had successfully broken through, Emperor Yao extended an invitation to her. How laughable, did these people have any shame? Let me tell you, I am Lei Gong Lin Ling's servant. If you dare touch him, you will all be my enemies. Pure maiden Bai had followed Lin Ling in the beginning because of her father, but now, she wanted to follow Lin Ling from the bottom of her heart. Ignorant. The god sneered coldly. How lowly, you want to die? Then die with Lei Gong Lin Ling. Goddess Tianxi snorted coldly and attacked. Seeing this, the gods showed no mercy. Now that they were fighting fiercely with Lin Ling, neither side would compromise. If Lin Ling did not die, they would not be happy. My lord, how are you? Can you still walk? Pure maiden Bai gritted her teeth, but she immediately looked at Lin Ling and asked. Although she had entered the mid-stage of the mid-god realm and her strength had increased greatly, the enemy still outnumbered her. Moreover, she had to protect Lin Ling and could not leave. However, Lin Ling's face was pale, and he did not say a word. It was obvious that Lin Ling was so weak that he could not speak. Trash. The gods were even more delighted when they saw Lin Ling's state. Rumble. All kinds of earth-shattering attacks came, trying to kill Lin Ling and Pure Maiden Bai. Pure Maiden Bai wanted to dodge, but she was powerless. In the end, she could only close her eyes. Previously, Lord Lin Ling had protected her. Now, let her protect Lord Lin Ling. Rumble. A deafening sound rang out, but the terrifying attacks did not arrive. Pure Maiden Bai suddenly opened her eyes. Only then did she realize that above her head, a huge divine bell was floating, emitting endless majesty. Rumble. Next, a cave not far away exploded. Amidst the rolling rocks, a man walked out step by step with endless cold-killing intent. It was Saint Guy. How dare you touch my lord? Die! Saint Guy's voice was not loud, but it was soul-crushing. Donghuang Bell. The gods' faces changed drastically as they recognized the terrifying ancient bell. Rumble. Almost at the same time, the other two abodes exploded as well. Two mid-level gods walked out, and their faces were filled with rage and killing intent. It was Nanwu Fengyu and Qilin. My lord. After successfully breaking through, they immediately looked at Lin Ling, but when they saw that Lin Ling was heavily injured, they clenched their fists. The tomb of Emperor Yao was too vicious. Successor of the Donghuang clan, you have to interfere in this matter. This was the first time the gods knew of Saint Guy's origin, but they had all heard of the Donghuang clan and were wary of this ancient clan. Enough nonsense. My lord's life is my life. Chapter 46-37. There's no need for that. I can still fight. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes opened, and a ferocious aura bloomed in his eyes. He was like an ancient beast that had just woken up from its slumber. Previously, he seemed to be heavily injured, but in reality, he was recovering. His body was strong, and even in a short period of time, Lin Ling had recovered a portion of his strength. He was no longer a sitting duck. My lord. Seeing that Lin Ling had woken up, Saint Guy and the others were overjoyed. Lin Ling pushed White Water Goddess away and held his sword again. If you want to kill me, come at me. Hall Lei Gong, I'm not afraid of any gods. A murderous aura erupted from his body. Even if he had to risk his life, he would kill to his heart's content. Kill. After hearing Lin Ling's words, Saint Guy and the others looked at the gods with murderous intent. Previously, Lord Lin Ling had been fighting the gods alone. Now that they had joined in, the overall battle strength had increased greatly. Donghuang, open the heavenly gate. Saint Guy was the first to make a move. With a slight movement of his hands, he controlled the Donghuang bell and suppressed it. Crackle, crackle. In the sky, an ancient divine gate opened, and an ancient gust of wind blew out. It was incomparably domineering. The Donghuang bell was one of the 10 great chaos divine artifacts in the universe. Whether it was during the Pantheon era or the Primordial era, it was the strongest divine artifact. Boom! Terrifying energy surged, and countless gods were taken away by the Tao realm. The entire mountain was in chaos. Apart from late-stage mid-gods, no one could withstand the might of the Donghuang bell. Die! Saint Guy's body trembled. Clearly, he was pushing the Donghuang bell to its limit. With his current strength, he could only use it once. The huge ancient bell floated in the sky, and the sound of the bell seemed to spread to all the nearby mountains. Countless gods came out from their caves and looked at the sky in the distance. Then, they sucked in a breath of cold air. There, a huge ancient bell was pressing down. The bell was so big that it sealed countless mountains. Countless runes bloomed, and it was as if the Donghuang Tai had arrived. Looking inside the bell, the gust of wind blew, and the strongest attack was wreaking havoc on the gods. No. The gods were all panicking. A moment ago, they could still control Lei Gong Lin Ling's life, but now, their lives were being controlled by someone else. Their despicable, shameless, cold-blooded, and heartless actions had all met their retribution at this moment. Their high and mighty faces from before had now turned into faces of panic and begging for mercy. Whoosh! Whoosh! Beams of light appeared as the Tao realm continued to take the gods away. Some of the gods who no longer had the protection of the Tao realm had completely lost all hope at this moment. This was because they were about to truly die and disappear into the void of the universe. They also regretted it, extremely regretful. And this was the power that the Eastern Emperor Bell had yet to suppress. When it heavily pressed down, the void trembled. Space and time were all shattered. The tyrannical power turned the endless mountains into dust. The river in the distance also disappeared in the passage of time. It could be said that the people were in a terrible situation. This was the most terrifying battle between ancient gods. And this suppression killed countless ancient great gods. Those who were still alive were severely injured and retreated while coughing up blood. Quickly inform Emperor Yao. Their clothes were tattered, and they were in an extremely sorry state. They were constantly shouting, "Kill!" But at this moment, Lin Ling brought Bai Shui and Su Nu over to kill them. Lei Gong, Lin Ling, what are you doing? Goddess Tian Si was severely injured, and the tyrannical power of the Eastern Emperor Bel was wreaking havoc in her body, causing her strength to increase greatly. Now she saw that Lin Ling was the first to pounce on her. "Bitch, I'm going to send you back to your hometown." Lin Ling, whose eyes widened like the wrath of a mad god. "How dare you?" Goddess Tian Si gritted her teeth and shouted. If it weren't for the Eastern Emperor Bel, how could a mere Lin Ling kill her? Sky-splitting slash. Lin Ling didn't waste any time and ruthlessly struck down with his palm. It was as if the great god Pangu was splitting the heaven and earth apart, using the most tyrannical method to send Goddess Tian Si back to her hometown. Lei Gong, Lin Ling, I won't let you go. Goddess Tian Si's eyes were filled with a ferocious light. The stronger the god, the more they valued the protection of the Tao realm. Unless it was a critical moment, no one would want to waste it. But now, a mere lesser god had actually made her waste one of her lives. She remembered the Battle of Divine Bone Mountain, where she fought the gods with Emperor Yao, but she survived. She remembered the Battle of the Tao Tower, where she fought the gods for 3 months in the Tao Tower, and she also survived. But in her own territory, she died. Die, bitch. Lin Ling's palm cut through Goddess Tian Si's arm like cutting vegetables, and it fell to the ground. But immediately, the light of the Tao realm appeared and took Goddess Tian Si away. Protected by the light of the Tao realm, Goddess Tian Si floated further and further away. She stared at the white arm on the ground, her eyes full of hatred. Goddess Tian Si is also dead, and the gods have fallen. This is the most terrifying battle of gods I've ever seen. Far away, Duo Wentian and the others muttered to themselves. They all knew that Lin Ling and Lei Gong had made a name for themselves in the Tao realm. This also showed the decisiveness and strength of the Thunder God Great Hall. Chaos, chaos, the Tao of the universe is collapsing. Those late-stage mid-god experts gritted their teeth. There weren't many experts of this level in the mountains, and they didn't make a move at first. But they didn't expect things to turn out like this. Who dares to behave atrociously in my territory? At this moment, a deep voice suddenly sounded. A large number of gods came from afar, like giants galloping in the sky, and the void rippled with their steps. They seemed to be far away, but in the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of everyone, and a ferocious aura pressed down on the ground. The one in the lead was a burly man with long hair. He was bare-chested and only wore a pair of beast pants, but his aura was incomparably terrifying. Emperor Yao. Everyone looked at the man, and their faces changed. They didn't expect that the battle here would attract Emperor Yao. Emperor Yao, as one of the 5 oldest emperors of humanity, was famous in the ancient times. After reincarnating, he once again led the gods, so no one dared to disrespect him in the Tao realm. He also had a large territory with countless divine mountains. He didn't expect that under his tomb, there would be such a great battle. A great battle actually broke out on a divine mountain. Emperor Yao. Everyone bowed. Eastern Emperor Bel. Emperor Yao had a thick beard, and his eyes were like torches, looking at the ground, but most of them were staring at the ancient Eastern Emperor Bel. My disciple is dead, who killed him? Behind him was a large number of ancient gods, and among them, a thin old man shouted. His body was emitting a strong murderous aura. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.